Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 51, Criminal Code Amendment, Keeping Australia Safe Bill 2026, resumption of second reading debate. Government Speaker.
I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator, we've moved into Senator Watt.
Thanks, Deputy President. The government does not support this bill. The bill is poorly drafted, ill-conceived and will have unintended consequences. It reeks of desperation from a new Leader of the Opposition who is chasing headlines, not solutions. The reality is that this bill does not seek to address the cohort of people that the Opposition have been claiming to want to target. This is a political stunt. It's not a serious proposal from a serious party of government, and the Australian people are seeing through the Liberals and Nationals and their lack of serious approaches to challenges the country faces. The bill as currently drafted is absurdly broad in its scope. The number of people that could potentially be committing criminal offences in the circumstances contemplated in the bill would be significant, from commercial pilots, baggage handlers, aid workers, members of the clergy and even our allies in the region. It is wildly inconsistent. For example, there is an inconsistent application of knowledge elements across the offences. For some limbs, it is recklessness. For others, it is actual knowledge. And finally, it contains redundant provisions which refer to terrorism offences already covered by other sections of the bill. This entire bill is an absurd contribution from an opposition that has given up on good policy and retreated into the madness of right-wing populism. Ultimately, this bill would actually do very little to address the policy issue those opposite claim it would address, namely the return of Australian citizens in Syria. The government's position on this issue is clear and long-standing. We are not providing assistance and we are not repatriating individuals from Syria. National security is not political theatre. We follow the advice of our security agencies and we follow the law. If any one of these individuals find their own way to return to Australia, our agencies are prepared and will be able to act in the interests of community safety. That is how we keep Australians safe, not through political stunts like this bill. On that basis, I strongly urge the Senate to oppose this bill.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I thank Senator Duniam for this bill, which One Nation will support. The Criminal Code Amendment, Keeping Australia Safe Bill 2026, amends the Criminal Code Act 1995, the Criminal Code. The bill inserts a new offence into Part 5.5 of the Criminal Code to criminalise the organisation or facilitation of the entry into Australia of certain persons who have engaged in terrorism-related conduct, unless these actions occur with the prior written permission of both the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Minister for Home Affairs. The offence applies where a person organises or facilitates the entry into Australia of another person from a foreign country and at the time of organising or facilitating the entry, the other person has engaged in conduct constituting an offence against subsection 119.21 of the Criminal Code, namely entering or remaining in a declared area, or another terrorism offence as defined under the Crimes Act 1914, or 2, the first person knows that the other person intends to engage in conduct constituting an offence against subsection 119.21 or another terrorism offence before entering Australia, or the other person is or has been a member of a terrorist organisation. They're the three criteria. The offence does not apply to conduct in which a Commonwealth authority is engaged or to conduct on behalf of a Commonwealth authority, which lets Minister Burke off the hook for facilitating the return of ISIS brides. I'll say that again. Which lets Minister Burke off the hook for facilitating the return of ISIS brides. And the bill extends the sunset date for the declared areas regime in sections 119.2 and 119.3 of the Criminal Code from 7th of September 2027 to 7th of September 2030. These amendments are intended to ensure that decisions concerning the repatriation to Australia of persons who have entered or remain in declared areas, who have committed any other terrorism offences, or who are members of terrorist organisations occur with appropriate Commonwealth authorisation. The return of the wrongly named ISIS brides inspires this legislation. The term ISIS brides is, of course, a misnomer. So-called Australian ISIS brides are women who travel to Syria of their choice and Iraq to join or marry fighters for the Islamic State group, often referred to as the Caliphate. These women were involved in hijrah, emigration to the Islamic State, as wives and mothers to breed the cubs of the Caliphate and to support jihad efforts. ISIS propaganda itself targeted Western women with roles as supporters, militarised mothers and wives, or, when needed, even became fighters. They are not brides. They're Islamic terrorists who travel to a war zone, a prescribed area, to fight against the West and fight against Australia. They encourage their men to kill and do other unspeakable things. They brainwash their own children. Yet we're supposed to bring them back here and what, condone their behaviour? There can be no condoning of the treachery they've committed. This bill will not stop their return per se. It will force their return into the open, where the voting public will be able to clearly see that the Labor government was responsible for their return and the people who will hold the Labor government accountable. That's what we want, openness. For clarity, Labor did that, return them through an intermediary from the Muslim Brotherhood, a device that Minister Burke thought would insulate the government from the fallout coming from returning these terrorists. It did not. It did not. Western countries allowing in or back in terrorists committed to overthrowing our way of life and installing Sharia law has a name. It's called suicidal empathy. Let's quote one of Minister Burke's ISIS terrorists who, while in Syria, said this, quote, attack US, Australia, UK, kill them, stab them, poison their food. Charming. Really charming. Suicidal empathy indeed. These women went to a war zone in Syria to fight a war for the Caliphate against Australia. Syria is now a Caliphate. Their side won. So why do they want to come back to Australia? Are Caliphates not as appealing as Australia? Now that's telling. Or do they aim to help make Australia a Caliphate? As I said yesterday, Shadi Al-Suleiman is president of the Australian National Imams Council and mentor to Wissam Haddad, the ISIS cell leader who radicalised the Bondi terrorist Naveed Akram. Al-Suleiman has released a video in which he promises, quote, Islam will enter every home in Australia. And he does not mean to do your dishes. He means to convert you to Islam. or else. Australians have every right to feel afraid of people this government is bringing in. The government is bringing these people in. To these female terrorists, we say this: you got what you went over there for, you made your bed, now lay in it.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, the cruelty that is on display from the Coalition and One Nation in relation to this particular piece of legislation, and of course the hypocrisy of the Labor government. The women and children who are left stranded in Syria, many of whom, of course, trafficked and coerced as young women, as children themselves, left stranded now because of a total lack of courage and compassion. And the stark difference from even the leadership of somebody like Scott Morrison, who showed compassion to those who needed to come home after being left in the war-torn country. I mean, it beggars belief that that I'm standing here today to point out that Scott Morrison had more compassion and courage on the issue of human rights and protecting women and children than our current Prime Minister. And it just beggars belief. Of course, Anthony Albanese said that these children made their own beds.
Shame on him.
Let me remind the Prime Minister that some of these children are 4 and 5 years old. Even if they were here in Australia, they couldn't make their own beds. They are children. They are children. And what has happened to our humanity? The stories of these women and their children over the last number of years. One of these mothers was 14 years old when she was trafficked to Syria, forced into marriage. The hypocrisy of the Conservatives on this side of the chamber, who go on about extremism, of how extremists treat women, demean women, coerce women, and now the very women they purport to care about, they are leaving for dead and politicising them and using them as political footballs. I'm not going to stand here or sit in this chamber and be lectured to by this false outrage of care, compassion or morality. You're a bunch of hypocrites. You're a bunch of misogynist hypocrites. And you don't give two damns about the rights of these children. Children, innocent kids. One of the things that makes this country a great country and a place where we proudly, on the international stage, know that it's the best country on earth, is a value of a fair go, of treating people equally, of looking after each other, looking after our mates. But only when it suits you, it seems, from the Conservative side. If there's a political point to be made, if there's somebody to punch down on in order to suck up to somebody else, the Conservative side of politics just takes it, can't help themselves. The rank hypocrisy reeks in this place, and it has all week. It has all fortnight. You know, whether it's talking about wringing your hands about the impacts of what the war in the Middle East has meant for petrol prices, while backing the slaughter and the bloody carelessness of your mates Donald Trump, who started the damn thing, to pretending that you care about Iranian women, while for years you have left them locked up, rotting in immigration detention. The very same women and young girls who fled this horrible, misogynistic, terrifying regime. And now we see you doing exactly the same thing with the very women that you say should have been protected here in Australia by Australian law, by Australian values, children who were trafficked and coerced, and now you're leaving them for dead. I mean, my advice to those women and children in Syria is join a soccer team. Form a soccer team, because then maybe the Prime Minister might care about you. Then maybe the Leader of the Opposition might think that you're good enough to come home. I mean, it is revolting. Human rights for some, rule of law for some. But if you're weak enough, you're vulnerable enough, you're able to be punched down upon and not have anyone be able to speak up for you, then you're fair game. And if you're a young woman who's had a child in a refugee camp after being trafficked and coerced by a misogynistic regime, you're left for dead. Now, this is not who we are as Australians. These are children. Children, innocent children. And you want to make political points and use the lives of these kids and these women for your own political point scoring in a race to the bottom on racism and immigration in this country. And who's leading the charge on all of this? Of course, One Nation and Pauline Hanson, the chief racist of all. Where is the courage to stare this rubbish down? To stare it down, to say this is not who we are. But rather than doing that, you're kind of trotting along behind, hoping that no one points out the hypocrisy, the inconsistencies, the inhumanity of it all. And this bill is only about rank politics. It's nothing about protecting Australians, because these women, these children, they are Australians. They are Australians. They've got Australian passports. And they were used and abused by the men who forced them to go to Syria, and it is now time that we allow them to come home. These kids do not deserve to be part of your political games. So we'll be voting against this rubbish piece of legislation, this racist rubbish piece of legislation.
It is racist and it is rubbish. Don't defend it.
Using innocent children for your race baiting is as low as you can get, and the whole thing should be knocked off.
Senator Duniam.
Well, thank you, Deputy President. Well, I appreciate the contributions that have been made on this very serious issue, despite the inaccuracies of most of what's been said by those who oppose this legislation. I think that it's important to reintroduce into this debate some of the facts around what's been happening here and why the opposition was forced to bring in legislation to do what the government just won't in order to keep Australians safe. We have a lot of rhetoric, a lot of flourish, a lot of froth and bubble about certain elements of this debate, and it is a complex issue, but completely ignoring the realities that confront our country when it comes to safety and security. To draw equivalence between the Iranian women's soccer team and this group of so-called ISIS brides and suggest that the only difference was the fact that one was an elite footballer and the other was not, completely demonstrates the flimsiness of the approach taken by the Australian Greens political party to this issue. To suggest that this somehow is all about compassion and humanity and all about children, of course, These are minors who have not had a say over their lives but were taken to or born in this place otherwise described as a terrorist hotspot. To suggest that that's what this bill is about and it undercuts the rights and privileges that should be afforded these children completely goes to misunderstand what this is about and why we are doing this. It disappoints me, of course, that to suggest that in order to protect Australia, anyone who advances any piece of legislation or anything that might actually do just that is described as racist or race baiting. This has got nothing to do with race. This has got to do with intent and decisions made by people who have done something that is not in our national interest and therefore present a risk to our country. It's very straightforward. And again, because this government, the ones who've sort of been indicating to Australia that they don't want this to happen, they don't want these people to come back into Australia. In fact, the minister's words himself in a TV interview on Insiders some weeks ago now said, "We don't want them back." Well, of course, if that is the case, then do something about it. In the same breath, as we recall, the minister said, well, getting a passport's just the same as getting a Medicare card. That's it. It's that straightforward. Well, in fact, a passport is very different to a Medicare card, as we know, Deputy President. It is not a document that affords you to come and go from our country, to cross international borders. It has nothing to do with national security. Of course, as we know, under the Passports Act, the minister has the capacity to refuse to issue a passport to an individual on the basis of security concerns. Of course, all of that has been glossed over and the government's saying there's nothing we can do here, but happily they will turn a blind eye while third parties, NGOs, are working in the background, in the shadows, to try and facilitate the return of these individuals. And I will just say, since we first debated this legislation, of course, Deputy President, Dr Jamal Rifi, the chief campaigner for the Minister Tony Burke, the man who makes decisions about who comes and goes from this country, has indicated that there are 3 plans on foot. Plans A, B and C, and Plan A, he suggested, directly quoted, attributed to him, would have 90% chance of success. He's confident of getting these people back here, and goodness knows what conversations have occurred behind the scenes between the Minister and Dr Rifi and the individuals concerned. We don't know. We may find out one day. We may find out when these individuals do come back. The reality is they are coming back. And this government say they want to protect Australia, say they don't want these people back here, say that, of course, they made terrible decisions to go to support their ISIS fighter husbands and put their children in harm's way. Well, if all of the things they say are true, then they should be supporting this legislation. Or indeed, if they can't, for whatever reason, make amendments to it. Do something. Give effect to the rhetoric you put out there about not wanting these people to come back to Australia. Of course, though, this is just a further demonstration of how this government is getting border security and debates related to national security completely wrong. And indeed, just yesterday, Deputy President, or the day before rather, I know a number of members of Parliament, including the Minister himself, received communication from groups including the Australian Federation for Ethnic and Religious Minorities in Bangladesh, relating to an individual who's doing a speaking tour of Australia, Mr Mizanur Rahman Azari, of course, who has just yesterday commenced his tour, starting in Brisbane. It's known as a Legacy of Faith. Brisbane last night, Melbourne on the 3rd of April, Sydney on the 4th and Canberra on the 6th. Right across Easter, of course, an important part of our calendar for a range of reasons, including Christian reasons in this country. But Mr Azari, this speaker here who's been issued a visa by this government, has been, sadly, in a number of other parts of the world, been accused of and found to have been spreading racial hatred. Indeed, he was refused a visa in the United Kingdom in the year 2021. His visa was revoked by the UK Home Office while he was in transit, preventing entry into the country because of, as it was found, he was spreading anti-Hindu hatred. Indeed, in his home country of Bangladesh, the government then accused him of promoting extremist ideologies and being sympathetic to extremist Islamist groups. And of course, he had several of his Quranic explanation programs cancelled by authorities, citing law and order concerns. The police were instructed in that country to monitor the content of his gatherings because of the divisive nature and hatred that was spread through what he was doing. There's a range and a litany of examples of anti-Semitic hate speech, his maligning of the Hindu religion, demonising of the Bengali culture. But this man, of course, despite all of this, and all of it on public record too, I might add, has been granted a visa to come here. So this is the same government allowing a man like that to come into Australia and have talks like this. This is the same government who say we've got no plan to repatriate these individuals to Australia, the so-called ISIS brides, but we're happy to allow it to happen. In fact, we've issued passports to the entire cohort. Of course, those questions remain, Deputy President, as to who applied for the passports, who paid for the passports, who picked up the passports from the Passport Office, who carried them, were they authorised under the Passports Act to carry them across international borders? Was it the one person or was it multiple? And indeed, I would hope, and I hope they're listening, that the relevant authorities are asking these questions to see if any breaches have occurred. As I understand, of course, a passport becomes the property of the individual whose name is on the passport at the point of issuance, but there are questions here around breaches of the law which yet need to be answered. If the government doesn't follow these issues up, if the government doesn't support this legislation, it demonstrates they remain weak on this issue. They aren't interested in national security, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it, the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. So, Jonathan.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I believe Senator Mackenzie is seeking the call. Senator Goodell.
Motion for consideration of the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder Commission of Inquiry Bill 2026.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Goodell.
I move that the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder Commission of Inquiry Bill be called on immediately for debate until the end of private senators' time.
So the question is, the motion as moved by Senator Goodell be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
General business order of the day for the consideration of private senators' bills. Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder Commission of Inquiry Bill 2026, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Goodell, I hope that is not a prop on your desk. Well, as long as it remains on the desk and is not held up in the air and made to look like a prop. Senator Goodell.
Thank you. Thank you, yes. Thank you, President.
Tap water. This is tap water.
Water policy isn't academic. Basin policy isn't academic. It's about whether towns survive, whether they can thrive, whether they can actually grow and whether they can supply the needs of Australia. And this is why water policy is so important, because water is life. Let's not pretend anything else. Water is life, and the Murray-Darling Plan dictates so much of that in regional Australia. When we have a town like Bourke that has lost 40% of their water supply over the last 10 years and 60% of their population, you see the effect it has on communities. And while the President was here talking about the water I have on my table, this is water from Narrandera, from the tap. There's people from the city who don't understand. We'll call it Narrandera, but it is Narrandera. And this is what people can expect in the bush. That is pure tap water that we have there. And so this is why we have to go through and see what this... And what we need is action. We can talk about royal commissions, we can talk about this, we can talk about different policies, but you can't create that unless you are the government. This is why we're here today to call a committee of inquiry that can do something now, that can look into the actions of one of the largest water holders in the country, its actions and how it operates. Of course, there has been concern over the past year. There's been instances where they ceased to pump water in New South Wales because they admitted themselves that they weren't compliant with the New South Wales water metering standards. This is the largest water holder in New South Wales saying they can pump no more because they don't comply with the rules. This is the government's water holder saying that. If we're in these situations, We need to look at what happens. This is a water holder that has not used their allocation since they've been around. They've never used their full allocation, but they continue to buy more water. And when you question how much water they have bought, it is not for publication. You have to dig deep and do a forensic dive to see how much they are spending it. You look at the WESA report, they're talking about 1.6, 1.7, up to $2 billion per year in buying water rights, when they haven't or aren't already using the water they have. Something is crook into a brook if you are spending billions to buy more water when you're not using the water you have. So I hear, and later on in this conversation we'll hear the people of South Australia, we want more water, we want more. They already have enough water to give more water, but we are buying more water off towns, we are buying more water off growers, we are buying more water off communities that need it. When I was out at Louth, out past Bourke, we saw a weir. Under the framework, they had to lower the weir to build a new one because you can have no more containment or no more capture under this legislation. So they wanted to spend $70 million to lower the water security of Louth. This is a place that had to, they put out their own people on fire alerts because of the last 2 months of the last season, they didn't have enough water to put out a house fire if it happened. They did not have enough water under their licence to put out a house fire. So they went around proactively trying to do this. But what we're doing here is having a look at this because river health is so important. No one is saying that is not the case. But if you go down to Shepparton and you have the Goulburn, when we're looking at the river down there and the Broken River joined together, there is no ability to get the water licences they hold in that catchment out of that river because of the choke and other reasons. When you can't get the water out of where you own it, there is no point owning it. So downstream from there, South Australia, Victoria, all these areas can't get that environmental water flow benefit. And what we're seeing more and more is when there is environmental releases, they cause localised flooding in agricultural areas. The water isn't going to the environmental wetlands, it's not going to the Coorong that so many people hold as this. It is going on agricultural land because there is too much for the banks, too much for the river to hold. So that is why we're here today, calling an inquiry now. Not waiting for a government to change its mind and have a Royal Commission in the future, not doing anything that relies on the goodwill of the Labor government, calling on something the Parliament can do. And the important part of this is this commission would report back to the Parliament, not get a report to government that it sits on for years or forever and a day that never gets a reply. This would be an open policy where we can see what the concerns are and what they go forward. Since coming to government, $5.9 billion has come out of water infrastructure and gone into buybacks. $6 billion. But water infrastructure, the National Water Grid, is crying out for funding. The Wilcannia Weir is one that has been upgraded and wants out in Wilcannia, and another town that's running out of water. The state government up there, how much they would spend to upgrade the Wilcannia Weir, but the federal government was not able to match it. So the Wilcannia Weir is off the record. Once again, another town where water security will not happen because we can find $6 billion to take water out of communities, but we can't find $70 million to put water into communities. Yeah. That is the farce that we deal with as we go forward. And we're not just saying this government is wrong on water, state governments. And let's be honest here, state governments have so much to do in this plan and they didn't do it. They aren't doing the works, they aren't doing the SDL works, they aren't doing the complementary measure works that are required under this plan. And when I spoke to a state water minister who signed the deal at the time, this is the quote I got. I signed up for the benefits, I never thought I would have to do the work. That is the attitude here. It is, without someone in charge of water, it is always somebody else's problem. So we are not seeing the work done on river health, we are not seeing the work done on catchments, we are not seeing the work done on carp in the catchment. And let's face it, what would these rivers look like if we didn't have these introduced monsters tearing up the bottoms, getting rid of life, killing native species all throughout? And I know the communities are there. I know Victorian Water is very keen for a trial of carp eradication in Victoria, and I'd say Lake Brewster just down, it would be a great site for a trial in New South Wales. That's in the northern end of the Farrer electorate. But what we're talking about is doing what we have to do to put life back into regional Australia, not to harm the environment. And people will get up and say, oh, you know, stealing of water, all this, that, the other. The old joke. that everyone upstream steals it, everyone downstream wastes it. That is not the case. This is a case of no one taking responsibility for the effective management of water throughout the chain. So this inquiry would only get down to how much is being spent, getting away from the not-for publications, how is the water being used, what are the successes? And that's the thing, because if you read the Northern Basin Toolkit report, you'll see some of the massive failures of the National Water Grid and funding, but you won't see many successes because the states aren't stepping up. And I don't want to put a whole lot of stuff where it's not needed. The federal have been okay in supplying the money. The states aren't doing the work. So this is the fact that the federal money shouldn't be buying water back. It should be making the states do this work. The Menindee Lakes, when we go out there, under the original plan, one of the man-made ones and one of the original ones were meant to be closed down. You're meant to deepen the rest of them, make so that we don't have the evaporation problem. What is happening with the lining of channels? What is happening with the evaporation work that goes on? All of these things can be looked at, because what has happened year on year when the accrual of the chew water and the environmental water isn't being used, it is increasing the capacity of environmental water in dams, so the usable water is getting smaller. So if you don't use 20% in environmental water this year and accrues in the dam, that is a higher percentage of that dam that is used for environmental water. Year on year it gets bigger, so much less water is available in our storage units for agricultural and community use. And I get that 70% of our water, 71% of our water is for environmental flows, but when it is taking over the catchments, so we might have a ton of water, we just can't use it in communities. We can't get it down the rivers, we can't get it down the chokes, we can't get it, and when we do go, as I said, we are flooding towns. We had the triple bottom line test that was there. It had to be environmentally, it had to be economically and socially acceptable before we went on any buybacks. That has gone by the wayside. That has gone by the wayside. And you cannot say, I'll go back to Burke again. When we go through the 60% population drop, a sad stat when we talk about regionality, when we talk about our Indigenous people, no one has graduated from Burke High School with an ATAR in 8 years. In 8 years, no one has graduated from Burke High School with an ATAR because the population is falling and because the investment in the town is diminishing. That is the indictment. And you are not going to help Indigenous, you're not going to close the gap, you're not going to help Indigenous health, you're not going to, until the communities they live in and around are prosperous. It is a geographical isolation as much as it is a racial problem, and we have to fix these things. And we can't walk away from that. Our farmers already know they are trying to be more productive with the water they have, but when you're out there and things are tough and the government is in the market spending up to $2 billion a year in the market, it is very attractive to sell your water. I get that. I cannot blame you for trying to survive. But the government should not be buying the water. This is what we get down to. They should be spending this money on infrastructure to make sure the water we have is used better. That's right. Allow products that, like environmental uplift water is there. Why don't we have economic uplift water? If a town can be better and be more, why can't a town go to the Chew and say, I've got a chance to make my community better by doing this, and the Chew leases them water? Why are we buying water instead of short-term leases when we need it? There are many more things we can look back on what we do. And the latest thing in this term, another 130 gigalitre buyback. Once again, I've said on the record, we don't use the water we've got, but under this we've removed the guidelines to now another 130 gigalitre buyback in this term of government. We, in the Nationals and the Coalition Liberals, oppose all water buybacks in the basin. They have enough water. There should be no more buybacks until everyone does what they said they would do at the beginning, and you'll see you do not need them. Get rid of the carp, put the infrastructure in, build better storage, and we will be fine. As I'm choking, I'll have a drink of my Narendra water, not a thing. I am actually choking.
Don't.
Okay. Because when communities don't even have safe drinking water, how can they thrive? This is why we need to fund the water treatment works as part of the National Water Grid. That is why we need to put people back into the consideration of this. It is not just the environment, it is people. And it is accounting for all water. You can't divert the channel waters that used to flow into the Coorong to the ocean and then not account for them. You cannot have overland flow harvesting that when you're flooding, or and you can't take the water, even though you're flooding, that causes destruction of the banks, destruction of the rivers down low. If you take more water that actually mitigates some of that flooding, you are in breach of the Act. That's right. This is ridiculous. So this is a bill that calls on an open inquiry into the aspect of the Commonwealth water only. It is not a free-for-all on who took what and who does what on the environment. It is narrow to the actions of government, but it is something we can do now by passing a bill that reports back to the Parliament. It is a real thing. And if the government, if the Greens, if everyone believes that the CHU is doing the right thing, then they should welcome this scrutiny. If the CHU is doing the right thing, welcome the scrutiny and get the tick. I do not believe that the CHU is doing the right thing at the moment. I don't believe it's necessarily bad management. I don't think it's bad operation. I think the rules on which they operate are unfair to communities. They are unfair to farmers, and that is why we want to do this. A royal commission may take some time, may take 2 years, comes back to government, may look at all sorts of things. It may, depending on who the royal commissioner is, it may be very, very unsuccessful for the people that want it. But this will get to the bottom of the operations of the largest water holder in the basin. It'll get to the operations of government. It will be done more quickly. It'll be done more cost-effective to the people, and we'll get an answer that everyone can see. Because unlike Narendra Water, we want transparency in this basin. We want transparency in decisions, and we want transparency in water flows and allocation, because so much of Australia relies on it. When we're seeing national sovereignty and supply lines run out with oil right now, we will see the same with food if we don't protect these communities. We will see the same right throughout. And so when we are putting foreign food on our foreign tables bought with our foreign cars because we can't use Australian water and we can't use Australian resources to grow them, this is where we go. So we want clear answers on environmental water, what has been done, what has been achieved, and what it has cost our communities. Because when they come here, when they tell the real stories they have, as I said, the storage has been overtaken by environmental water. The environmental water is flooding irrigation areas and farmlands, and communities are suffering. It is not good enough, and we are spending so much of our money covering for states that will not do the work, refuse to do the work, and keep coming back time and say, oh, more money for this, more money for that, and we don't have it anymore because we're spending on bloody water buybacks. Why does the government need more of something they have too much of? So we can make the environment blossom with the water we have, just better management. We can make the farmers more efficient with the water they've got by protecting and doing works that protect it. I urge the Parliament to support this bill. It is so important for the regions. It is so important for our communities. And if we don't, we are turning our back on our farmers.
Minister Watt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, we've seen again why you simply cannot trust the National Party when it comes to water policy in Australia. It's worth remembering that while the Liberal National Coalition government was in power for nearly 10 years, they had 10 years to recover 450 gigalitres of water for the environment under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, and they recovered 2. They recovered 2 gigalitres out of the 450 gigalitres that was required under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, and the entire time they stood idly by, we saw the environmental condition of the Murray-Darling Basin deteriorate. 10 years of neglect, just as we saw in so many other policy areas under the coalition government. And yet again today we see another stunt from the National Party on water policy. Well, this one, they're late to the party. Calling for a Royal Commission regarding aspects of the Murray-Darling Basin Commission. We know the only reason they've put this forward is because they know they're about to run a distant 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in the Farrer by-election. The former leader, David Littleproud, admitted as much, and now they're coming late to the party, trying to make a name for themselves when it comes to water policy ahead of a by-election when they know they're going to get flogged. That's what this is about. This is not a sincere attempt from the National Party, just as we've never seen a sincere attempt from the National Party to grapple with the very real environmental pressure that we've seen the Murray-Darling Basin under, which of course is the biggest threat that we see to the agriculture sector in the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, continued ignorance of the environmental needs of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is a massive risk long-term to the agriculture sector in the Murray-Darling Basin. And what do we see from the National Party, who say they represent farmers? They continue to ignore the scientific reality that the Murray-Darling Basin is under immense environmental pressure and that is a threat to the long-term future of the agriculture sector. We've already seen in the run-up to the Farrer by-election, one of the New South Wales independent members, I think her electorate is Murray, Helen Dalton, call for a Royal Commission into the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. We've seen a similar call from one of the independent candidates for the Farrer by-election, Michelle Milthorpe. So finally, the old National Party warhorse gets moving in the last day of these sittings before the Farrer by-election. And what do? They copy what everyone else is doing and say that they want a Royal Commission. No originality, no ideas, no future thinking about the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, just terror from the National Party when it comes to the Farrer by-election, because they've already given up the ghost, and so they're now clutching at straws, copying policies that have already been announced by other candidates who are running in that by-election. That is what is going on here this morning, not a sincere attempt to grapple with the very real issues facing the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and the communities that rely on that water flow. In contrast to the National Party, our government is committed to delivering the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, including meeting voluntary water purchase targets and delivering water efficiency and infrastructure projects. We don't believe it needs to be one or the other. If you listen to the National Party, they will say it needs to be only water efficiency and infrastructure projects without water buybacks. Our view is that it needs both. They always ignore the fact that this government has put billions of dollars into funding water infrastructure upgrades, water efficiency measures in the Murray-Darling Basin, and they are an important part of ensuring that the Murray-Darling Basin remains strong into the future, but so are voluntary water buybacks. And Senator Canavan, I think this is the very first time any of us have ever heard him take an interest in the Murray-Darling Basin. And could that be because there's a by-election coming in the electorate of Farrer? All of a sudden he's concerned. Senator Canavan, of course, the man who said that farmers were not the core constituency of the National Party, now all of a sudden is worried about the farmers in the Murray-Darling Basin. It's almost like he's become the leader of that party all of a sudden and is worried about what's going to happen in that by-election. The reality is the latest Murray-Darling Basin Authority's Basin Plan Evaluation Report and Sustainable Rivers Audit tells us that we are better off with the plan and that the water we've recovered for the environment is helping rebuild river health to secure the long-term sustainability of the basin, its industries and communities. As I've said, rebuilding the health of the Murray-Darling Basin through a combination of voluntary water buybacks, water infrastructure projects, water efficiency projects and other measures is vital to the long-term future of the agriculture sector in the Murray-Darling Basin. And any political party that would claim to be standing by the future of the agriculture sector in the Murray-Darling Basin would be supporting the plan, not trying to pull it apart like we constantly see from the National Party. The plan has also increased opportunities for communities to be more involved in decision-making, with more transparency and accountability in those decisions. Now, we recognise as a government that the basin still faces challenges, and our government will continue to work towards a healthy basin for all its users. We recognise that buybacks have had an impact on some communities, but that plan has also delivered water security to significant parts of the country, including in South Australia. There's a reason the National Party only recorded about less than 1% of the vote in the South Australian election, and that's because South Australians know that the National Party are complete vandals when it comes to the Murray-Darling Basin, and South Australians treated them accordingly. It's an inconvenient fact for the National Party, but agricultural production in the basin has continued to grow, while more than 2,000 gigalitres, 4 times the size of Sydney Harbour, has been recovered to put the system on a sustainable footing. Water recovery has been voluntary and farmers have been compensated when they've chosen to sell their water rights, with these funds able to support investment and growth in their properties. Our government has also made a record investment in supporting community transition under the Basin Plan, making $300 million available to support adaptation to a future with less water. We also worked to prioritise non-purchase options, committing more than $500 million to improve water efficiency through infrastructure upgrades, like making irrigation networks more efficient for our farmers. The Basin Plan's original settings reflected a necessary step change to ensure extraction returns to an environmentally sustainable limit. The 2012 sustainable diversion limits were designed to balance productive water use with restoring the basin's long-term health. Achieving that step change requires a mix of water purchase, efficiency investment and sustainable diversion limit adjustment mechanisms, including the 450 gigalitre program. When it comes to the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, that body manages the Commonwealth's environmental water holdings and has achieved significant environmental outcomes in the Murray-Darling Basin over more than a decade. This includes supporting native fish to spawn, birds to breed in wetlands and threatened frogs to expand their range. The Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, which people refer to as the CHEW, manages the Commonwealth's environmental water holdings very efficiently. It also invests in complementary on-ground activities that improve river and wetland health and what can be achieved with the Commonwealth's environmental water. For example, the CHEW has contributed funding for infrastructure to improve connectivity, re-snagging of river reaches for fish habitat, removal of barriers to fish movement and funding the installation of fish screens for protection from irrigation pumping. In summing up, the government will be opposing this motion. As I say, it's a stunt from a desperate National Party which in 10 years of government tore up effectively the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, failed to recover the water that was necessary for the long-term health of the basin and in doing so betrayed the farmers that they say they represent. If we want to have agriculture continue and the communities that support that industry continue well into the future in the Murray-Darling Basin, we have to face up to the reality that that river system remains under great environmental stress. And that situation is not going to be made any easier as a result of the impacts of climate change, something the National Party also deny is a reality. We cannot continue to sell the agriculture sector and the communities in the Murray-Darling Basin down the drain by continuing to ignore the scientific reality that this river system is under stress and that is going to increase as a result of climate change. That's why we need to see through the plan, which involves a combination of voluntary water buybacks, investments in water efficiency, investments in water infrastructure, because that is the way to secure the long-term health of the basin, the communities that rely on it and the industries that rely on that water as well. We'll be voting against this stunt, which is all about trying to salvage the National Party's reputation in the Farrer by-election and copying policies that have already been put out there by a range of other parties who are much more up to the task of dealing with the future than the National Party.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much. Well, it gives me great pleasure as Leader of the National Party in the Senate, as somebody that's sitting in the chamber that lives in the basin, in Wodonga, and was born in the Murray-Darling Basin. And I've watched my entire political career the impact of this basin plan on families, on food production, on the environment and our future sustainability. The minister stands up and talks a big game. This is the guy that had the great privilege to be the agriculture minister of this wonderful country. And he sells our agricultural industries, our regional communities down the river. The Labor government, if they really thought they had a track record on agriculture, food production and water policy, would have the guts to run a candidate in the seat of Farrer. But they don't, because they know that Albury, Griffith, Narrandera, Denny, everyone in the seat of Farrer knows the Labor Party has turned their back on them, their family's future, because they refuse to examine the rolling out of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in a significant way. The minister also fails to, in his contribution, recognise that the 450 gigalitres was never part of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, was never part of the original agreement. It was a side deal done by Tony Burke to get it through. And the 450 gigalitres, taking that out of the basin, was only to be done if you could prove there had been no social, economic or environmental damage. and to a man and woman in the National Party who represent and live in this community, we can take you, Minister, any day of the week to the communities that have been decimated as a result of this plan, to the agricultural industry screaming for responsibility about water, and to the many environmental sites that are being damaged by the way this environmental water holding is being used. The Barmer Choke screams it. The forest is literally dying because we are watering these trees too often for too long. So the very environmental outcomes you talk about aren't being achieved by the very base political approach to water policy that, you know, the Greens and the Labor Party pursue. It's all about the gigalitres. And anyone outside of the basin, it's gigababble, right? But if you say you're getting more gigalitres in Sydney, Adelaide, Melbourne or Brisbane, they think it must be a good thing. Well, it's not. More doesn't mean better, just like more sugar isn't better for you. Eating more fat isn't good for you. Taking more water out of the basin doesn't naturally mean you're going to have better environmental outcomes. We know that. We've done so many Senate inquiries over the last 10 years into this, where we've had scientist after scientist come in and say the level of fish stocks on the increase. We don't need to be talking gigalitres removal as the only way to assure river health, community health and industry health. That's the great farce of the politics that is played with the basin and basin communities by all sides of politics that don't live in it. And we're sick of it. We're absolutely sick of it. The Victorian Farmers Federation today has put out a release saying new analysis shows the basin water buybacks are sending Victorian agriculture broke and backwards. That's information the Labor Party doesn't want to hear. And the fact that the minister stands up and hasn't even had the respect to read the bill before the Senate today, because this isn't about holding a royal commission. This is not about holding a royal commission. This is about actually ensuring we can look into this right now. We know the Prime Minister doesn't want to actually look into this. We know the Labor Party doesn't want to have a deep dive into the impacts of the rollout of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. So as a responsible party of government, what we have put forward today, what the Shadow Minister for Water, Michael McCormack, has developed in consultation with others and that Senator Cadell brings before the Senate today, is a bill that brings a commission of inquiry forward, something that is time-limited and targeted, something the Senate today could vote to support and that from opposition we could actually see implemented. It is something we could do, not having to wait for the Labor Party to get their act together, because the Labor Party, Anthony Albanese and their partners, the Greens, have made it very, very clear how they're going to pursue water policy for basin communities. They're not just coming to fulfil the gigalitres required under the plan itself. They're coming for the 450, which was never part of the plan. And they're using water buybacks to get it. They don't care about the health of the river. They don't care about the health of our communities. And they do not care about the sustainability of our agriculture system. In government, we did fight hard to increase supply, fund better efficiency projects and embrace water policy that backed our regional communities and our farmers, who are key to the national prosperity of our country. These are the people we send our kids to school with, the men and women who get up every day and do more with less. But they are at breaking point. The Southern Connected Basin in particular has borne the brunt of state and federal government water policy, all in the name to save South Australian seats in Adelaide, but at what cost? The men and women who I have listened to personally, who have farmed this land for generations, are at breaking point. And having a government who arrogantly comes into this chamber and pretends that they give a shit. Sorry, pardon, that's very unparliamentary. I withdraw. Pretend that they care, because you don't. Because the great privilege of holding ministerial positions, of being the Prime Minister, is that you can make change. And instead, you've chosen to come after the 450 gig and decimate our communities with water buybacks. The reason we want to see a commission of inquiry is because we think these communities deserve to have a say. They are absolutely over inquiry after inquiry. They have inquiry fatigue. They think that people genuinely are asking their view and their expertise on how we can use water, how we can have a better approach to policy. And yet what they see, they put submission in after submission, whether it's the rice growers, whether it's our dairy industry, whether it's our horticulture and cropping industry, or indeed the local councils and community groups that, you know, when you're looking at what Narrandera, a town in New South Wales, in a developed country like ours, this is their drinking water, Australia. This isn't from Africa. This isn't from some undeveloped country. That's from the basin community, and it is a direct result of a failure of water policy from this government.
Yes.
This government. And
Minister.
Point of order, Acting Deputy President. Props are inconsistent with the standing orders.
If you could please remove the prop, Senator Mackenzie. Yeah.
Use it as a prop, but this is what you're expecting.
Senator Mackenzie, I apologise. I need to ask you to please not.
I won't drink the water like the residents have to do.
Senator Mackenzie, I would ask you. I would like for you to complete your speech, but I need to ask you to remove it.
I will not hold it up as a prop. There's a lot about
Senator
this chamber
Mackenzie,
that
could
they
I
do not.
please ask you to remove the bottle of water from your table? Yeah, and the attendants might assist you with that.
Australians, that they're not just offended about what we say, they really don't want to know what's happening
Senator Mackenzie,
outside.
I would like you to finish your speech. If I could please ask you to put the bottle of water under your... Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything to assist the Senate.
I appreciate that.
But it's passing strange that they're offended by what I say, and now when I bring into the chamber just not the lived experience, but the water that Australian citizens in New South Wales are expected to drink, you're offended to the point of shutting that down. I mean, honestly, is it any wonder people are fed up with the Labor Party and this government and the Greens who facilitate their abomination? That is the water that our citizens are drinking because of your policy decisions. And it's offensive to you, and it should be offensive to you. It's embarrassing and shameful to all of us. So the Commission of Inquiry is a term-limited examination of how we can use science better. We know we don't need to take more water from the basin to get the environmental outcomes we need. We know that. The science is clear. You don't want to hear it, but it's clear. So let's make the decision to pause the buybacks, to stop ripping and raping these communities of their water assets, and actually have a commission of inquiry. I commend this bill to the Senate. We have so much more to say on this, and it's unfortunate that this debate will be concluding. And when it does, I do seek to just adjourn. We want to be able to discuss this more when the private senator's time is able to come back. But in terms of basin communities, It says everything about this government that they do not want to hear from these communities. They're not running in the seat of Farrer because they don't care. The Prime Minister promised that he would govern for all Australians. Well, that also means actually... sorry, there's a bit of chatter behind me. But that actually means when you have the opportunity to stand up and represent them, that you take that chance. But elbow, cooey elbow, by-election, you're nowhere to be seen. So for those Labor voters in the seat of Farrer, if you care about the basin, as I know you do, if you actually appreciate the role of water in the sustainability of your communities, not just out in Griffith or Denny, but indeed, as you know, in Farrer, it actually underpins your entire economic ecosystem, then you will be backing those candidates that want to see agriculture thrive, communities sustained and the environment flourish. And yes, we're hearing the Greens and the Labor Party screaming across the chamber that somehow we're out of touch. Well, I am happy for every single speech I've made on water policy in the nearly 15 years I've been in this place.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Your time has expired. Pursuant to the order agreed to on Monday, the time allotted for debate on the 13 bills has now expired. I will now put the questions on the remaining stages of these bills. I'll begin with the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes No. 1, Bill 2026, starting with the request for an amendment moved by Senator Allman-Payne. The first question is that the request for an amendment on sheet 3733 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the request for an amendment on sheet 3733 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the remaining Australian Green amendments. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3702 and 3734 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3702, 3734 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the requests for amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. In accordance with the usual practice, the statements accompanying the requests circulated to this bill will be incorporated in Hansard. The question is that the requests for amendments on sheet 3744 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Just about. Yeah. So the question is that the request for amendments on sheet 3744 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 17 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and child support and for related purposes.
I have received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 1, 2025, 2026, Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 2025, 2026. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 1, 2025-2026. Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 25-26.
I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network. It is 3753. 3753. As the amendment was circulated after the deadline, it may only be considered by leave. Is the senator seeking leave to move it? Senator Thorpe.
President, I seek leave to move amendment 3753 on behalf of Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Thorpe on behalf of Senator Lambie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I'll now deal. The question is that the question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 1, 2526. Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 2526.
The question now is that the bills be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 1, 2526. Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 2526.
I will now deal with the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures Bill number 2, 2026. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network. The first question is that items 1 to 5 and section 123 in item 47 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I will now deal with the remaining Jackie Lambie Network amendments. So those are on sheets 3637, 3638, 3640, 3641 and 3677 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I call the clerk. Beg your pardon? I have neglected to put the remaining stages of the bill. So the question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Commonwealth Parole Board 2025 and a related bill. The question is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bills be now read a second time. The ayes will move to the right of the chair. Excuse me, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025, Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Commonwealth Parole Board 2025, starting with the amendments circulated by Government. I understand the Minister has a document to table. Minister.
Thank you, President. I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025.
Thank you. The first question is that clause 43 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that clause 43 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller. Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the remaining government amendment. So the question is that Amendment 1 on sheet GJ118 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the Amendment 1 on sheet GJ118 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3654 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3654 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3515 and 3516 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments to the Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential Transitional Provisions Bill 2025, circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3655 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3655 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025, Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill of 2025. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to life insurance, financial services and certain international financial institutions and for related purposes.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to life insurance, financial services and certain international financial institutions and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the National Health Amendment Passive Immunological Products Bill of 2026. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by One Nation. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3661 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3661 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 5 ayes and 43 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Bell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 39 ayes and 5 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft B, a bill of 2025 and a related bill. I will first deal with the second reading amendment, starting with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. Just a moment. I'll just seek the advice of the clerk. That amendment is on sheet 3731. I think the government's moving an amendment. Yes.
Amendment to the second reading amendment on sheet 3731, and
is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
The amendment as circulated. It's not in there, so sorry.
So the question is that the amendment as circulated by Minister Gallagher, which amends 3731, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Minister Gallagher to 3731 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the amended amendment on sheet 3731. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the bill, lock the doors. So the question is that the amended amendment on sheet 3731 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with the amendment circulated by One Nation. So that amendment is on sheet 3635. Be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3635 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 5 ayes and 40 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that Amendment 3656 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3656 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that these bills be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Custom Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Bill B 2025.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the two bills, starting with the amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3704, 3705 and 3706 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3704, 3705 and 3706 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Tyrrell. That the question is that the amendments on sheet 36. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Please could I just note my support for 3704 of Senator Canavan's amendments.
You need to seek leave, Senator Pocock.
Do so.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3627 and 3628 in the name of Senator Tyrrell be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I'll now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. So that is Amendment 3660. So the question is that that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. I only heard one voice, Senator Pocock. I'll put it again. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3660 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3660 in the name of Senator David Pocock be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 6 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Excise Tariff Amendment, Draft Beer Bill 2025. Customs Tariff Amendment, Draft Bill 2025.
I'll now deal with the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill of 2025. I understand the Minister has a document to table. I call the Minister.
you. President, I table an addendum and correction to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Corporations Amendment Digital Asset Frameworks Bill 2025.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Now, Senator Duniam.
So I seek leave to move Senator Canavan's amendments on sheets 3768 and 3769 as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Duniam.
Yes.
I did. Beg your pardon? Sorry, I missed the clerk. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations and financial services and for related purposes.
And Senator Duniam was given leave to move Senator Canavan's amendments. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3768 and 3769 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. See John. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments 3768 and 3769 in the name of Senator Canavan be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. As Senator Canavan and Mackenzie, I've called the tellers. So really, you should now be sitting up the back. It's a standing order that once tellers have been called, you need to be sitting in your seat. So you've been warned. Order. There being 25 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be so passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations and financial services and for related purposes.
I'll now deal with the translating and Are you seeking the call, Senator Pocock?
I was seeking the call to seek leave to note my support for Amendment 3768.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
Thank you.
I'll now deal with the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025. I will now first deal with the second reading amendments, starting with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3636 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3636 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal, as Senator Waters, I've got you further down if you're seeking leave.
To move 3767?
Yeah, we're not there yet. I'll call you. We'll now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Australia's Voice. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3724 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I only heard one voice. Okay, ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment circulated by Australia's Voice 3724 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now go to you, Senator Waters.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3767, which has been circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Waters.
Do I so move?
So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Senator Waters, 3767, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3767 standing in the name of Senator Waters be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to provide for translating and interpreting functions and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by Australia's Voice. The question is that amendments on sheet 3725 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. There was absolute silence, Senator McKim. I'll put it again, but Senators, order. Order. Hello, I'm running the chamber. So I'll put it again. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3725 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill, I beg your pardon, the question is that the amendments on 3725 be agreed to. Those of that opinion, the ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to provide for translating and interpreting functions and for related purposes.
I'll now deal with the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025. The question is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Senator Mackenzie and Senator Canavan, you are once again late. Order. There being 36 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Division required? I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill, and I'm just going to call Senator McKim, who is seeking leave to table a document outlining Senator Payman's voting intention.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to table a document outlining Senator Payman's voting positions on the bills that have just been concluded, and to have the document incorporated into the Senate journals.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to provide for the adjournment of the Senate at 5 o'clock today. The motion is being circulated at the moment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that today the Senate adjourn without debate at 5 o'clock.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Cadell, you're on dangerous ground. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Orders of the Day number 10, Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing a Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
Deputy President, I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing a Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. This bill enables eligible registered nurses to prescribe certain medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. It establishes a framework for approving authorised nurse prescribers, including important safeguards that allow approvals to be suspended or revoked where necessary. It also formally recognises authorised nurse prescribers as a new category of PBS prescribers, ensuring that patients receiving care from authorised nurses can access medicines under the PBS. Registered nurses make up around half of Australia's healthcare workforce. They serve communities right across the country, including rural, regional and remote areas where access to doctors can be limited. Expanding scope of practice in a safe and regulated way has the potential to improve access to medicines, particularly for Australians living outside the metropolitan centres. The introduction of nurse prescribing follows consultation and regulatory development through the Nursing and Midwives Board of Australia and the Health Ministers, with the first cohort of nurses expected to begin prescribing from mid-2026. The details of these measures have now been carefully examined through the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee process. The opposition will support the changes in this bill, recognise the important role nurses play in our healthcare system and potential benefits of sensibly expanding scope of practice. These measures are consistent with our focus on ensuring Australians have timely and affordable access to essential healthcare, particularly in rural and remote communities. It is also important to acknowledge the broader context in which this reform is introduced. It is critical to ensure Australians have affordable access to medicines at a time when healthcare has never been more expensive to access. Australians relying on prescription medicines are facing rising healthcare costs under Labor, including the highest out-of-pocket cost for GP fees on record. Patients are now paying, on average, more than $50 out of their own pocket when they visit a GP. Labor's mismanagement is forcing Australians to make the very difficult decisions about their health, decisions no Australian should have to make. We're seeing more and more Australians avoiding seeing a doctor or refilling their scripts because they say they simply can't afford to. In fact, according to a survey conducted by the Consumer Health Forum, 1 in 2 Australians missed out on healthcare they needed last year, mainly because they said they couldn't afford it. Supporting appropriately qualified registered nurses to prescribe PBS medicines is a step in the right direction to improving access and affordability. However, Australians are not only facing record GP fees under Labor, but also increasing delays in gaining access to new medicines and treatments. The Albanese government's investment in the PBS fell last year in real terms in 24-25, declining by almost $200 million compared to the previous financial year. This stands in stark contrast to the record of the former Liberal National Government, which approved more than 2,900 new or amended PBS listings, with investments totalling around $16.5 billion. Australia is falling behind internationally, with medicines taking an average of 566 days after registration to become available through the PBS. That delay is unacceptable when patients are waiting for medicines and treatments that could change and even save lives. The Albanese government must ensure Australians gain faster access to life-changing, life-saving medicines. Patients and industry alike tell us the current system is slow, outdated and overly complex. The Health Technology Assessment Review was commissioned to address exactly these challenges, yet more than 600 days later, many of its recommendations are still collecting dust on the minister's desk. All that seems to have resulted from this review to date is simply more reviews. Minister Butler seems to be making an Olympic sport out of how many reviews and reports he can collect on his desk. The HTA review presented a critical opportunity to modernise Australia's processes so we remain world-class, responsive to innovation and genuinely patient-centred. This opportunity must not continue to be wasted. So while we support enabling nurse prescribers to prescribe PBS medicines, the opposition condemns the government's failure to ensure Australians have timely and affordable access to life-saving and life-changing medicines through the PBS. The changes proposed in this bill are consistent with the recommendations in the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Scope of Practice review. There is also significant interest across the health sector in the government's response to this review. But the Albanese government has so far failed to provide a fulsome, formal response, in spite of the fact that it was commissioned by the government and finalised 18 months ago. While we wait for the formal response, the government's approach to scope of practice reform to date has been ad hoc and piecemeal. This is an important opportunity for the government to provide a clear roadmap for broader workforce reform. When health professionals are enabled to work at their full scope of practice and the full extent of their training, patients benefit through improved access to care. A comprehensive response from the government indicating its intent to each of the recommendations and an indicative timeline for implementation would help provide clearer guidance to stakeholders and the broader public. This would also address concerns raised by other groups as part of the inquiry process as to why some specific changes to scope of practice are being implemented while others seem to be ignored. The government must now respond to the final report as a matter of priority. This review must not join others commissioned by the Health Minister that ultimately result in delay, inaction or further reviews instead of reform. The opposition supports the measures that responsibly improve access to healthcare services. We support the intent of this bill, recognising the important role of nurses in the delivery of healthcare to Australian patients and the benefit of scope of practice reforms. However, the Albanese government must stop its ad hoc approach to scope of practice reforms and provide a fulsome response to its own review. That is why I will be moving a second reading amendment as circulated in my name.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Albanese Labor government has a big agenda on healthcare, a big agenda to strengthen Medicare. We are committed to expanding access to the healthcare that Australians need, to make accessing healthcare more affordable for ordinary Australians right across the country. We want to make sure that Australians can get the healthcare and the medicines that they need when they need it at an affordable price. But the truth is, when we came to office, it had never been harder to access healthcare. It had never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. Bulk billing was in freefall after years of neglect by the Liberal Party. Too many Australians were putting off getting the healthcare that they needed because they couldn't afford it. And that's why strengthening Medicare has been a key focus for the Albanese Labor government since coming into government in 2022 and now into our second term. More bulk billing, more nurses and doctors, and cheaper medicines, because what we know is that when people can access the healthcare that they need, their outcomes are better. When they access care early, they can catch health issues sooner before they become more serious and costly to treat. Everywhere I go, I hear this same story from doctors and from patients in the community, particularly in my home state of Western Australia, who say that when it's tough for them to access the healthcare they need, they put off seeing a doctor. When medicines are more expensive, they put off buying the medicines that they need. This is why we have made the single largest investment in Medicare since it was created by Labor over 40 years ago, expanding bulk billing so that more people can see the GP for free, delivering Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country, delivering Medicare mental health care clinics, training more doctors, supporting nurses, and, of course, delivering cheaper medicines. We want to make sure that no Australian is held back from getting the health care that they need and that no Australian is left behind because of the cost. This bill builds on that work in a really practical and targeted way. It is another example of our government's commitment to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable for Australians. This empowers nurses to work to their full scope of practice and will improve access to medicines for ordinary Australians. The bill allows registered nurses to prescribe certain medicines under the PBS. Simply, it means that for patients, they will be able to get a prescription easier and at a lower cost. It ensures that care delivered in appropriate settings is backed by affordability and that access to medicines is not always restricted by who you see, but by what you need. This is about making better use of the healthcare workforce that we already have, the healthcare workforce that work day in and day out to help Australians. Registered nurses are highly trained, highly skilled and highly trusted. They are present right across the country and are often the first point of contact for patients. They play a critical role in delivering the healthcare that Australians need. But too often, they're not able to work to their full scope of practice. And so this reform goes some way to changing that, meaning that healthcare can be delivered sooner to those who need it. Medicines can be accessed more quickly. And alongside our cheaper medicines plan, where medicines are $25 on the PBS, the lowest they've been since 2004, it means the whole system works better. The right care delivered by the right professional at the right time. I think we've seen the impact of our investment in healthcare right across the system, whether it's in primary care by making more GPs able to bulk bill, or in aged care, in disability and mental health settings, and at hospitals. We can see that our investment is working. I'm certainly seeing it in my home state of Western Australia. We are committed to a health system that works as a system. And when different professionals across our healthcare sector are supported to do the work that they are more than capable of doing and working at their full capacity, patients will see the full benefit. Of course, this matters everywhere, right across the country, but I think it's particularly important in rural, regional and remote parts of our country, where access to healthcare can be much more challenging, where travel is often required over long distances for basic care. This is another way that we can support them receiving the healthcare that they need closer to home, easier access to the medicines that they need. We want patients to benefit from this faster, more coordinated care. I think it's important to say that this bill is backed up by extensive research by the Nursing and Midwifery Board and Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers. We know that many registered nurses have the capacity to prescribe certain types of medicines, and so this is something we know that will work. With a national registration standard already in place, we can kick off these nurse prescribers pretty quickly, with the first cohort of enrolled nurse prescribers expected from July this year, just a couple of months away. We are taking quick action to deliver this bill. It's a measured reform that improves access, supports affordability, and will strengthen Medicare. I am really proud of our government's record on healthcare. I am so proud to be a member of the Albanese Labor government that is committed to making sure that every Australian, no matter where they live in our great country, can access affordable and accessible healthcare. We want every Australian to know that they can see a doctor when they need it, where they need it. We want 9 out of 10 Australians to be able to see a bulk billing GP. We want Australians to be able to afford the medicines that they need. We don't want Australians to have to put off seeing a doctor or getting the medicines that they need to stay well because cost is a barrier. That is why we have made the biggest investment in Medicare since it was created 40 years ago. Medicare is a proud Labor legacy. It is our commitment to every Australian, no matter where they live, no matter their age, that you can access the healthcare that you need when you need it. Only Labor is committed to doing the important work of protecting and strengthening Medicare.
Now move on to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. In the time that I have today, I want to begin my speech to the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill. Now, this bill will enable qualified registered nurses, known as nurse prescribers, to work to their full scope of practice and support patient access to faster, more affordable, quality health care. Now, nurses have been pushing for this reform for a very long time. This is a change that is long overdue, And we must acknowledge that historically the role of nurses has been underappreciated and underutilised within our healthcare system. The Greens are pleased to support this reform, as this reform comes at an important time. To share the impact of this change, I'd like to quote Rebecca Mansky, who gave an interview to the ABC. Miss Mansky is a registered nurse in a rural New South Wales community who is training to become a nurse prescriber. She said, quote, "Patients will feel validated that they are being heard and that their conditions are a priority to manage. Earlier treatment or prompt treatment is going to reduce the likelihood of an unnecessary hospital admission. Patients feeling heard, having timely access to healthcare, earlier treatment and less hospitalisations, these are all good things, especially as we are seeing more and more people unnecessarily come into spaces within the healthcare system that they need not be within, with additional unnecessary cost to them as members of our community in the context of a cost of living crisis. The Consumers Health Forum launched their first National Consumer Sentiment Survey today, which has found that while people generally trust the health system, they cannot afford it. According to the report, 50% of people avoided necessary healthcare in the last year because they could not afford it. This is completely unacceptable in a nation as wealthy as ours, and I am pleased to be enabling nurse prescribers to treat the community and to provide the community with essential medications that will help alleviate some of the cost burden that people face. To get the full benefits of this change, nurse prescribing needs to not only be implemented in hospitals, but also in primary healthcare settings, such as local clinics and aged care settings. This is critical. Now, when this bill went before a Senate inquiry, there were many submissions that were made to the inquiry that were largely supportive of the change, and I'd like to amplify some of those submissions. Firstly, the Australian Primary Health Care Nurse Association and their submission, and I will quote it. Nurses play a critical role in providing essential healthcare access, managing complex and chronic health conditions and keeping people out of hospitals, which is particularly necessary where there is limited or no access to a regular
Senator
general practitioner.
Steele, John, you will be in continuation. It being 12:15, I shall now proceed to Senator statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements for speaking times agreed by the whips, and I call Senator Little.
Thank you, Deputy President. This country's economy was in trouble before the conflict in the Middle East. Caught out was an unprepared, unresponsive and incapable Albanese Labor government. They were caught off guard. They had plenty of resources. They should have had plenty of intel. They've certainly got many members of Parliament in here in positions responsible for portfolios, states and territories, but nothing except at the very beginning, nothing to see here. There's no need to be concerned. We've got plenty of fuel. The fuel will keep flowing. Well, Australians know that didn't happen. As Australians prepare to mark Easter this weekend, I want to take a moment to speak about what this holiday looks like for families, small businesses, farmers and regional communities across this country, and particularly in my home state of South Australia. The truth is, Australians will struggle to afford Easter this year. So many Australians, not just a niche group of Australians, but so many Australians. And that's not a coincidence. That is the direct consequence of 4 years of Labor government economic mismanagement. Let's start with something as simple and Australian as loading up the car and heading away for Easter.
For many families, that trip to the coast, the ranges or the river is a tradition. It is something they plan for, something the kids, maybe not the parents, look forward to. That road trip that connects them to country and to each other. This year, for too many families, that can't and won't happen. Although you will pay less at the Bowser this Easter, and let's be clear about why you will pay less because the coalition led and the government followed. It was the coalition that pushed for the fuel excise to be halved, while this government was denying there was even a crisis to plan for. They blame consumers. Remember, you're using too much petrol, then you're using too many jerry cans, and they offered nothing to Australians but a suggestion to buy an electric vehicle. We pushed. Eventually, they acted. Australians should know who fought for them and recognised this was a crisis that we should have been planning for. Even with that relief, travel will remain terribly expensive. Consider a South Australian family driving. A round trip from Adelaide to Port Elliot will cost around $60 return, to Robe around $240, to the Flinders Ranges up to $300, to the Riverland, well, up to $180. It's probably the equivalent to the Clare Valley. And to Port Lincoln, up to $480 return. This was something that people had been planning for a while, their holiday break. They weren't planning for those extra costs. And those businesses in those communities weren't expecting that the usual holiday busyness will be a lot quieter this year, at a time when already they're struggling. For a family already stretched, those numbers are the difference between going and staying home. For many, Easter this year will be spent closer to home, not by choice, but by necessity. That's what a cost of living crisis does. That's what an unprepared, unresponsive and unreliable Labor government does. Fuel is only the beginning. Let's not forget the full weight of what's gone under this government. Electricity bills are up 38%, gas 42%, food is up 16%, health costs up 15%, education up 17%, childcare up 14%. You know the childcare that they told you was cheaper? And there's more of it? Insurance up 39%, rents up 22%. The cost of things that were once simple, considered basics to people's needs, such as keeping the lights on, putting food on the table, paying the rent, and keeping the kids in school with what they needed to learn, well, that's all going in the wrong direction, the cost for those. That's going up. It's a story of a real family making real sacrifices, cutting back, going without, and wondering when it all ends. One of the most profitable weeks of the year, which businesses depend on, they're going to be struggling this Easter. They're going to be struggling this year. And they also know it's unlikely to end after the Easter break. In South Australia, businesses are already observing record insolvencies. They're doing it tough. You only have to walk through the city streets to see what's happening in South Australia. For businesses, well, they've been grappling with rising inflation, rising interest rates, and this Easter, for many of them, will be the difference between survival and closure. Then there's the announcement from the RBA yesterday that they'll be scrapping credit surcharges. On the surface, that's great news for consumers, and we welcome anything that puts money back in the pockets of Australians. But it's Economics 101. Those costs have to be absorbed by someone. They'll be passed on. And when those businesses struggle, there'll be more suppliers, there'll be less jobs, there'll be more choice for consumers. It's not a win for consumers like the Labor government tells us it will be. That's the reality when you get outside this place and you understand how the economy really works. Small businesses deserve fairness. They deserve not to be left off in many of these reforms. When they get squeezed, everything else follows. Now let me talk about the farmers. You remember those people that actually feed us? They're on the land, come rail, hail, shine, and they're trying to get a crop in. You know, I've spoken to a few in recent weeks. They've been doing it tough, really tough. And now these fuel costs are going to hit them even harder. But it's not just the fuel costs. The government would have you believe it's just the fuel costs. They got rain recently. You have to get the seeds in at the right time. You have to fertilise those seeds at the right time, because it doesn't mean the plants will grow if you haven't got all the right ingredients at the right time. They live their lives working hard to make sure we've got food in the cities. We can export some of what they grow. That has just got tougher because this government failed to plan, failed to see them and failed to hear them. And Australians will feel the effect of that. Those farmers will not spend their Easter resting, but trying to source the fuel they desperately need. They have been hit particularly hard, and they will take a long time to recover from that bruising. Beyond fuel, there's an even deeper issue, and that is of fertiliser supply. Australia is highly exposed, relying on the Middle East for around 60% of its urea imports. Shipments are already being delayed, cancelled or unable to load. Remember, we were also told those ships were coming, don't worry about it. Well, the ships full of fertiliser aren't coming either. The industry has warned clearly and urgently that the window to serious damage is closing fast. They said if resolved quickly, we are looking at manageable price increases. If disruptions persist, they're looking at crop shortages, crop impacts, and a direct threat to our food security. If their crops aren't healthy, they can't fight disease. I'm not sure why the government can't see this. This is going to have a long tail impact, not just on our farmers, not just on the people that supply them, not just on the businesses and the jobs they support, but also on those of us that live in the cities. If you don't think there is going to be an increase in prices in food because of the government's incompetence, well, you're dreaming. That will be the consequence. The government has to act urgently to support industry. That's the reality. Australians will be watching the budget for May with cautious hope. This inflation that Australians are experiencing, much of it is homegrown. Sure, there's a shock from the Middle East, but this government failed to prepare for that.
Senator Little, your time has expired. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Deputy President, nearly 14 years ago, I gave my first senator's statement in this chamber on a matter that was near and dear to my heart, and one of the key reasons I got into Parliament in the first place, and that was the need for institutions like this Parliament to act on the growing threat of plastic pollution in our marine environment. My staff did a Hansard search at the time, and we believe I was the first person to raise this issue in this chamber. Reflecting on 14 years down the track, you could say there's been some success in raising public education and awareness on this threat. We've even had a global plastics treaty, which has been negotiated around the world to try and solve this problem. But I wanted to say, read out a few of the words that I spoke in 2012. And what I said back then was, I would like to read you some basic statistics on the amount of plastics in the ocean. The amount of plastic produced from 2000 to 2010 exceeded in those 10 years the amount produced during the entire last century, the 20th century. Plastic is the most common type of marine litter found worldwide. An estimated 100,000 marine mammals and up to 1 million seabirds die every year from ingesting plastic. That was 14 years ago. Up to 80% of plastic in our oceans comes from land-based sources, and plastics comprise up to 90% of all floating marine debris. Then I gave another senator statement on this exact same issue in 2016, and I reflected on a World Economic Forum report that was released called The New Plastic Economy, Rethinking the Future of Plastics. This report produced some stark and stunning research. It estimated there is approximately 150 million tonnes of plastic in the ocean. This is in 2016. And that if we continued as business as usual scenario, that is around 8 million tonnes of plastic going to the ocean every year, then by 2025, last year, the ocean was expected to contain 1 tonne of plastic to every 3 tonnes of fish in the ocean. And by 2050, there would be more plastic than fish. That's right, by weight, in 20 years' time, more plastic in the ocean than fish. So how are we going now in 2026, 14 years down the track? Well, I would like to say that this Senate has taken some action on looking into this issue. In 2015, we had a groundbreaking inquiry, the first of its kind, into plastic pollution. It was called Toxic Tide, the threat of marine plastic, and it not only laid out the scale of the problem and took significant evidence, but what we needed to do about it as a parliament. Then in 2017, we had another Senate inquiry initiated by the Greens called Never Waste a Crisis, the waste and recycling industry in Australia. And then again in 2024-25, just going into the last election, we had a third Senate inquiry following on to the previous two with a report, No Time to Waste, Waste Reduction and Recycling Policies. And what it showed is that things are getting worse. They're not getting any better, regardless of the fact that this is now a mainstream issue and plastics in our ocean are recognised as arguably, maybe apart from climate change, the biggest pollution issue on this planet. Things are only getting worse. Let's start with Australia. Only 20% of plastic packaging is recycled or composted in Australia. This is when we've had a target, an official target, these are APCO figures, Australian Packaging Covenant figures, of 70%, an official government target for the last 6 years. Since the year 2000, so this is reflecting from 2024 data, the amount of plastic consumed in Australia has more than doubled. It hasn't reduced. Regardless of all the efforts, all these amazing people around the country, it has doubled. Australia now has a total national plastics recovery rate. This includes recycling and energy recovery of only 14%. The remaining 86% of plastic goes to landfill and, of course, leaks into our rivers, our landscapes and our oceans. Plastics and other petrochemicals will become the largest driver of oil demand, accounting for almost 50% of the growth in oil around the world by 2050. And that might give you a clue as to why we haven't had any action on the plastics crisis in our ocean, because it's big business for big, dirty fossil fuel companies. According to the United Nations, plastic generated 1.8 billion tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions in 2019 alone. That's the production of plastic, and that is expected to more than double. Just 20 companies around the world are the source of more than half of all the single-use plastic items we throw away globally. To give you an idea, ExxonMobil, even though they've acknowledged electric vehicles are reducing the use of gasoline, have still said that it plans to increase petrochemical production by 80% by 2050, which will help the industry pump and sell even more oil at mid-century than it does today. That's even with the trends towards electric cars. Plastic is going to become the sink for global oil and gas exploration through to its production by petrochemical companies. And at a recent plastic treaty negotiations, fossil fuel industry lobbyists outnumbered many national delegations, scientists and Indigenous groups. And is it a surprise that that plastic treaty failed after all these years of trying to get a global plastics treaty, when most of the people at these conferences were oil and gas companies fighting rearguard actions to defend their profits? I could go on, Acting Deputy President, but the situation, as I stand with only a few months to go before I leave this place, the situation is dire. I wanted to acknowledge that it's gone beyond being a marine pollution issue, plastics now. Plastic pollution is very much a health issue. And I wanted to do a shout out to my friend Josh Murphy, one of the producers of a new documentary on Netflix called Plastic Detox. In fact, to all the crew involved in this, and I recommend that everybody watch this. This is a massive human health issue, which, by the way, this Senate is now looking into as well, and I commend that. And I want to have a special mention for a group in Louisiana who are fighting the petrochemical companies, especially Exxon, and a group called Rise St James. I was followed by them on Instagram last night, and the movie outlines the amazing work done by Sharon Lavigne, and I'm sorry, Sharon, if I pronounce that wrong with my Australian accent, and her group to try and take on the massive petrochemical industry and stop the production of more plastics and the burning of more fossil fuels and the human health impacts that is happening. I also wanted to reflect on the fact that just nearly a year ago, I was on Lord Howe Island with Dr. Jen Labers and her Drift Lab science group, and I've spoken about her many times in this Senate over the years and the great work her and her fellow scientists do. In one dead shearwater chick, we took more than 840 pieces of plastic out of this poor bird's stomach. 840 pieces. It died from starvation. And most of it was plastic packaging. And it is just the tip of the iceberg. One bird on an isolated island in the Indian Ocean, actually in the Pacific. But it's the same in the Indian Ocean. It's the same everywhere, all around the world. This problem is only getting worse. And that brings me to Australia. At that time, April last year, we just had a federal election. I'd been on the island, I was stunned by what I saw, but I had hope that a global plastics treaty would go some way to fixing this. That has failed. We also had a new Minister of the Environment, Minister Murray Watt, who said that after the federal environment laws had been fixed, his next priority was going to be looking at solutions around plastic packaging, in particular making big producers of plastic responsible for the product that they produce, an extended producer responsibility scheme. Well, 1 year later, 4 years after Labor have been in government, even with a supermajority, we've seen nothing, no action at all, and that has got to change. I have to remain optimistic that we will push through business as usual and we'll finally get the government to do what it's supposed to do, to solve externalities, to solve this massive pollution problem and hold the big producers of plastic pollution to account. Never has there been a better time. The recycling, the waste reduction industry wants action on holding big plastic producers to account. Many of the packaging companies themselves want governments to step in and have mandated rules and regulations around this to give them certainty in the way they operate. And for the life of me, I don't know why we don't do it. Everybody seems to want it. This is a historic opportunity and the Greens would work with the government to get that done. But in the meantime, because I've learned from experience that governments don't do anything and the wheel moves very slowly on this, I wanted to announce today that the Greens' intention is to introduce a private senator's bill to introduce an extended producer responsibility scheme. We did this in 2019 and the Liberal government then brought in the Waste and Reduction Recycling Act. We got some action, but it was only voluntary. Now it's time to get mandate big business and make
Senator
them clean up their mess.
Time's expired, and Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Families are the foundation of our society. As Edmund Burke described, they are the little platoons that shape our communities and our nation. And as former Prime Minister John Howard said, a strong family is the greatest social welfare system that mankind has ever devised. This is not just a philosophical worldview. Safe, stable and responsive caregiving in early childhood is foundational to healthy development. Secure attachment strengthens a child's self-esteem. Emotional regulation, the capacity to form healthy relationships across their life. They are more likely to grow up with a better mental health, stronger ability to cope with challenges and better social skills. The earliest relationships in a person's life matter deeply. If we truly care about the country that we leave to the next generation, then we must support families and helping families raise their children today. I'm reminded of the adage, we are but dwarfs standing on the shoulders of giants, able to see further only because of the effort, sacrifice and wisdom of those who come before. Our responsibility then is clear. We must become those giants for the next generation. Strengthening families now is how we will leave a positive legacy for those who follow. Each family has its own circumstance, history and beliefs, and the way that they care for their children, it reflects that diversity. Some rely on parental care in the early years, others rely on grandparents or extended family, and many use centre-based childcare, either part-time or full-time, oftentimes alongside those informal arrangements. Now, just over half of children aged 0 to 5, that's 51.2%, are not in formal care, while 48.8% are. This complexity matters. It tells us that there is no single model of care that fits every family. Parents, they deserve real choice. It goes without saying, for you to have a choice, you need at least two viable options to decide between. Currently, the only choice that this government provides, that this government is offering, that they're offering parents, is subsidised and formal childcare. Now, even that option is increasingly constrained. Before the subsidy is applied, families face costs of around $36,000 a year for full-time care. The hourly subsidy sits at $14.63, yet more than 39% of childcare services charge above this subsidised amount. For every cent over the cap, there is no subsidy at all, and this leaves parents having to pay the full cost. It's impossible to separate this conversation from the broader cost of living pressures that families are facing. 4 years under this Albanese Labor government, and childcare costs have risen by around 14%. At the same time, household budgets are under extraordinary strain, and we're seeing those pressures mount literally daily at the moment. Today, around 45% of typical couples' income is required just to service a mortgage. Families are making the impossible choice between housing, work, care and well-being. Raising a child is not policy abstraction. It is a deeply personal responsibility. Infants and young children rely on stable, attuned relationships with familiar caregivers to develop emotional security and to regulate stress. Public policy should support parents to make decisions that fit their lives and their child's needs, not limit those choices or funnel families into a single model regardless of circumstance. Childcare plays an important role in this. It's essential infrastructure, supporting workforce participation for parents and providing children with valuable learning and social opportunities. It's possible that high-quality early childhood educators can form strong, positive relationships with children, but the research is also very clear on this point that continuity matters. Stable relationships are critical to a child's sense of security. High staff turnover in early childhood settings can disrupt these relationships and undermine the consistency that children need for healthy socio-emotional development. This is why quality and workforce stability in our early childhood education settings are important. And yet we know workforce shortages remain one of the greatest challenges that are facing the sector, particularly in regional and remote communities. At a recent press conference in Derby, in Western Australia, the WA Minister for Early Childhood Education was asked directly how the government would ensure that there are enough staff to run the new centre up there in the Kimberley. Now, her overly simplistic response was that the solution lies in free TAFE courses in areas we know that in areas of work that we know are in high demand, she said. Now, increasing access to training is important, of course, we all acknowledge that, but we cannot pretend that that is the simple solution, that is the solution to solve the problem. Making courses free does not guarantee that people will enrol. It does not guarantee that they will complete that training, and it certainly does not guarantee that they will relocate to or remain in remote communities, remote parts of our country like Derby. There are childcare deserts in this country because of complex underlying reasons. In many regional and remote communities, families are travelling extraordinary distances to access care, in some cases up to 200 kilometres in a round trip. Now, this is not a workforce pipeline issue alone, it's a retention issue, it's an attraction issue, and it's a system design issue. It is vulnerable children who are often the ones who fall through the structural gaps of a system that is impacted the most by this oversight. Evidence consistently shows that children from disadvantaged backgrounds benefit the most from attending high-quality childcare and preschool programs. Yet it's this same cohort of children that receive no or very limited additional funding and too often experience the greatest disruptions to this care. Now, without a stable workforce, we cannot deliver the stable relationships these children need. And without those stable relationships, we cannot deliver the developmental outcomes the evidence so clearly tells us matter. Safety must also be at the centre of this discussion. Yesterday, the Senate Education and Employment References Committee tabled its report into the quality and safety of early childhood education and care. It was established following the disturbing cases of child abuse in childcare settings. The inquiry heard extensive evidence from parents, educators, regulators and experts, and parents should be able to trust that their children are safe when they are placed in care. This report shows that confidence has been undermined by real systemic failures which demand an urgent response from this Albanese government. The committee has recommended the government prioritise closer integration between law enforcement and existing child safety reforms, supported by practical measures such as better integration of the Working with Children Check Register with police intelligence, the use of facial recognition to identify victims more quickly, and stronger information sharing between police and regulators, and clear guidance on the appropriate use of CCTV to protect children without unnecessary surveillance. The whole of system approach is critical. Without it, there is real risk that offenders can exploit the cracks in the regulatory system and go unnoticed. There should be no stone unturned when it comes to protecting our children in early education and care settings. With reports of multiple early learning centres suspended in just the past 24 hours due to serious safety concerns, it's clear that the issue is far from resolved. Getting the basics right means that every child is safe, every parent has confidence, and every childcare provider is held to the highest standard. This is all about the long-term future of our nation. This is not just a social issue, this is an economic one. Research from Nobel Prize-winning economist James Heckman shows high-quality early childhood investment delivers significant long-term returns through improved education, employment, health outcomes, and indeed reduced crime. This is what nation building looks like. It starts at the very earliest years of life. It's at the heart of the choice in childcare. It's about supporting families. It's about recognising that parents know their children best. It's about ensuring that policy respects that knowledge, supports that responsibility, and provides genuine choice. Because when we strengthen families, we strengthen our communities. And when we strengthen our communities, we strengthen our nation. Thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise and put on the record some comments from a very good friend of mine and a very good friend of young Australian workers, and that is Mr Gerard Dwyer, the Secretary of the SDA Union. I want to acknowledge his leadership and to quote him as reported in the ABC article. National Secretary for the Shop, Distributive and Allied Employees Association, the SDA, Gerard Dwyer, said that yesterday's decision to ensure that 18-year-olds get a fair and decent wage was a landmark decision up there with the introduction of equal pay for women in the 1970s. It may take longer than we would have liked, but the principle has been established that no longer will 18-year-olds be treated as second-class citizens. I also want to acknowledge the great leadership and the campaign vigour and continuation that was demonstrated by the Assistant Secretary Helen Cooney and my good friends in New South Wales, the Secretary of the SDA New South Wales, Bernie Smith, and David Bliss, the Secretary of the SDA Northern Branch. These are men and women who are unionists, who collectively work for the benefit of many, many young Australians. And in the course of the adult wage campaign, a number of young people came to this parliament to put on the record the reality of the kind of work they do. And for some of them, by the time they turned 18, they were certainly not novices. They were certainly not inexperienced. They'd been holding down one, sometimes two jobs already for 3 years. Amongst people that gave their stories to parliamentarians who had ears to listen, and I acknowledge many of my colleagues here on the Labor side, and also good people from across the aisle who care about fairness. Young people were talking about how they were in families where they, in fact, were the primary earner. At 19, sometimes undertaking caring responsibilities for their parents, sometimes in situations where they were the only person able to secure a job in their environment, sometimes regional communities, and they were bringing home a wage. To have allowed this injustice, really, to have continued for so long, when so many young people have been giving 100% of their effort at age 18, age 19, age 20, with sometimes at that stage 5 years' experience managing workplaces, leading in workplaces, but subject to a discount on the wage that they were able to take home simply because of their age and nothing to do with their capacity, nothing to do with the level of responsibility, nothing to do with the excellence that they delivered in their workplaces. So for those who are shocked about the reality, let me tell you that until this decision, hard won by a campaign led by the SDA union, wages for 18-year-olds in sectors where we see them so frequently, in retail, fast food and pharmacy, are fixed at 70% of the full award wage. It goes up to 80% for those who are 19 and 90% for those who reach age 20. The proposal for change that has now been advanced from the Fair Work Commission will ensure that these young workers who are increasingly experienced in the workplace will start to benefit over a 4-year period from December this year. So right now, the Commission has indicated there'll be no changes to wage rates for workers aged 18 to 20 who had less than 6 months of experience at their current workplace, but ensures that as they experience a longer stay, they will in fact get parity in their pay. The arguments that were put to me were very, very strong, and these are the facts. 18-year-olds in Australia can vote, they can drive, and in a time of crisis and in wars, they've put their lives on the line for Australia. The very least we can do is to ensure that they get fair and decent wages that aren't discriminatory because of their sometimes tender years.
Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy. Productivity growth is essential. In the past 10 years, productivity grew by less than a quarter of its 60-year average. Our productivity is flatlining. This was happening even before the pandemic. We need to kickstart our economy and help the next generation thrive. The Productivity Commission was tasked with doing this last year, to look into the key areas on how to boost productivity across the economy in the fastest and cheapest way. They released those reports last year, almost 6 months ago, but the government hasn't even responded yet. Any word from the Treasurer? Nope. If it's such a priority, where is the action? You've been told by the experts how to fix our economy, but we don't know if you've even read the reports. This is a frustrating trend. You commission reports that you want answers to difficult questions, and then when the experts give you advice, you ignore them. We know that there have been more than 50 inquiry reports that the government has asked to begin and then totally ignored once the recommendations are provided. What a waste of time and money for everyone. The Productivity Commission report last year reflected that the flavour of the month for the Treasurer was productivity. But now that the report is out, he's seemingly moved on and is now talking about intergenerational equity. That's a great priority too, but we have to stop this merry-go-round. We need a real response from the government on productivity, and we needed it yesterday. Another key part of growing our economy is research and development, or R&D. All experts and business professionals are telling me that a key ingredient to boosting our economy and productivity is research and development. It brings jobs, new innovations, new industries and new ways of working. We've seen it in Australia with Wi-Fi, with GPS and other amazing recent innovations. But the government has stopped prioritising R&D. Last week I met with some amazing scientists and they told me about the incredible work they do to make the world a better place and help the lives of Australians. But again, the government don't seem to be listening. They hid behind last year's review into R&D, which, just like the productivity review, was done by experts with significant consultation. That R&D review report came out recently. I sure hope the government don't keep making the same mistakes. This time they should actually read the report and take serious action. Otherwise, what is even the point? We need to take science seriously in this country and listen to our experts more. We need to champion organisations that advocate for science to the community, like Beaker Street and their amazing annual Beaker Street Festival in Tassie. But it isn't just an attitude problem. R&D also has a serious funding issue in this country. When counted for inflation, the government spending on R&D has been in massive decline for the last 20 years. We don't fund R&D properly like other countries do overseas. And maybe the government is wondering, well, how do they pay for all that innovation, all that R&D? Well, they have a tax system that actually works. They properly tax their resources. We don't. At 25% tax on gas exports would fund our growth. It would fund our innovation and our R&D. It would be put into the services that Australians need and not just sent offshore. But more broadly, we need a system that is fairer. A tax system that taxes people's income less so that they have more take-home pay. We should tax capital more, impacting the top end of town more and working Australians less, so that we still have enough government revenue to provide essential services. We should be taxing capital gains more, rather than discounting it for the millionaires that already own 10 houses. First home buyers shouldn't be punished by the tax system, they should be supported. A fairer tax system will boost productivity, spur investment and help people put food on the table. It will also enable the government to spend more on R&D, on innovation and reward more Australians. So I urge the government, read and respond to your own reports that you commission. Prioritise productivity and innovation. Prioritise R&D. Fund it and see our growth come alive. Fix our tax system so that gas companies pay their fair share and lower the income tax for working Australians.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about a recent visit to Wadjup, Rottnest Island, a place of profound cultural significance and one of West Australia's most treasured destinations. Wadjup means place across the water, where the spirits are in Noongar language, which holds truth and must always be acknowledged. In 1838 to 1931, it served as a forced labour prison for more than 4,000 Aboriginal men and boys, many of whom are buried there in unmarked graves. As a Noongar woman, this place has deep pain, memory and responsibility. It calls on all of us to reflect, to listen and to ensure that truth-telling is central to how this island is understood and experienced. And yet, Wadjup is also a place of extraordinary beauty. For generations, West Australians have made the journey across the water, drawn by its turquoise bays, unique wildlife and the sense of calm that defines the island. Families return year after year and visitors from around the world experience our coastline at its very best. More than 800,000 people visit Wadjup each year. And recently I visited with my friend and colleague, Assistant Minister for Tourism, Nita Green,
to see how this place continues to thrive and how we can support its future. We saw the strong demand firsthand and spoke of the importance in getting the balance right as visitation grows. But what makes Wodgumup work is the people on the ground. We met with local operators, including James Mulholland from Quokka Coaches and Rottnest's Fast Ferries, and Holly Brindle from the Rottnest General Store and Bakery. And they spoke to us about what is working well, the opportunities ahead, and where further support is needed. Listening to local operators is critical if we are serious about getting tourism right. We also visited the Wodgumup Museum with Casey Kickett from Cooter's Crew, and I was deeply moved by this experience, reinforcing that truth-telling must remain central to how this place is shared. But what is happening at Wodgumup is part of something bigger. As the Senator for Western Australia, I have the privilege of travelling across the state and meeting incredible people, including visiting the Matamulu Arts Gallery in Newman. Through Matu artists sharing their stories, culture and connection to country, we are reminded that First Nations voices help us to truly understand the places as we travel through them, not just see them. Across Western Australia, Aboriginal-led tourism is giving visitors the opportunity to experience the world's oldest continuing living culture in deeper and more meaningful ways. On Wodgumup, this is already taking shape through their Aboriginal-led cultural tours and initiatives like Cooter's Crew, where young people and their families learn through storytelling, creativity and connection to Noongar culture. This is what meaningful tourism looks like. It is the tourism that is led by First Nations people, that tells the full story of a place and that creates opportunity for Aboriginal communities. And this is what the future of tourism in Australia looks like: First Nations-led, culturally grounded and economically empowering. The Albanese Labor government has established the First Nations Visitor Economy Partnership to support greater participation and economic opportunities for First Nations people, businesses in tourism. Because First Nations tourism is not just about sharing culture, it's about creating jobs, supporting businesses and ensuring people can stay connected to country while building economic opportunity in their own communities. I thank the chairperson, Hamish Beck, OAM, and Joseph Banks from the Rottnest Island Authority for hosting us and their stewardship in this important place. Wodgumup shows us that with responsible stewardship, we can honour its history, support local people and businesses, and ensure that this extraordinary place can be experienced for generations to come. As we head into the winter months, that responsibility extends beyond Wodgumup. The impacts of Cyclone Narelle still being felt across parts of Western Australia, supporting local tourism has never been more important, especially during the quieter winter period. West Australians are blessed with an extraordinary backyard. Choosing to enjoy it is about backing small businesses, supporting local jobs, and helping our communities to remain resilient through the most challenging periods. And this is how we strengthen our tourism industry. And that's how we ensure places, just like Wodgumup and other places, spectacular places around Western Australia and our communities right across that area, continue to thrive.
Senator Darling.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, recently I had the opportunity to visit a number of Huon aquaculture sites in southern Tasmania. And when people debate salmon farming in this place or in the media, it can sometimes feel like an abstract policy discussion. But when you stand on a working aquaculture site in Tasmania, it becomes very clear what we're talking about. We're talking about jobs and we're talking about regional communities. And we're talking about one of Tasmania's most important industries. Our salmon industry today is Australia's most valuable seafood sector, worth around $1.36 billion, supporting more than 5,100 full-time jobs, and with 9 out of 10 of those jobs located in regional Tasmania. In the Huon Valley alone, more than 1 in 4 jobs are connected to the salmon industry. Just think about that for a moment, 1 in 4 jobs. That means towns across southern Tasmania, places like Dover, Port Huon and the Channel, this industry is not just part of the local economy, it is the local economy. Huon aquaculture alone employs more than 900 Tasmanians and spends hundreds of millions of dollars each year with local suppliers and businesses across the state. That means electricians, engineers, marine mechanics, transport operators and food processors across regional Tasmania. And here's something worth remembering. In national debates, salmon farming is sometimes discussed as though it's a niche industry. In Tasmania, it's anything but. It's one of the engines of the regional economy, and what struck me most during my visit was something else entirely, because modern Tasmanian aquaculture bears little resemblance to the caricature sometimes presented in public debate. What I saw was technology, what I saw was science, and what I saw was an industry investing heavily to improve environmental performance. And across Tasmania, the salmon industry has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in research and development, working alongside institutions such as the CSIRO and the Institute for Marine and Antarctic Studies. These partnerships underpin world-leading environmental monitoring, modelling ocean currents, nutrients and temperature changes around our coastline. This industry understands a simple truth. If you want aquaculture to succeed in Tasmania, you must protect the waters that sustain it. And at a time when global food demand continues to grow, aquaculture is one of the most efficient ways to produce sustainable protein. Ocean-based salmon farming produces less than half the emissions of many land-based proteins. Tasmania produces around 90% of Australia's farmed salmon, much of which is consumed right here in Australia. That means healthy, locally produced food on Australian tables while reducing pressure on wild fish stocks. Acting Deputy President, before I finish, let me just address a few myths we often hear about this industry. Salmon farms are the battery hens of the sea. False. Stocking density is 99% water, 1% fish. And Tasmania's density for commercial aquaculture is the lowest in the world, even better than the RSPCA recommends. The reality is salmon has one of the lowest carbon footprints of any animal protein, dramatically lower than beef and far lower than most land-based farming. Salmon farms, as often said, are floating feedlots. The reality is salmon farms operate under strict environmental monitoring, including seabed surveys, oxygen monitoring and biomass limits. Another myth, salmon farming is poorly regulated. The reality is that aquaculture in Tasmania is one of the most tightly monitored food industries in the country. Myth, salmon farms are bad for the environment. Fact, people working in this industry depend on clean, healthy water more than anyone. Their livelihoods literally depend on having clean water. And we're told this industry should simply disappear. But the point that often gets missed is if Australia stops producing salmon, the demand does not magically disappear. It simply shifts to countries where lower environmental standards are in place and there's weaker regulation. So the real choice is not whether salmon will be farmed. The real choice is whether we produce food responsibly under strict environmental standards right here locally in Australia and Tasmania. And that brings my final point, is that Tasmania has always been a place that feeds the nation. Our farmers do it, our fishers do it, and today our aquaculture workers are doing it too. Because the future of this industry will not be written by those shouting from the sidelines. It will be written by Tasmanians who head out on the water before dawn, doing the hard work of producing sustainable food for the country. And that is something this parliament should respect, support and stand behind.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Stevie Lee Nixon McCullough was a 27-year-old Gungari man described by his mum, Dr. Raylene Nixon, as cheeky and as the type who would care for strays, whether people or animals. A deeply empathetic young man with the ability to walk in others' shoes who would give you the shirt off his back. His auntie described him as a caring uncle for his niece and someone who would always make his family laugh. He was a young man who was deeply loved. In 2021, he was killed by Queensland cops, and the last words Stevie heard were, "Choke this cunt out," before a police officer used a deadly restraint tactic on him. Euphemistically called
Senator
a
Thorpe,
lateral...
I'm reluctant to interrupt you and I apologise for doing so. I'm not sure what the protocol is when you're quoting language of that nature in this chamber. I will seek advice on that point, but if for the remainder of your speech you would avoid using that language in this chamber, I would be most grateful.
Yep, thank you. So, euphemistically called a lateral vascular neck restraint, in plain language, a chokehold. A restraint designed to restrict blood flow to the brain to choke a person's brain of oxygen. Stevie's final words were, "Help me, you've got me." He had chronic asthma and was suffering from pneumonia. He was weak and he was met with lethal force. But once again, there was no prosecution of the police involved. Once again, the coroner absolved the cops of any wrongdoing, and police were told they had done the right thing, while another black family buried their child. Despite calls from Stevie's family, the coroner has refused to publicly release body cam footage of the moments leading up to his death. The police lawyers successfully argued the footage should be withheld because of potential injury to the public interest when considering how the footage will likely be received. In short, it will make the cops look bad. The coroner accepted this cover-up of the cops' violence. More than 3,000 people have now called on the coroner to release the video of Stevie's final moments. And just like Ned Hargraves and the family of Kumanjay White have called for the release of footage of his death, which has dragged on for months with no clarity or resolution for the family. Stevie's family is also being denied transparency. This is the same issue. Police investigating themselves and the coroner relying on evidence collected by the police about their own actions. Under this rigged system, our people will never see justice. The Albanese government can act. They can legislate minimum standards across prisons, policing, and the criminal legal system if they want to. They could ban chokeholds nationally. They could also outlaw prone restraints, when a person is pinned face down and pressure is applied to their back. David Dungay Jr. was killed this way. George Floyd was killed this way. Kumanjay White was restrained this way before he died. In the case of Kumanjay White, over 10 months later, Northern Territory Police have made no prosecutions and given no resolution to the family. Findings were supposed to be released by the end of March. The deadline is now passed and we've heard nothing. It follows a long, long history of violent police investigating themselves, a protection racket that consistently offers silence and denies our people any justice. The Commonwealth could legislate a national police oversight body to investigate deaths in custody properly, one that provides real independence with real legal experts, elders and community involved, not police investigating the police. I stand with Stevie Lee Nixon McCullough's family, particularly his mother, Raylene. Release the body cam footage, ban chokeholds, stop cops investigating cops, and stop killing our people.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, I'm regularly criticised for being overtly Christian. I'm told to keep my faith private, to leave it at the door of his chamber, to speak as though God is irrelevant and truth is negotiable. But I will not do that. I just will not, because I'm not merely a man with opinions. I'm a man under authority, and that authority is the authority of Christ and his church. And that changes everything. Everything. Now, Christianity is not a lifestyle. It's not a cultural accessory. It's not a claim on the human person. It is a total claim on the human person, I should have said, on the mind, on the conscience, and on the soul. And here's the reality that my critics refuse to admit. Every single person in this chamber serves a doctrine of some sort, every single one. Some serve God, others serve Marxist ideology, some serve the state, or maybe even public opinion. But no one is really neutral. So when I'm told to leave my faith behind, what I'm really being told is abandon your authority and submit to ours instead. No, I will not do that. I will not trade eternal truth for political convenience. I won't bow to the false religion of relativism, because that is what we are really dealing with. Not the absence of religion, but the rise of a new one, a creed without God, a morality without foundation, a system that demands obedience and calls it tolerance. So let's just be clear. The claim that religion has no place in politics is itself a dogma, an exclusive claim, a coercive claim. So the question is not whether beliefs shape this place. They already do, we know that. The question is which truth will govern us, because when God is pushed aside, it is not neutrality that replaces him, it is power. And the most oppressive regimes in history did not honour Christ, they rejected Christ. And what followed was not freedom, but it was control, it was persecution, and it was really just suffering on an industrial scale. So don't tell me that taking God out of society makes it safer, it just makes it worse. But let's speak plainly about what Christianity actually claims. What does it claim? It claims that Jesus Christ is God, that he rose from the dead, that he established a church with authority to teach truth in every single age. I mean, just look at the king. Just look at the king that we proclaim. He's not a tyrant. He's not a conqueror. He's a king that's crowned with thorns. A king that went on to forgive his executioners. A king who lays down his life for his enemies. You know what? That's strength. That is power rightly ordered. And that is the model Christianity calls us to follow. It's not weakness, it's not chaos, but it's disciplined strength, order toward truth and the good. Christianity also destroys the modern obsession with moral superiority, because no man earns salvation, no one stands above another. We are all in need of mercy, in need of grace, which means there is no room for the smugness, the posturing, the endless virtue signaling that now dominates public life. From that humility comes order, and from that order comes justice, and from that justice comes peace. So I ask you again, what kind of society does that produce? Because it sounds remarkably like the one that we all claim to want. So let's just be clear again. I'm not going to dilute my faith. I'm not going to pretend that truth is negotiable. I'm not going to speak as though Christ is optional, because I serve a higher authority than this chamber, than this place. And that authority does not and will never change with the polls, because a nation that rejects Christ does not become freer. It simply finds a new master, that's all. And some of you in this place, some of you don't serve the right master. I won't name names, but you know who you are. Thank you.
Senator Mulholland, and then I'll come to Senator Whitten and then Senator Darmanin.
Acting Deputy President, this week we saw a hard-won fight for Australian young workers. Yesterday, the Fair Work Commission ruled to abolish junior pay rates for workers aged 18, 19 and 20 in this nation. It is a decision that is long overdue, but it is the right decision, because these are adults. They can vote, they can defend this nation, and they can die for this nation, and they deserve to be paid adult wages. It seems entirely fair to me that adults deserve to be paid as adults. It's a statement of basic fairness that should have never required a legal case to establish, and yet it did. Without the extraordinary work of the SDA, this decision would never have happened. This is a historic moment, and so it's right to acknowledge the critical work of the SDA and standing up for young workers as they have always done in this country. The work of the SDA will benefit thousands of young workers in Queensland, people working in retail, fast food and pharmacy on awards. Workers who are tired of being told that their age was a reason to value their work less. So to every one of those SDA members who stood up and said, enough is enough, this win is for you. Under this decision, junior rates for 18, 19 and 20-year-olds with 6 months of service will be phased out. For some workers, that will mean a pay rise of close to $10 per hour. $10 an hour is life-changing. For young people paying rent, buying groceries and trying to fill up their car with petrol. Especially for a young person working in retail who is often studying to support themselves through TAFE or uni at the same time. Some are working to help their families with their own household costs. It means the young woman stacking shelves on a Saturday morning gets paid the same as the person standing next to her who is doing the exact same job. It means the young man working a late-night shift at a fast food restaurant is no longer penalised simply for being born in 2008. It means the pharmacy assistant in regional Queensland, who has been doing the same skilled work as her colleagues, finally receives the recognition that her labour has the same value as theirs. This is what unions are for. This is what collective action looks like. Standing up for what is right and what is fair. And I want to take a moment to recognise the contribution of Minister Amanda Rishworth. The Minister has been a tireless advocate for working Australians, and in particular, young working Australians. Herself being a young worker back in the day at Toys R Us in Adelaide, where she was forced as a 19-year-old girl onto an individual agreement under John Howard's work choices. So the Minister understood from the outset that junior pay rates for adults were wrong. She knew there was structural injustice baked into awards that too many people have stopped questioning over too long. But she asked the questions, she pushed the process, she stood with the SDA when they brought this case forward, and she stood with workers whose lives will be changed by this decision. On behalf of this side of the chamber, I want to say thank you to Minister Rishworth. This is your win too, and it is a significant one. The SDA's campaign had a simple name: adult age, adult wage. 5 words were a complete argument, and the Fair Work Commission agreed. The Commission said yes, adults deserve to be paid as adults. To the SDA leadership, thank you for running a disciplined, evidence-based case and seeing it through. I know a number of young workers from Queensland working at the big, large supermarket and retail chains gave evidence. I say thank you. I thank you for your bravery and your honesty in coming forward and speaking out. We know that there is still more work to do. The phase-in period means these changes will take time to flow, and the SDA will be at the table to ensure that process serves the interests of members and young workers. For those covered by SDA-negotiated enterprise agreements, further advice is coming. I'm so proud to see Australian workers stand together, and together they get this well-deserved win. That is indeed a cause for celebration.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, what we've seen this week in this place is obscene. Labor and the Greens have struck another dirty deal together. 22 bills being guillotined with little to no debate. The Senate is meant to be a house of representative democracy, the house of review, led by the most transparent government, they say. Labor only represents 35% of the population, probably less on current polling, and the Greens just 12%. Ramming through all this legislation sends a clear message to the Australian people. This government does not care about giving proper representation to over half the country. This is a complete dismantling of our democracy. It is atrocious, shameful behaviour. And we're not talking about minor technical bills, no. This is about clearing away a few inconsequential measures that have been sitting. These are substantial, important bills that will now pass without any debate. This is happening because the Greens, who spend every day screaming about everyone else's vested interests, have cut a grubby backroom deal, again, that spits in the face of democracy. So what has been rushed through? Let's begin with the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill, 2025. This is classic Labor, a measure we would support, but the poison pill jammed into it, the other measures. One Nation supports Schedule 1 that stops life insurance companies from using genetic testing to discriminate in their policies. We do not want insurance companies influencing parents' decisions on their unborn children by denying cover based on genetic makeup. We would support this measure, but Labor has done what it always does, all the time, and slipped in a poison pill completely unrelated in other measures. Schedule 3 of this bill includes new powers allowing appropriations to multilateral developed banks and the IMF. In plain language, this bill gives the power to pay out taxpayer money from consolidated revenue to foreign globalist banks. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. It allows for the delegation of these powers from ministers to senior bureaucrats. Australia cannot afford to be giving out handouts. One Nation rejects any powers that send taxpayer money overseas to globalist bureaucrats. Stop creating these bills that hide serious expansion powers in other measures. Labor must allow real debate instead of hiding behind record numbers of guillotine bills. Another bill ran through without debate on the back of this dirty Greens Labor deal is the National Health Amendment Passive Immunological Products Bill 2026. Just 4 years after the COVID pandemic, Labor is changing the definition of a vaccine without any debate. Does Labor really think the Australian people are happy to see the definition of a vaccination expanded to include mRNA vaccines with zero discussion? Unbelievable. Is this the will of the people, or has Labor completely stopped caring about what Australians want? The horror stories from COVID, the damage from rushed, untested experimental vaccine will be studied for decades. One Nation would have a royal commission into this debacle. We will fight for a reckoning against those who were reckless and malicious in their positions of power. One Nation will move an amendment to this bill, or have moved an amendment to the bill, requiring that all vaccines must be tested against a placebo. Pretty standard stuff. Go and have a look at who actually voted with us. Currently, vaccines are only tested against other vaccines. That is not the gold standard, it is substandard. When manufacturers cannot be held liable for damages, we must demand the highest testing standards. Again, there is no debate, no democracy, no respect for the will of the people, only the will of Mr. PM Albanese and his dirty salad partners. Finally, there is the Corporations Amendment Digital Asset Framework Bill 2025. This is an enormous piece of legislation, highly complex and more than 200 pages long, including the bill and explanatory memorandum. It grants the Minister broad new powers to prohibit certain digital asset classes and to create regulations governing digital assets. One Nation recognises the need for some protections for Australians in the digital assets space. However, many Australians are rightly concerned that these powers are too sweeping. The bill lacks detail on the specific regulations, leaving room for dangerous, heavy-handed government overreach. By forcing this bill through with no debate and no time to prepare amendments, Labor, with only 35% of the vote, has told the rest of Australia that it does not care what they think. The Australian people are being deprived of the representation they were promised under our Constitution. This is not a government for the people, it is a government only in it for themselves. And it's a government telling Aussies, you don't matter.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Access to the right care at the right time, close to home and at a cost people can afford are the hallmarks of our healthcare system. But none of this is possible without the healthcare workers who make it all possible. I'd like to give a particular shout out to my niece Maddie, who is currently studying nursing. She is studying to join Australia's single largest health profession. At 54.5% of the workforce, nurses are the spine of our healthcare system. They are often the first point of contact. They coordinate care. They manage chronic disease. They educate patients and families. They deliver preventative health. They keep people safe and stable when the system is under pressure. And it is also important to say plainly, nursing remains a highly gendered profession, and the value of this work has not always been recognised in the way that it should be. Too often, caring work is taken for granted. Too often, it is treated as a support rather than skilled clinical practice. When the reality is this, registered nurses are highly trained, highly educated professionals who make complex clinical decisions every single day. Our reform to enable suitably qualified registered nurses to prescribe under the PBS recognises this, and it will also support our healthcare system to be what we all want it to be, accessible and affordable. One nurse from my home state of Victoria told me, I spend a good portion of my day asking doctors to write scripts, and I usually tell them exactly what to write. Registered nurses already operate under strict professional standards and accountability frameworks. Giving nurses within these frameworks the power to prescribe is about respecting the skilled clinical work that they do. It's also about removing inefficiencies, and it means we can move beyond outdated models to reflect modern patient needs, modern clinical practice and our modern workforce. Nurse prescribing is not a radical idea. Internationally, it is an established and evidence-based strategy to improve access and better use workforce capability. Countries such as New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Ireland and the Netherlands have implemented nurse prescribing successfully. This is exactly the kind of healthcare reform we should embrace in Australia: practical, proven and patient-focused. And it is exactly the kind of workforce reform we should embrace, one that recognises a feminised workforce with the respect that it deserves. With my remaining 2.5 minutes, I would also like to give a shout out to the superannuation sector. Australia's superannuation system is rightly regarded as one of the strongest in the world, which is why last week I was very proud to launch the Parliamentary Friends of Superannuation with my co-chairs and colleagues, Senator Nick McKim and Member for Page, Kevin Hogan. Superannuation has a simple purpose: to preserve savings to deliver income for a dignified retirement. It is one of our very best pieces of economic architecture. The Parliamentary Friends of Superannuation is a new forum to drive practical discussion about what that means and to build shared understanding of the key challenges and opportunities facing fund members in a bipartisan way. Thank you to those who came along and my fellow co-chairs in particular. What was clear to me from our event was this: there is a strong shared drive to keep focused on what matters most, and that is strong retirement outcomes and a dignified retirement for working Australians. With more than 2.5 million Australians expected to retire in the next 10 years, this group matters because it keeps the focus on real-world challenges and opportunities that shape people's retirement. The superannuation sector is valued at approximately $4.5 trillion today, and this money represents the hard-earned wages of millions of Australians, forming a central pillar of our retirement income system. The strength of Australia's superannuation system has been built over decades through cooperation and careful reform. Ensuring it remains fair is a responsibility for all of us parliamentarians. The nature of superannuation is such that the effect our decisions make today may not be felt until long after we have left this place. And so the actions and decisions that we make now will affect the retirement of workers in 20 to 30 years' time. We must be thinking about those generations who will be around long after we have left this place in order to be the best guardians of this critical system. The Parliamentary Friends Group is an important part of continuing that work, and I look forward to its continued engagement with the Parliament and the sector.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. It being right on the cusp of 1:30, I will now move to 2-minute statements. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to speak today regarding an issue that is something that I've had quite a deal of connection to but concerns me enormously with respect to where we are today. In 2019, the number of people on the national waiting list for a home care package was somewhere in the order of 128,000 people. It was way too high. And worse, the waiting time was over 12 months, in some cases more than 2 years. Again, not acceptable, and the Royal Commission into Aged Care told us that, unequivocally, that it had to be fixed. The investment of the coalition government in response to the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety was significant. Over that period just after the Royal Commission, we put an extra 118,000 home care packages into the system. That investment reduced the waiting list from that 128,000 to a bit over 28,000 people, and it reduced the waiting time for a home care package at any level to 30 to 90 days. And if it was a high needs home care package, it would be available within 30 days, inside 30 days. The absolute tragedy and disgrace that we see today is that the numbers now are worse than they were in 2019. There are over 130,000 people on the national waiting list. There are another 100,000 people waiting to be assessed. Over 230,000 people waiting for home care. And the waiting time at a national average is 14 months. And in 24-25, double the number of people who died from COVID died waiting for their package. It is not good enough.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I rise today to recognise two outstanding young Tasmanians who I recently had the opportunity to meet here in Parliament House. Rylan Walters from Scottsdale High School, who was named Tasmania's winner of the 2026 Simpson Prize, and Imogen Ferguson from Sacred Heart College, who was named Tasmania's runner-up. It was great to meet Rylan and Imogen. They are thoughtful and engaged young people and a credit to their schools, communities and families. The Simpson Prize is a national history competition for Year 9 and 10 students. It asked Australians to look closely at the experiences of those who served in the First and Second World Wars. Each year, students from across the country are asked to engage with challenging historical questions. They draw on primary sources from the Australian War Memorial along with their own research to build a considered and evidence-based response. In 2026, students were asked to evaluate how useful diary entries, letters and photographs are in understanding the experiences of Australians who serve in war. It's not an easy task. It requires careful thinking and understanding of different perspectives and a willingness to look beyond the headline stories of war and understand the lived experiences of those who served. This goes beyond learning dates and events. It's about interpreting evidence, understanding different perspectives and recognising how the past continues to shape the present. This is what makes the Simpson Prize so important. It helps Australians, young Australians, understand what happened and why it still matters. And I was immensely proud of both Rylan and Imogen, who represented Tasmania so well.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much. Today I'm going to read out an email that I received last week from a constituent, a self-described burnt-out mum from Blackwater in central Queensland. She says, "I'm writing this with a level of rage and exhaustion I never thought I'd feel in Australia. I'm a mother in regional Queensland, part of a 2-income household, and I am currently skipping meals so my children can eat. I'm walking everywhere to save fuel money while our government sends resources and troops overseas for a war we never asked for. I live in a mining town. I watch the wealth of this country being dug up and shipped out every day, yet those mining corporations pay basically zero tax while they sell our own resources back to us at prices we can't afford. It is an absolute betrayal. We are a community of workers and families struggling to support each other because the government has led us down a path of greed and destruction. We do not align with the values of the US government, and we certainly do not align with the annoying orange presiding over them. Why are we tying our future to a foreign power while our towns die? That money and the taxes the mining giants should be paying could house every person and feed every child in this country. Instead, it's bankrolling a war machine we don't want. We want change and we want it now." Now, this is not the first email that I have received along those lines, and nor will it be the last, but I think it really encapsulates the feeling out there in the community. Ordinary people are paying the price of this war that this government backed in, first out of the blocks to do so, and they should not be. And moreover, it is time for those greedy gas corporations who are making bank off this war to pay their fair share so we can give cost of living relief to ordinary people.
Senator Liddle.
Thank you. Acting Deputy President, I refer to South Australia's algal bloom crisis. When does a government's failure to act become a decision to conceal? That is the question South Australians are asking, and it is the question this parliament should keep demanding answers to. The ABC's Four Corners program aired a damning investigation into the algal bloom crisis. that continues to devastate South Australia's coastline, our marine life and communities. What it revealed was deeply troubling. How is it the South Australian public was kept in the dark by the state and federal Labor governments? Surely it wasn't an oversight or just bad luck. Following the deaths of thousands, countless marine animals, there was the death of about 100 kangaroos that had to be euthanased in March 2025 due to the presence of harmful toxins in their organs, the same ones that were found in the ocean. How was that not known? Or did the government choose instead to just look the other way? South Australians reported stinging eyes, coughing rashes, headaches, breathing difficulties. They presented to medical centres. They desperately took their sick animals to those emergency vets, and yet the advice from government, state and federal remain unchanged. How is it your system is so broken you didn't know if that is your reason for no action? How is it you didn't know? How did your actions fall so well short of public expectations that you just told them? This very Senate conducted an inquiry into the algal bloom beginning in July 2025 and concluding in November. Yet remarkably, no federal department other than the Bureau of Meteorology appeared as a witness or made a submission. How is that? I note that you yesterday formally responded to the report, but already we know much of the information is missing, so I return to where I began. What was your government's failure? Was it calculated? A calculated decision to conceal? I believe so.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Chair. This global oil shock has exposed our fuel vulnerabilities. If we are to become a more energy resilient nation, then we need to, as much as possible, decouple ourselves from Middle Eastern oil. Australia is the highest user among developed countries of diesel. We use 7.7 barrels per person, and this compares to the US at 4.2 barrels and Canada at 5.2. We spend around $60 billion a year on diesel, which incidentally is about the same amount of money we earn from mining, taxes and royalties. It's extraordinary. As a diesel-dependent economy, we rely on trucks to keep Australia moving. But those trucks parked on the side of the road are a wake-up call. As we pull now every lever in the book to keep this country moving, we need to look to the future. Australians are familiar with electric vehicles, but they associate EVs with cars, with light passenger vehicles. They're not as familiar with electric trucks. But electric trucks are not science fiction anymore. In fact, a prime mover electric truck this week rolled into Canberra, parked on the lawns of Parliament. It came from Sydney to Canberra on a $50 charge, and it did it in 25 minutes less time. Why? Because EVs do not lose speed as they are going uphill. They are also quieter. They save around 70 to 80% on fuel costs, and they are healthier for drivers. Drivers report that there is less vibration, they are quieter to drive, and they also like the fact that they are not exposed to diesel particulate matter, which is not good for their health. Now, the Albanese Labor government has been quietly backing in electric trucks for some years now. We have helped Toll and Linfox purchase 54 electric trucks, and we've put $25 million into 3 electric truck charging stations in Victoria. We know we need to do more, but the future is at hand. We need to electrify heavy transport.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Easter is a time to celebrate Jesus' resurrection and to celebrate the joy of Christianity. We live in a time when Christianity is under attack, and I've spoken of those world events already earlier this week. Remember, though, John 10:10. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. Jesus came that they may have life and have it abundantly. Our young are returning to Christianity's message of hope and joy in God. Our scripture says exactly that. Romans 15:13. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him. Christianity is a world free of artificial separations. No CIS, white privilege. No one sees your skin colour. No one carries a diversity card, and the only pronouns are the ones God gave us. It's the original world of real inclusion, values that characterise one nation. In the past year alone, Bible sales rose 19%, with most of the growth in physical hardcover editions. Quality Bibles being purchased to retain and to hand down. In the UK, the Catholic Church recorded a 21% rise in baptisms to the highest level in 11 years. Adult First Holy Communions increased 44%, and adult sacraments of initiation rose 60%. Baptists recorded the highest baptism rate in 10 years. 57% of churches are reporting growth averaging 13%. Alpha UK are cross-denominational Christians who run Welcome to Christianity courses that grew 35% in 2025 alone to over 10,000 groups. This Easter, I invite all Australians to visit their families, make a call that may be months or years overdue, contact a relative who's slipped out of touch, celebrate life and celebrate our beautiful country. Happy, safe Easter to everyone.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, many Australians are doing it tough as we come into this Easter holiday break. But let me take you back just 1 month before the start of hostilities in the Middle East, before the impacts of those hostilities started to affect the global economy. Australians were already doing it tough. They'd seen their standard of living fall further and faster, the biggest decline in our standard of living in decades, and a standard of living decline further and faster than other comparable nations. And yes, there has been an international shock, but we already had inflation well above the Reserve Bank band. We already had an interest rate rise based on the pre-conflict state of the Australian economy under Labor. And heading into Easter, heading into this Easter break, we now face an additional challenge, and one that has been dismally managed by this Labor government, and that is the fuel crisis triggered by events in the Middle East. We have, and I've spoken to just so many farmers who are in a state of bewilderment, in a state of uncertainty as they contemplate what this means for their business, not just over the next 2 weeks, but over the year ahead. This crisis has ramifications that stretch out in front of farmers, small business people, families, not just over the Easter break, but for months and the year ahead. Labor has failed.
Senator Sterle.
Mr Acting Deputy President, I rise proudly just to mention to everyone who wants to listen that I've just completed another mattress run up to the Kimberley, and it's been a fantastic time. I want to thank Don Bantock from Bedshed. Everyone knows what I do. Thanks, Don. 105 king and queen size mattresses destined for the elderly, and I want, and the elderly in Derby, Beagle Bay, Ardea, Loon, Lombardina and Judgen. And I want to thank Ray Christophers from Nirrumbuk Environmental Health Services for his help, and of course my very dear friend Justin Kadachi from Centurion Transport. And you want to talk about price of fuel, I filled up in Port Edison and watched $3,000 worth of fuel go into the tanks, and we were only halfway there where we were going. So I know all about it. But I want to make a special thank you for this mattress run that we do, which you do know, Mr Acting Deputy President, that I'm so proud to do 3 or 4 times a year to help the needy, the elderly and the victims of domestic violence. But I was having a chat to my very dear friend Peter Marshall from the United Firefighters Union talking about this, and Peter said, geez, that's something that, you know, that's in our wheelhouse. We wouldn't mind. He said, Glenn, do you want to hand a load? And I said, look, I wouldn't mind, Pete, that'd be great. And Peter's from Melbourne, you know. He said, I think we'll rustle up a couple of blokes. Well, I rolled up at 7 o'clock there 3 Thursdays ago to start loading 3 trailers. Oh, I nearly said bugger me. Sorry, I won't say that. And done, there was no less than 20 firefighters from WA, a couple have come across from Victoria, proudly in their uniforms on their day off, who wanted to make their contribution. I was absolutely overwhelmed, and I know, Mr Acting Deputy President, you look at this bronzed Adonis on his 2 feet here, and you think he'd be able to do it on his own nowadays, but no, I desperately need that help. I was so thankful. Don, who owns Bedshed in Osborne Park, was gobsmacked. I don't think he's ever had that many firefighters. I think actually he started packing his DAX in case he didn't have his fire extinguishers up to speed. I said, it's all right, Don, they're with us, they're giving us a hand. Peter, the UFU, guys, thank you so much for your help.
Good on you, Senator Sterle. Senator Hodgson-May.
Thank you, Chair. Let's just do a quick stock take. The international price of oil is skyrocketing. Public transport remains underfunded and inaccessible for so many. Electric vehicle uptake has been deliberately slowed. And let's be honest, none of this happened by accident. Decades of policy choices have locked us into fossil fuel dependency. Decades of governments backing in oil and gas and sidelining the alternatives. Decades of following the US into conflicts that destabilise global energy markets. And now here we are, hooked on petrol, exposed to every international shock and sending billions of dollars offshore while households struggle to keep up. And what's the plan? To double down with a multi-billion-dollar nuclear submarine project that does nothing to bring down energy prices or to make people's lives easier. We get sprayed by insults from Donald Trump, despite our obedience to his war regime. But maybe, just maybe, this is an opportunity for every single person in this chamber to look past the lobbyists and the corporate donors and start acting in the public interest. Sounds pretty novel. Because there is a clear, practical step that we could take right now. The Greens have written to the Prime Minister offering to pass a tax of at least 25% on gas exports, and we've secured an inquiry into it. A minimum 25% gas export tax could bring in $17 billion per year to help with electrification, to make public transport free and to help people who are experiencing soaring costs of living. The question, time and time again, is not whether we can afford it, but whether this place is willing to do it.
Thank you. Senator Babet.
Acting Deputy Pres. Look, I want to put it plainly to Australians. Our nation must become self-sufficient and self-reliant. We're not a fragile outpost. We're an entire continent rich in iron ore, coal, gas, uranium, fertile land, sunshine, water, all of it. We've got it all. And yet somehow we behave like a country with nothing. We dig the wealth out of the ground, we ship it overseas, and we buy it back at a premium once others have made it useful. It's ridiculous. This is not economic strategy. It's national self-sabotage. Now, any serious country would ask, why can't we refine our own fuel? Why can't we manufacture our own medicines? Why can't we build a car? Why can't we build our own advanced technology here at home instead of importing everything? We rely on these global supply chains and we don't control them. We can't guarantee what happens. One disruption and we're all exposed, vulnerable, we're dependent. Then there's defence. We speak about alliances. They matter, but they're not sovereignty, right? In a crisis, every nation is going to look after itself first. Now, Australia must be able to stand on its own 2 feet. Not wait, not hope, not ask. Stand. And what about culture? Like our industries, it's increasingly imported until eventually we're going to become indistinguishable from everywhere else. A nation that forgets who it is does not remain a nation for long. It just doesn't. That's just the simple truth of it. Now, a country that can't stand alone is eventually going to be made to kneel. Now, Australia, we have everything that we need right here, every resource, every advantage, everything it seems, except the will to act like a sovereign nation. And that's got to change decisively and without any delay. We should be able to build a big, giant, beautiful wall around Australia and have everything that we need right here without having to rely on anyone. Thank you.
Senator Stewart.
Acting Deputy President. I want to take a moment to speak in support of the mighty Transport Workers Union and the workers they represent across aviation. Aviation workers from across the country, from Qantas to Virgin, from city and regional airports and from contracting organisations, came to Canberra calling for safe and secure skies. These are people working to keep our planes and our airports running, working to get you to your holiday, business trip or back home to your family. These are flight attendants, customer service, pilots, ground handling, refuelling, catering and security staff. And what really stuck with me, listening to these workers, and particularly the ones who had been in the industry for a long time, they had said to me that jobs in aviation used to be good jobs. They used to be secure jobs, well-paid jobs, jobs that people were proud to have, jobs that people could build a career on and plan their lives working in aviation. It wasn't just a job, it was something that you could absolutely rely on. And that has slowly been chipped away. I heard from a pilot who said he's constantly being moved, different bases, different states, with no certainty about where he'll be next. And he said it's not just about the impact on him, but it's about the impact on his family, who gets disrupted every single time he has to move. And this is happening right now. In April, Qantas Link will shut its flight and cabin crew bases in Canberra, Hobart and Mildura, displacing 71 employees who will be offered redeployment to larger hubs. This is not what secure work looks like, but what I keep coming back to is this. We need to get back to the place where these are good jobs again, where people can rely on them, where they're treated fairly, and where people who keep this country moving are valued. And that's what this fight is about.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. 2 more First Nations deaths in custody in the Northern Territory in less than a week. Means there's 2 more families who'll never get their loved ones home. 2 more names added to a list that is shamefully growing. A 26-year-old First Nations man died inside a Darwin Correctional Centre. And a 25-year-old First Nations man died after becoming unresponsive, having been arrested and placed in the back of a police van. Acting Deputy President, First Nations people are massively overrepresented in every statistic on death in custody. And in the NT, it's a downright travesty and a disgrace. This government, who's argued so forcefully for a voice for First Nations people, are ignoring the voices of families and experts who are calling for national action. Because 80% of every police van in the NT is paid for by the Commonwealth. 80% of every cell is paid for by the Commonwealth. And so 80% of every death is the responsibility of the Commonwealth. We cannot look away. And this is not a run of bad luck in the NT. It is a predictable consequence of a system that locks up Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people at extraordinary rates. And if you're in the NT and you talk with First Nations peoples, you talk with advocates, they'll tell you it's not a justice system in the NT. It's an occupation. It's an occupation of First Nations land, and it's a hostile occupation that is carried out so often by the police. It needs to end. And Deputy President, I can't end this contribution on the NT without noting my enormous gratitude for the work and solidarity of Harriet Scandal, who's been the party manager of the NT Greens, and she's moving on to another challenge. Harriet's moving on to another challenge. Harriet, I want to thank you for all your work. Thank you for your solidarity, and the best of luck in the future.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. The illegal US-Israel war on Iran is causing economic pain across this country. But price shocks on First Peoples living in remote communities are even deeper, but ignored. Yesterday, I met an elder from Doomadgee in Queensland who told me the cost and limited supply of diesel there has left the medical centre without power. People are missing out on critical medical treatment. Food costs are also skyrocketing. In remote stores, a tin of Spam costs $10 and a bit of salad $20. There are 3 urgent actions this Labor government should take to meet the needs of First Peoples in remote communities going without life's basics because of this Labor-backed war. First, Labor must urgently increase the remote area allowance to offset the high costs of remote living. The current $9 a week is a pittance. It's rations like the Mission Masters. It was last increased in the year 2000 and it isn't indexed. It must be significantly increased and indexed to keep up with increasing costs. Second, Labor must fix the remote food subsidy scheme that the minister loves to spruik. Rising fuel, freight and fertiliser costs are undermining it. An immediate increase would keep food affordable. Third, Labor must intervene to stop big corporations like Woolies shutting remote stores in the interests of profit, like we're seeing in Nhulunbuy. Labor are complicit in this war. They must take responsibility for the harm it is causing.
Senator Collins.
Acting Deputy President, Australians are struggling to afford Easter this year under this Labor government. We enter this fuel crisis in the worst economic position when compared to our peers. Australians have suffered the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. Now, this is not the Australia that I know and love. Inflation is higher than in every other major advanced economy, and the Labor Treasurer has stated that a 5% inflation rise would now be a conservative estimate. But we are, according to economists, also staring down the barrel of stagnation, stagnant economic growth and high inflation leading to high unemployment. 14 interest rate rises have happened under Prime Minister Albanese. That's more than under Rudd, under Gillard, under Abbott, under Turnbull and under Morrison combined. That's 5 PMs. That is a gross failure of this Albanese Labor government. Debt is racing towards $1 trillion while government spending is at its highest rate in history and getting higher. Australians are paying more and getting less. The Coalition is fighting for all Australians, not just those in a union, and this week we forced this Labor government to axe the fuel tax. It is welcome relief for Australians struggling to afford Easter this year, but now Labor needs to work out how they will pay for it. We in the Coalition offered solutions, but this is a government without a plan. And I tell you what, they're looking like characters of Hollow Men right now, looking for the headline to the title of their next big announcement. But they're all totally hollow within. Only the Coalition will restore Australian standard of living and protect our way of life.
Senator Polly.
Fairness at work, dignity in pay and respect for young workers. I'd like to take the opportunity of congratulating the SDA for the hard-fought campaign to ensure that 18 to 20-year-olds are paid the same money doing the same job as their co-workers who are 21 and over. This reform is simple, it is fair and is long overdue. If you're doing the same work, carrying the same responsibilities and meeting the same expectations, you deserve the same pay. Age should not ever come into the equation. No excuse for lowering wages, lowering respect and lowering standards. Before going further, I wanted to acknowledge the work of the SDA in my home state of Tasmania, including the current State Secretary Joel Tynan and the former long-serving State Secretary Paul Griffin, OAM, whose leadership and advocacy and commitment have helped deliver better pay and fairer conditions for the next generation of Tasmanians. In my home state of Tasmania, young people make up a significant part of the workforce in these sectors. They keep shops open, businesses running and communities functioning. The relentless campaigning of the SDA has ensured that young people are respected, they get paid for the same work as their co-workers who are considered to be adults. This is better for the country. It's certainly better for my home state, and as Labor colleagues here would know, it's in our...
We'll move to question time, and I invite Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. On Monday, the Prime Minister urged Australians to, and I quote, enjoy their Easter and not cancel their holidays. Now we hear the Prime Minister will address Australians this evening to encourage Australians to help save fuel for areas that need it. Given his mixed messaging to the Australian people, can you actually tell us what does the Prime Minister want Australians to do?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Cash for that question. And I make the point that we have been making for some time, that this is a conflict and a shock to global energy markets, which is having an effect on our economy that is being experienced both in terms of supply but also price. And I have laid out here the plan that the Prime Minister announced on Monday, as well as the measures in the last weeks the government has taken to shore up supply. And as part of that, the Prime Minister has determined to address the nation tonight because this is an unprecedented shock to global energy markets, that is impacting on the economy. That is impacting on the economy. And if I may say, Senator Cash, what that question again demonstrates is that this opposition is simply not up to the task. We are facing a conflict in the Middle East. We are facing effects on global supply, the largest shock in energy markets since the 1970s, and they are complaining that the Prime Minister wants to speak to the country about how we are dealing with it. I mean, that just says something about the opposition. And if we look at what has been reported about the leaked talking points, where they say that the message of the day is to create doubt within the public about whether the government had an adequate fuel plan, that really demonstrates why this is not a serious opposition, why they are not up to the task, why they had the result in the election, and why they continue to demonstrate an absence of what is required to lead this country.
Order. When you've quite finished, Senator Henderson. Senator Ayres. The chamber will come to order. Minister Wong, first. Sorry, she needs the question first. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, Parliament is sitting right now. The Prime Minister has the floor of the House of Representatives available to him at this very moment to tell the Australian people exactly what he wants them to do. Why is the Prime Minister waiting for Parliament to rise tonight to deliver a televised address to the nation, rather than using the floor of the House of the Representatives right now and being accountable to both the Parliament and to the Australian people?
Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Order. Senator McKenzie. Minister Gallagher. Senator, I'm not going to go senator by senator. Come to order. Minister Wong.
Last time I looked, the question time in the House of Representatives was on as we speak. And frankly, Senator Cash, if you think that we are worried about coming to Parliament to answer your questions, you've really got tickets on yourself. You've really got tickets on yourself. Because we are very clear about the leadership the Prime Minister is showing on this issue.
Minister Wong, I'm sorry. Come to order. Senator O'Sullivan, you were well and truly out of line. You were yelling so loudly, and I've already called you a couple of times. Minister Wong, please continue.
We have outlined to the Australian people over the last weeks, at every step of the way, what we were doing to secure supply, to release 20% of Australia's stockholding, to change the fuel standards to enable more fuel supply, fuel in Australia, to be refined in Australia, used in Australia. We have been upfront about how we are seeking to assure supply, the international engagement that I and the Prime Minister, Minister King, Minister Bowen have had. We have outlined the legislation that we passed last night for Export Finance Australia to secure more supply and many other matters. We have been clear with Australians, and we will be.
The time for answering has expired. Second supplementary, Senator Cash.
Thank you. Minister, can you identify a single consistent message this government has sent to the Australian people during this government's fuel crisis? The Prime Minister says drive. The Treasurer says work from home. The Energy Minister says supply is fine, and yet almost 900 servos are now dry across Australia. Which one of those messages should Australians believe?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
That their government will do everything we can to shield them from the shock, the impacts of this global shock. That we will do everything we can to shield them from the impacts of this crisis in global energy markets. That is our commitment to the Australian people.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Order. Before I come to you, Senator Stewart, I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of the Singaporean Minister in charge of Energy and Science and Technology, Dr. Stanley Ling. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. It's been over a month since the beginning of the conflict in Iran. Since then, the Albanese Labor government has been working around the clock to support Australians affected and to shield Australians from an unprecedented energy supply shock. What actions has the government taken to support and protect Australians?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank you to Senator Stewart. And the longer this war goes, the worse the impacts will be. Iran's weaponisation of the Strait is causing unprecedented energy supply shocks, impacting oil and fuel prices worldwide. And Australians know this is pushing fuel prices up for consumers and businesses. It is why we are acting now to prepare and shield Australians from the worst of it. On Monday, the Prime Minister announced the National Fuel Security Plan, outlining all Australians' jurisdictions' collective response to fuel security, including immediate actions already taken and longer-term measures to strengthen our economic resilience. We are empowering Export Finance Australia to step in to support businesses purchasing critical supplies in the national interest, so we can secure additional fuel and other strategic materials, including fertiliser. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Taskforce Coordinator and released 20% of Australia's petrol and diesel fuel reserves targeted at regional areas. We've changed fuel standards to get more fuel flowing and changed diesel standards so Australia's refineries can supply more diesel. We've tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and passed new laws to double penalties for petrol companies. Our decision to halve the fuel excise on petrol and diesel for 3 months will begin to flow through to users this week. And we have engaged with international partners to keep supply flowing, including agreeing a joint statement with Singapore to strengthen energy supply resilience and to help ensure the continued flow of essential fuels. I acknowledge Minister Tan See Leng, who I was pleased to meet with today, and we welcome to the chamber. Many of Singapore's refineries that provide Australia's petrol and diesel are powered by Australian gas. Nothing better demonstrates our partnership, how much we rely upon each other and why we are committed to being reliable partners.
Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. The Albanese Labor government has taken early action to support Australians through these energy shocks, and it continues to plan for every scenario to support Australians through this challenging period. What else is the government doing to support Australians?
Minister Wong.
We understand how so many Australians have no choice but to rely on petrol, and which is why we are asking Australians to use only what they need. As well as reducing the cost of fuel, our government is also reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months to help truckies continue their vital work for our nation. And we've introduced laws to make sure companies pay truckies fairly when fuel prices spike. The Treasurer and Minister for Small Business today announced the ATO will provide temporary relief for businesses unable to meet their tax obligations due to fuel supply issues where appropriate. And we will help small business access easier and fast credit by extending the Small Business Responsible Lending Obligation exemption for a further 10 years. We have acted early and we will continue to act to support Australians through this challenging period.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The crisis in the Middle East has also required engagement with our international partners to support Australians. What has the government done to help bring Australians home and to engage with our international counterparts to advocate for Australia's interests?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Wong.
Thank you, and Senator Stewart and many others, I'm sure, will have had consular Australians seeking consular advice, and I'm really pleased that over 10,000 Australians have now returned home from the Middle East on direct flights since the 4th of March. I thank regional partners, commercial airlines and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade officials for helping to bring Australians home. We are continuing to engage with our partners through this conflict to respond to the unprecedented shock in the global economy. We've joined 34 countries in a statement to condemn attacks by Iran and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And Australia co-sponsored a decision of the IMO Council condemning Iran's attack on seafarers and merchant vessels in the Strait. We will remain focused on building our resilience to withstand global shocks, to make sovereign choices to keep Australians and our economy moving no matter what the world throws at us. And the Prime Minister will have more to say this evening
Minister
when he
Wong.
addresses the nation.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I refer to reporting by Sky News reporter Cam Redden that government ministers have started cancelling travel to reduce fuel consumption, that members of government are considering not bringing staff to Canberra for budget week, and that ministers are considering catching the bus to Canberra because they're concerned about fuel. If ministers don't have confidence in Australia's fuel supply, which the Prime Minister and Energy Minister have said is at higher levels than before the conflict, how can Australians have confidence that we actually have enough fuel?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, first, I would make the point that, as I said and the Prime Minister said, we are saying to Australians, use what fuel you need to, but no more. And that is consistent with what you have just put to me. But if I may say, Senator Duniam, what that question demonstrates is precisely the motivation that your leaked talking points demonstrate. That's what it demonstrates, because what it says, what it is, and I'll take the interjection from Senator Cash. She persistently interjects that she's standing up for the Australian people. No, you are standing up for your political interests. Your political interests. And we know that from the leaked talking points. We know that. The message of the day create doubt about fuel supply.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Duniam.
On a point of order around relevance, President, I asked a very specific question about...
Thank you, Senator Duniam. I'm well aware of your question. I also remind you that where senators interject, the minister is perfectly within her rights to take the interjection. So, as I have been saying since 2 p.m, I have been calling for order. If you can get people to be quiet, then that would be a gold star for you. Minister Wong, please continue.
President, I was asked by this shadow minister, Senator Duniam, about the confidence in the fuel supply, and it has such a. It is exactly what he's been asked to do. It is leaked talking points. The opposition is being tasked with creating doubt about fuel.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Given the minister's reading from a document, could I ask for it to be tabled? Because I haven't seen the talking points, and I'm on Andrew Bolt tonight, so I wouldn't mind reading them.
Order. Order. I'm waiting for order. Senator Watt. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator Canavan, thank you for narrowing down the suspected leakers by exclusion of the National Party. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. And I am quoting from the Daily Telegraph and what was published about your leaked talking points. So I again say, at least Senator Duniam is a loyal member of the Taylor team, and he is doing what the leaked talking points and tell us about the strategy, which is create doubt, sow fear. And the problem for the opposition is it simply demonstrates why they are unfit to seek to be the alternative government of Australia.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thank you. No answer to that question. I ask, the National Fuel Security Plan currently states that Level 3, take targeted action, requires adopting voluntary practical measures to limit fuel use. What specific trigger in the National Fuel Security Plan has been met to justify ministers limiting their travel, and why hasn't this been disclosed to Australians?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
As the Prime Minister said, when he announced this plan after the National Cabinet, we are currently at Level 2. Level 2 includes the government taking precautionary actions to shore up fuel supply, only buy the fuel you need, make voluntary choices to use less and avoid the impact of higher fuel prices. So, Senator, we are acting in accordance with the plan that we have transparently made available to the Australian people, and the Prime Minister will have more to say in the address to the nation tonight. But what I would say again is in a time where we see an unprecedented global shock, the worst shock that energy markets have experienced since the 1970s, to have the alternative government of the day not be, as we have been in the past when in opposition, willing to put aside partisanship for the national interest. What we see is the opposition trying to make people scared.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Mr. President, Minister, in light of the behaviour of government ministers starting to implement fuel rationing themselves, doesn't this prove the government is saying one thing publicly while preparing for a fuel crisis behind closed doors? And will the Prime Minister and his ministers be limiting the use of the taxpayer-funded SPA flights over the coming weeks in order to save fuel?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong. I'm just waiting for order. Minister.
The Australian people have seen over these weeks the action that the government has taken to shore up supply. The Australian people have seen the action the government has taken to enable more fuel to flow to Australia and to look to deal with distribution issues. The Australian people have seen the national cabinet meetings, including where the National Fuel Security Plan was adopted and made public.
Minister Wong, I'm very sorry. Order. Senator McGrath, you continued your interjections. I called order 3 times. I called you by your name and you continued the running commentary. Senator O'Sullivan is also joining you in my desire to try and get you to come to order. Minister Wong.
The Australian people have seen our engagement with international partners, and the Australian people will have the benefit of the reduction in excise and the heavy vehicle road user charge. Tonight the Prime Minister will address the nation because this is an unprecedented shock on global markets. And what the Australian people also see, colleagues, is the behaviour of those opposite, who, true to form, are unable, when things are tough, to ever look to beyond their own personal.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Finance Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher, about the upcoming budget and the effects of the war. Fuel prices went up at the pump almost immediately after the US and Israel invaded Iran. Prices went up straight away, and they've risen on average 80 cents already this month, even though that was all on the sale of fuel that was already bought and held before the war began. And yet, when it comes to passing on the relief, the Treasurer says we have to wait for the full 26 cents of fuel excise cuts to flow through to customers. Why is it that the government hasn't insisted that suppliers immediately lower prices and pass on the fuel excise cut, or better yet, passed stronger anti-price gouging laws already?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Waters for the question. And I think the government has been very clear that the effects of the conflict in the Middle East on the Australian economy, on the global economy, whilst they continue to be highly uncertain, the longer this conflict goes on, the more significant those consequences will be. And Senator Waters is right that this has been immediately felt at the household level through those increase and business level, at those increases at the petrol pump, whether it be for petrol, diesel. And, you know, we're seeing ministers work in a whole range of industries with other industry leaders about some of the effects they're seeing in particular industries based on that. The government has responded with our National Fuel Security Plan. We've taken decisive action. We've done a range of measures which I've updated the Senate on this week. In relation to the fuel excise, the Treasurer has been very clear that the decision to halve the fuel excise and to have that come into effect from the 1st of April today, we will see prices come down. It depends on the purchase of that fuel and purchasing fuel that has the excise taken off, and so in some places it will take a little bit longer, and we're trying to be upfront with people about that. I mean, it's based on contracted supplies, and as that works through the system, you'll see those prices come off. But we've also given the ACCC both themselves in the work they're doing and direction from government about the expectation we have for monitoring and ensuring that where these decisions have been taken, that the flow-on effects and the impact, the reduction in the price of petrol is realised at the Bowsers by motorists when they fill their car up, and we expect that to happen as soon as possible.
Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Today's big business tax liability delay is another concession which has no requirement to be passed on to workers or consumers. So far, only businesses are getting direct relief, and people, again, have to wait and hope that those businesses pass it on. Why isn't the government doing immediate and direct cost of living relief, putting money in people's pockets to spend wherever they're hurting, whether it's groceries or bills or petrol or transport?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And the government has made a number of announcements, including the partnership and working with business, and we make no apology for that. I mean, ensuring that the economy keeps moving and functioning is an important part of our responsibility, as is looking after households, and that's why the measures the government has implemented over the last few weeks has been targeted at different areas. I would remind Senator Waters that there is an inflation challenge in the economy at the same time, so how we target assistance matters, and the budget that we're putting together will reflect the economic circumstances of the time, as we always do, and as we always look at what cost of living support we can responsibly provide to people as we work through this time, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Given Trump has now told us to go and get our own oil, will the Treasury be recommending to the Prime Minister that we withdraw from AUKUS and redirect those funds towards programs that are more clearly and directly in our own economic interest?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Gallagher.
Hi, thanks. Okay, hi everybody. Last question time. I was just trying to process that and whether it was linked to the primary question, but with the indulgence of the chamber. The government has a number of responsibilities as they extend across various areas, including defence. So the answer to the question in there is no, that would not be the government's position. I acknowledge it's the Greens' position, but the Greens don't have to really, with all due respect, worry about these matters. It's up to parties of government that have to take decisions in the national interest based on a whole range of information that might not necessarily align all the time or at times with Greens' political policy. So no, the government will continue to work in the national interest and make sure that the decisions we take, particularly in the budget, are the right ones for the country, that support jobs and support families and support business through these difficult and challenging times.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Australians are facing growing uncertainty in the global economy, particularly the impact of conflict in the Middle East on fuel prices, with the Treasurer noting the conflict and its consequences will be a defining influence on the upcoming budget. Can the Minister update the Senate on how these global economic impacts, especially on fuel, are shaping the broader economic outlook ahead of the May budget?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator O'Neill for the question, particularly on this really important question, I think, that's concerning so many Australians. This conflict is a defining influence on global growth and inflation this year, and that's why it'll be a defining influence on our budget in May. As the Treasurer has said, this budget will be focused on resilience and reform. The war in the Middle East is the most pressing problem confronting the global economy, but it reinforces the three core challenges shaping this budget. Before the war, inflation was too high, productivity growth had been too weak for 2 decades, and while Australians Australian and the Australian economy had held up remarkably well, the global environment was already highly volatile. So the government is responding to all of these challenges now, but we will also do that in the upcoming budget. We've got, as I've said in previous answers, it's adding to the inflation challenge, which we acknowledge was too high before the conflict. It's intensifying uncertainty when it's already elevated and straining our productive capacity when it's already close to limit. As the Treasurer has said, we're approaching these challenges from a position of relative strength. Unemployment remains historically low. We've created 1.2 million jobs, and we have seen consistent wages growth above 3% for many quarters now. That is good news, but there is more work to do. The savings that we've found in the budget, the work that we are doing around continuing to look at every dollar we spend to make sure it's going to where it needs, to look at how we return revenue, to lower debt, lower those deficits and find savings over time will be a continued focus for us over the next month.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister. Today, the Treasurer announced the Albanese Labor government is working with business and finance sectors to help ease the pressure on Australian families and small businesses. Can the Minister outline today's announcement and how it provides both support and flexibility for Australians at this difficult time?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator O'Neill for that question. Today we have announced new measures to give Australian families and businesses more flexibility during this time. It's about making systems more flexible, supply chains more responsive and business more supported. The ATO will provide temporary relief for businesses unable to meet their tax obligations due to fuel supply issues where appropriate. This will include more generous payment plans, remission in interest and penalties, and support in varying PAYG instalments where there has been a downturn in taxable income. In relation to small business, we'll help small business access easier and faster credit by extending the small business responsible lending obligation exemption for a further 10 years. This will ensure small businesses aren't slugged with additional regulatory burdens and delays when accessing loans. And we welcome the commitments from the bank. Indeed, Senator Birmingham, or former Senator Birmingham, in the Blue Room today, saying how they are working across their members and to ensure customers, suppliers and employees
Thank you, Minister. The time
are
for
supported.
answering has expired. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you very much for that response to Australian families and small businesses. The Australian Labor government has already taken steps to ease some of the pressure Australians are feeling. Can the Minister detail what actions the government has already implemented to assist households and businesses, and how these actions work alongside today's announcement?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator O'Neill, and she's right to ask that question about how what we've announced today works alongside those other measures. And it's essentially ensuring that the government is responding wherever we can to make to support industry, to support households, to support businesses, and work with stakeholders about how we coordinate our response to this fuel crisis. In addition to all of that was announced today, there are all the measures that we have taken, including increased penalties to make sure, for the ACCC, to make sure that companies are doing the right thing, releasing our 20% of our fuel reserves targeted to ease pressure in regional markets, temporarily adjusting the petrol and diesel standards to increase available supply and to ensure fuel keeps moving through the system, the continued engagement with international partners and suppliers to support continued shipments and strengthen supply chain resilience, and of course the legislation that passed the Parliament yesterday
thank you, Minister.
to strengthen
the
our
time for
response.
answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Minister McAllister. Minister, Number 34 is an Aboriginal rural health service in Tasmania's northwest. It provides services like mums and bubs groups, youth programs and emotional wellbeing support, mental health counselling and family support work. It's there for people who don't have access to similar services for a range of reasons. Recently I met with one of the driving forces behind the organisation, and she told me that Number 34 has lost its federal primary health funding. She doesn't know why. She doesn't know where it went. What she does know is that several full-time jobs have already been lost, including identified Aboriginal roles. Minister, can you tell me what happened to the number 34 funding?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Tyrrell for the question and also for advising my office of her interest in this issue to allow me to prepare an answer. The government acknowledges the significant contribution that number 34 has made in improving the wellbeing of First Nations people in northwestern Tasmania, and we recognise how important it is that there are culturally safe services for First Nations people in the region. Number 34 is currently funded under the Indigenous Australians Health Program. This program has become the default funding source for many First Nations health initiatives, including those delivered by non-Indigenous organisations. We are actively working with the Aboriginal community-controlled sector to evaluate existing funding for that program and rebalance it in line with the priorities identified by that sector. They have told us that their biggest priority for funding is community-controlled, comprehensive primary healthcare services. And through this prioritised investment, we can ensure funding will have the greatest impact for First Nations people. The government is committed to genuine partnership with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled health sector. We've committed to this under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, and Priority Reforms 1 and 2 speak directly to shared decision-making and building the community-controlled sector. That is exactly what we're doing. We recognise the challenges that you have raised today, and there is no question that local programs delivering local solutions are important. The Minister for Health and Ageing has been made aware of this case and is considering options for funding.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Beyond the health services they do provide, number 34 is a safe place to go. To have a hot shower, a cup of tea, to be with community and to feel supported. It's a place where people can both receive and give support to First Nations people in need. Minister, do you agree that supporting First Nations people in rural areas is important?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McAllister.
Senator Tyrrell, the short answer is yes. Our government is committed to improving outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in all areas of Australia. We do know that holistic wraparound services provided by community-controlled organisations are critical to achieving positive outcomes in First Nations communities. It's why we continue to direct investment to and work in partnership with the community-controlled sector. As an example, in the Closing the Gap speech earlier this year, the Prime Minister announced $144 million to upgrade community-controlled services. So from maternal health to mental health in remote Australia and in the cities, we are determined to grow community-controlled solutions. We're investing in co-design, we are listening to communities, and we are determined to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in all areas in our country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
President, right now the workers and volunteers at number 34 are deeply concerned. They're surviving on minimal funding and won't be able to keep providing the same level of care. And as you might be aware, in Tasmania we do have a divide between TAC and a couple of the other organisations not recognising other Indigenous people. Minister, will the government commit to reinstating funding so number 34 can continue to provide these essential services to First Nations people in the northwest area?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Our government is committed to ensuring there are culturally safe services available across the country, including for First Nations people in northwest Tasmania. We recognise the important role number 34 plays in the community, and we note their request for continued Commonwealth funding. Can I thank Senator Tyrrell for her continual advocacy for better health outcomes across Tasmania. The Minister for Health and Ageing has been made aware of this case, as I indicated in my answer to your primary question, and he is considering options for funding.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water, Senator Watt. Minister, the government continues to spend billions on water buybacks, which rip the economic rug out from underneath communities in our nation's food bowl. These buybacks are occurring despite the Commonwealth having more of the water than it knows what to do with. The Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder, the CHU, is the largest holder of water in the country by far, and it is rarely, if ever, used all the water it's allocated in a given year. This week, the Liberal and National parties introduced a bill to conduct a commission of inquiry into the environmental water use in the basin. You dismissed this, saying the call for the commission of inquiry would be pulling apart the plan. Minister, why won't the government support a proper inquiry that own farmers are calling for into how taxpayer money and environmental water is being used?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Cadell. Well, what do you know? The final sitting week of 6-week block, the final sitting day before the Farrer by-election, and the National Party discovered the Murray-Darling Basin. After months of silence about this issue, total silence about this issue, the Farrer by-election is called. The Nats are on track to come fourth, admitted by their former leader, Mr Littleproud. We've had One Nation call for a Royal Commission into water.
Order.
We've had Michelle Milthorpe, the independent candidate, call for a Royal Commission into water. And so finally, the National Party wake from their slumber and have this original idea, let's have a Royal Commission into water. That is how slow these people are. And this is why Australians are walking away from the National Party in droves, because they have stopped being thought leaders when it comes to regional Australia, and they have started becoming thought followers. They have become a party whose sole existence is to distribute preferences either to the Liberal Party or to a Teal Independent or to One Nation Party.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Order. Senator McKenzie.
On direct relevance, point of order, the minister has gone nowhere near why the government won't support an inquiry.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. I will remind the minister of the question.
Not be supporting the National Party's request for a Royal Commission following One Nation's request for a Royal Commission, following the Teal Independents' request for a Royal Commission.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
Point of order, and the minister did do this in his speech this morning. We are not calling for a Royal Commission.
Senator McKenzie, that is not a point of order. Seriously, Minister Watt.
Now, Senator Cadell, on behalf of the National Party, has squealed and objected to water buybacks. I can tell you someone in this parliament who likes water buybacks, and his name is Angus Taylor, the leader of the opposition. Because who can remember Mr Taylor's involvement in that dodgy $80 million deal signed off by Barnaby Joyce? He used to be a member of the National Party as well. So Barnaby Joyce, as the then Minister for Water, signed off an $80 million deal to buy water from a company linked to Angus Taylor and headquartered in the Cayman Islands. So that's how much the Liberal and National Party hate water buybacks, is that they want to get in on them, especially when there's an $80 million deal at stake. You have no credibility on water, and that is why Australians are walking away from you.
Minister Watt. Just before I come to you, Senator Cadell, Minister Watt, I do remind you to refer to others in the other place by their correct titles. Senator Cadell, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, when I was at the Murray-Darling Authority meeting last year, when for 2 days you sent a 10-minute video, so thank you for that. Recently, the Senator Canavan and the Minister for Water, Michael McCormack, and Nationals candidate Brad Robertson visited Narendra, where they were told the shocking tap of their tap water. The difference between the water we can get in Canberra from the tap and the water we get in Narendra is visible to anyone who looks on my desk. Minister, the people in Narendra have applied for funding from the National Water Grid so they can have clean water drinking again. When will your government fund a water treatment plant for the people of Narendra?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister Watt.
Thank you again for the supplementary to the Dorothy Dixer, because yet again the National Party are coming late to the party. Now, after 10 years of coalition government, where the coalition spent not a single dollar on the water supply in Narendra, which happens to be in the electorate of Farrer, all of a sudden you're interested. And what you haven't caught up on is that after you did nothing for these people for 10 years, we have funded a business case into a water purification plant in Narendra, which you never did. 10 years, you did nothing at all. We are actually acting, just like we are acting on the voluntary water buybacks that are needed to sustain the Murray-Darling Basin. Well, it's good that Senator Canavan has walked away from his previous position where he said that farmers are no longer the sole constituency of the National Party. Now he loves farmers, and it's got nothing to do with the by-election whatsoever. Everyone in regional Australia has walked away from you. They are walking to other parties. They are walking to independence as One Nation. It is over for the National Party.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Cadell,
Thank you, President.
second supplementary.
Minister, we have spent $13 billion on a basin plan, but we cannot even deliver clean drinking water to the basin communities, or the farmers constantly feel under attack. Isn't it time to stop the buybacks and instead invest in providing basin communities with potable and reliable water supply?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister Watt.
Well, again, 10 years of coalition government where they let the people of Narrandera go through drinking water like what you've got on your table, not a cent spent on fixing the problem.
Order.
We now have a government that's investing in fixing the problem, and you're complaining after turning your back on these people for 10 years. This is why the National Party is on track to come fourth at best in the Farrer by-election, because people know you have no solutions for them. No solutions.
Order.
How much did they get in South Australia? 0.5%? That's why you got 0.7% of the vote in the South Australian election,
Minister
because
Watt.
people know you have nothing to offer.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan, I'm sure you can see Senator Henderson on her feet, and I'm waiting for silence. Senator Henderson.
President, a point of order. Could you ask the minister, he's repeatedly mentioned you in his answers, could you ask him to
Senator
refer
Henderson,
make his comments through the chair,
Resume
please?
your seat. Senator Watt, you do need to direct your questions to the chair, and please continue.
Thank you, President. Well, I thought Senator Henderson would be a little bit busy on Victorian Upper House pre-selections, but obviously she's got time to interpret standing orders as well. She's got such a good record that way. Yeah, they all agree. They all agree. They all agree. They all agree. This government is finally acting on restoring the environmental health of the Murray-Darling Basin, which is bringing back water birds, bringing back the health of that water system and sustaining agriculture long into the future.
Order. Order. Order, Senator Canavan. Order. I did indicate to Senator Cadell this morning that I thought he had a prop on his desk. He assured me it wasn't, and to his credit, he hasn't used it as a prop. However, Senator Canavan, you have. You know it's disorderly, and please cease from doing that. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Hundreds of thousands of people on income support are being forced to spend their limited incomes travelling to appointments, work for the dole sites and other compulsory activities under a welfare compliance regime that multiple reports have found is both counterproductive and legally dubious. During previous crises, governments have sensibly paused so-called mutual obligations to lift the burden on people most at risk. Given fuel prices are skyrocketing and welfare recipients are, once again, bearing the brunt of economic upheaval, will the government suspend mutual obligations and give relief to people forced to live on below the poverty line payments?
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne, and I should have indicated to the chamber Senator Payman has passed that question on to Senator Orman-Payne. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Orman-Payne. I think for some time now we've understood that there is a difference of position between the government and the Labor Party and the Greens Party when it comes to mutual obligations. It is the policy of our government that we stand by the concept of mutual obligations, which involves the community generally through the government providing training and work opportunities to those who are unemployed. But there is an expectation from the community that unemployed people seek to find work as well. That's essentially what it comes down to. I know the Greens don't support that position. They never have supported that position, but that is a position that we think is supported by the vast majority of the Australian population. Now, of course, this government has increased support payments, whether it be to unemployed people, as was very much necessary. We've increased support payments to single mothers. We've increased support payments to a wide variety of Australians who are doing it tough. Remote workers as well, Senator McCarthy reminds me, in addition to the range of other cost of living relief that we have provided to Australians. So we will continue to stand by Australians who are looking for work, provide them with the support that they require. You might think that's funny, but that's something that we're prepared to do.
Senator McKim, I've asked you to come to order. Senator Orman-Payne, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. There's clear and long-standing evidence that private job providers frequently exercise their power over welfare recipients in ways that are harmful, including payment suspensions. Advocates are telling me now that despite the current crisis, many job providers are still refusing phone appointments, forcing welfare recipients to travel. How bad does the fuel crisis need to get before the government considers suspending compulsory obligations?
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Look, I am aware, especially from my time as the Minister for Employment, that there have been occasions where service providers have not done the right thing by those who are looking for work. And as a government, we've taken action against those providers who have done so. What we're also doing, led by Minister Rishworth, is a very large-scale reform of the employment services system in Australia in recognition—
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
President, disorderly conduct. Senator McKim continues to interject. The minister is treating this question with a great deal of respect. He is seeking to answer it. Senator McKim has not let up in his interjections. I'd ask that you call him to order.
Senator McKim, I will call you to order again, and I expect you to be silent for the next 36 seconds. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. What I was saying is that Minister Rishworth is leading what will end up being a large-scale reform of our employment services system in Australia in recognition that the current system is certainly not working for job seekers and it's not working for employers or service providers either. So over time, I'm sure Minister Rishworth will have more to say about that matter, but in the meantime, we will continue taking action against those service providers who do the wrong thing by job seekers.
Senator Orman-Payne, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. During the pandemic, the government not only suspended mutual obligations, it also doubled the rate of job seeker, lifting hundreds of thousands out of poverty and saving lives. Given that the war labour supports has triggered a global fuel crisis, will you take responsibility to protect those most at risk from this crisis by raising the rate of all Centrelink payments above the poverty line?
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Orman-Payne. I don't think it's quite right to draw the connection between the experience people were having working or not able to get to work or not able to work during the COVID period and the situation that we're going on through at the moment. There's no doubt that people are doing it tough as a result of the increase to fuel prices. That's why the government in the last couple of days announced a halving of the petrol excise in recognition that people are doing it tough and need support. And that's, of course, in addition to the range of other cost of living support that this government has provided. As I mentioned in my last answer, we've also, as a government, increased the job seeker payment. We've increased payments to single mothers, and any further decisions will always be made in the context of our budget.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture.
Senator Brown, I'm sorry, resume your seat. Senator McKim, come to order or leave the chamber. Senator Brown, please continue.
Thank you. To the Minister for representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Senator McCarthy. We know that the conflict in the Middle East is causing serious challenges for families, farmers and businesses in Australia and around the world. Our farmers, fishers and producers work hard every day to feed millions of Australians and our international neighbours, and they are feeling the pressure of these global disruptions on their input costs and their supply chains. Can the Minister outline what the Albanese Labor government is doing to support our farmers and regional communities through this difficult period and to keep Australian agricultural supply chains moving?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Brown for the question. The Albanese Labor government will always back our farmers, fishers and producers. They underpin our food security, our economy and our regional communities. Over recent weeks, they've faced real challenges from the conflict in the Middle East, President, which is having impacts globally, and that's why our government has been working day and night to help our farmers manage these impacts and keep Australia moving. We know our farmers are under real pressure on input costs, particularly fuel and fertiliser, and that's why the Albanese Labor government is acting to halve the fuel excise for 3 months, lowering costs at the bowser for farmers filling up machinery. We've amended fuel and diesel standards and released 20% of our strategic fuel stockpile,
and yesterday our government deferred full cost recovery for export services for 1 year until the 1st of July 2027. Giving farmers and exporters more certainty and allowing our producers to continue to compete on the world stage. The NFF President, Hamish McIntyre, called these, and I quote, practical decisions that will deliver more certainty for farmers and exporters.
The NFF doesn't talk about you like that.
The Australian Livestock Exporters Council called it a common sense outcome. And the Australian Meat Industry Council said our government has listened, unlike those opposite, and responded to industry concerns. These changes will keep our farmers farming and will mean regional communities are not left behind, President, because that is what's in the national interest. And on this side of the chamber, we will always stand up for our farmers, producers, exporters and our regional communities.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. Senator Brown, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. And as you've mentioned, our farmers are facing increasing pressure from input costs. Fertiliser is one of the most critical inputs for food production, and we know that supply from the Middle East has been disrupted. Can the Minister update the Senate on what the Albanese Labor government is doing to secure fertiliser supplies for Australian farmers?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Fertiliser is critical, and our government is acting on multiple fronts to secure supply. The legislation that passed Parliament this week gives Export Finance Australia new powers to underwrite fuel and fertiliser purchases from international markets. This means the government can give suppliers the confidence to get product where it's needed most and keep fertiliser flowing to Australian farmers and producers. At the same time, Minister Collins and heirs have established a fertiliser working group bringing the public service together with representatives from Fertiliser Australia, the National Farmers Federation and right across industry. This working group will meet for the first time tomorrow to monitor supply and demand and work through options to increase supply. This may include engaging alternative suppliers in Southeast Asia and supporting domestic production. We're using every lever we have to keep our farmers farming.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Australians rightly expect their government to act when global events put pressure on our economy. Can the Minister outline what further measures the Albanese Labor government has taken to protect Australian families, farmers and businesses?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Yes, every part of our government's response to this unprecedented shock is designed to keep our farmers farming. We're also reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months. We're deferring the next scheduled increase by 6 months. And this reduction will help keep farmers' freight moving in our regions. All of these efforts are what a considered plan looks like. Practical action that makes a real difference on the ground. Those opposite are really good at attacking. They're good at playing politics. They're good at trying to scare Australians. But where are their solutions, President? As we deal with this unprecedented shock to global energy markets, those opposite can keep trying to scare Australian farming families, and the Albanese Labor government is just getting on with the job.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, how many petrol stations in Australia have dropped their petrol price by 26 cents per litre today?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Well, as you would know, Senator, the fuel excise reduction commenced today, and you will understand that will flow through to users in the weeks and in the days to come, in the following week. Well, no, I misspoke. I said in the days to come. There's obviously there already exists fuel under previously existing contracts, but I hope that you will join with so much of Australia in welcoming the reduction in excise and the reduction in the heavy vehicle road user charge.
Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Minister, what was the average price of unleaded petrol across Australia yesterday, and what is the average price of unleaded petrol across Australia today?
Minister Wong.
Well, I filled my car up on the weekend, my personal car, and I think it was about $2.60 something at the time. I hope we see lower prices in the days to come.
Minister Wong has concluded her answer. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Right, direct relevance, and I was on my feet.
The minister's concluded her
She didn't answer the question, though. That
Senator,
was direct relevance
Senator Hume,
of yesterday and today, not the weekend.
Senator Hume, I have no... Senator Hume, I'm not quite sure what you're
saying. I
cannot rewind here. The minister had concluded her answer. Please ask your second supplementary.
That was the answer. I filled my car on the weekend. Filled up on the weekend.
Wow.
Well, we'll just wait for silence. Senator McGrath, I'm sure you can see that Senator Hume is on her feet. Order. Order.
Even today, there are 845 service stations around the country that have run dry of at least one type of fuel.
Order. Order.
Seriously. Who said that?
You are ridiculous. Order.
I feel such
confidence. Order across the chamber. Yeah, far out, Senator McKenzie. I've been calling for order because I would like Senator Hume to be able to ask her question in silence. And that is right across the chamber and particularly at you. Senator Hume, please continue.
Minister, given today there are 845 service stations running dry of at least one type of fuel, at how many service stations across the country will Australians actually be able to find fuel that has dropped 26 cents per litre over Easter?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator, as I said, the excise started on 1st of April. That will flow through to consumers over the coming days. I'm pleased to report, and this is a South Australian answer, that the Adelaide Advertiser reported fuel prices down 30 cents per litre, unleaded dropping to $2.29 on Wednesday morning in much of the state's metro area and regional centres, while diesel had also dropped below the $3 mark, following the federal government's announcement on Monday to cut the fuel excise by half, reducing the cost of fuel and saving drivers around $16 when filling up a 60-litre tank. And I hope, Senator, that you will welcome that. But Senator I suspect you'll be back with the talking points which is you really don't want to talk about these talking points. Did you give them away?
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Hume.
On direct relevance, President, the talking points that Minister Wong refers to, I'd like them to be tabled because they're different to mine. My talking points
Senator Hume, resume
say that
your seat. Senator Hume. Senator Hume, resume your seat. Order. Senator Colbeck. Senator Hume, when I ask you to resume your seat, you resume your seat. You do not continue to ignore me trying to make some clever point. You are being disrespectful. Minister, please continue.
Well, when it comes to the leaked talking points, methinks the deputy doth protest too much.
Order. Senator Marielle Smith.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Getting wages moving again has been a key pillar of our government's agenda to support Australians dealing with cost of living pressures. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering better outcomes for low-paid workers?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Smith. I've got some very good news, Senator Smith, to round out this sitting fortnight. The Albanese Labor government is absolutely committed to getting wages moving again, especially for low-paid workers. It is this Labor government that has advocated each and every year for a wage rise for workers on minimum award wages. And on Thursday last week, we made our submission to the Fair Work Commission calling for an economically sustainable real wage increase for our lowest paid workers on minimum award wages. That will help almost 2.7 million workers across the country. Over the course of our time in office, the minimum wage has increased by over $9,000 per year, essential cost of living support for the nation's lowest paid workers. As a result of this government's workplace reforms, we've made sure that gender equality is at the heart of the workplace laws, which has led to the Commission delivering for workers who've been undervalued for too long. We have funded wage increases for aged carers and early educators to recognise the important work they do, and of course we've legislated to protect penalty and overtime rates for workers on award rates because they deserve to be properly paid for working unsociable hours. And this Labor government is also restoring balance to the Fair Work Commission so both workers and employers get a fair hearing before the Commission. Now, yesterday, the Independent Fair Work Commission made a historic decision by ruling that young adult workers should earn adult wages. The government welcomes the decision to abolish junior rates for 18 to 20-year-old workers in retail, fast food and pharmacy. This decision, which is up there with the introduction of equal pay for women in the 1970s, means that tens of thousands of young adult workers will earn more at this important time in their lives. In its decision, the Commission considered the need for time for employers and businesses to adjust and recommended pay rises be phased in over 4 years. I congratulate the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association for taking on this case and for securing this really important win for young workers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
You're right, Minister. Yesterday's decision by the Fair Work Commission is an absolutely fantastic outcome for young workers in retail, fast food and pharmacy sectors, among many others. As cost of living pressures begin to rise as the conflict in the Middle East continues, how else is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australian workers to earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Watt.
Thanks very much, Senator Smith. Well, whether it's a tax cut for every Australian worker, opposed by the opposition, advocating for higher wages, opposed by the opposition, or protecting important conditions that put more money in people's pockets, like penalty rates and overtime, opposed by the opposition, the Albanese government is consistently on the side of working Australians. We're absolutely dedicated to ensuring that Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. The Coalition, on the other hand, have opposed every single measure we've introduced that would benefit the millions of workers facing cost of living pressures right now. The Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party and Shadow Industrial Relations spokesperson Senator Hume went as far as claiming that real wage increases, quote, would be the worst thing for Australians. Maybe the Australians in Toorak, but maybe not other Australians. And she also claimed that adding more rights for workers is unreasonable. What an unreasonable thing to do, to add more rights to workers. Senator Hume also wanted workers to have to choose between their wages going up and their super. Labor supports working Australia.
Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The campaign to get this outcome for young workers has been hard fought for many decades. Can the minister outline what support this decision to pay adult wages for adult jobs has received?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Smith. Well, yesterday's Fair Work decision means that tens of thousands of young workers will earn more at this important time in their lives. These are among our lowest paid workers and they should be fairly compensated for the work they perform. As Sierra Bell, who works 3 casual jobs, including one at Kmart while studying at university, she says your bills aren't discounted even though you're paid a discounted rate as an adult. Well, now Sierra and all those other young workers will be paid what they deserve. Now, in breaking news, my office have told me that the Coalition and One Nation have decided to support this pay rise for young workers. What an extraordinary about-face from the Coalition. I mean, putting aside their ideological opposition for once to supporting millions of workers and back in the union. Oh, hang on. Oh, I've just checked the date of this document. It's April the 1st. It's April the 1st. April Fools. The Liberals, Nationals and One Nation will never support a pay rise because you want working people to be worse off.
Thank you, Minister Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice, and if I may take the opportunity to wish all my Senate colleagues and staff all the best for the Easter weekend.
Thank you. Senators, I'm going to do committee memberships and then I'm going to Senator Cash. So the President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. I call the Minister.
Seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I seek leave to move a motion in relation to the establishment of a select committee on the impact of the conflict in Iran as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the establishment of a select committee on the impact of the conflict in Iran. And, President, I don't know how much more urgent it needs to get before this government understands that standing orders need to be suspended and we need to set up a select committee into the impact of their mismanagement, quite frankly, of what has happened since the war in Iran. If today's answers in question time don't tell Australians that this is desperately needed, quite frankly, I do not know what does. Because what did we have? In the first instance, you have the Prime Minister on Monday standing up and saying to the Australian people, enjoy your Easter. Have a happy Easter break.
Order.
Do not cancel your holidays. The next thing you know, the Prime Minister is telling Australians today, I'm going to stand up and provide a national address. And guess what that's in relation to? We want you now to stop your driving and save fuel. Then we have the Prime Minister saying, and I quote, drive, keep driving, there's nothing to see here. Then you have the Energy Minister himself saying there's no issue with supply in Australia, but the problem with that is over almost 900 bowsers have now run dry across Australia. And then, of course, we had the very confusing message today from one government minister who stood up and basically told Australians he doesn't have confidence in the fuel supply, despite what the Prime Minister has said, despite what the Energy Minister has said, because, and I quote, they're actually thinking about bringing down less staff to Canberra in the budget, but more than that, they're actually thinking, colleagues, of catching a bus. Catching a bus to Canberra. Seriously, the number of mixed messages that this government has given to the Australian people in a time of crisis is, quite frankly, appalling. We are now almost 5 weeks into this crisis. 5 weeks. And the government keeps telling Australians everything is okay. There's more fuel circulating in the economy now than there was before the crisis. And yet, sadly, every single day that this goes on, the Australian people wake up and what do they see? They see more bowsers running dry across Australia. One of the things that this Senate committee, our Deputy President, needs to look at is what in God's name has gone wrong on the ground with this government. If there is more fuel in Australia today than there was before the crisis, well then, quite frankly, there is a distribution problem, and that distribution problem is the fault of the government. It's the fault of the Prime Minister and the Energy Minister. The fact that they cannot pick up the phone to the energy companies and say to them, or the fuel companies, you need to get that tanker to that servo that is run dry. It is actually as simple as that, because they know at any given point in time in Australia where that fuel is. And yet, sadly, mixed messages. Drive, don't drive, happy Easter, not a happy Easter, no fuel in Australia, more than enough fuel in Australia. You would not know what is actually happening under this government. But I think what is worse, actually, is the total contempt. The total contempt that they have for any form of scrutiny when it comes to answering questions that are asked of them. All the Australian people want during a time like this is transparency. When you have got farmers saying, we are not going to be able to plant our crops because we can't get diesel, and what that ultimately means is it will impact fuel security. When you have Meals on Wheels saying, we can't get to our people to feed them. When you've got the taxi industry saying, our taxis for disabled people run on diesel, we actually can't get access to the diesel to pick up our clients. When you've got NDIS carers saying, we can't afford the fuel to put in our tanks to actually get to our clients. When you've got the waste management industry across Australia saying to the government, do you know that if we don't get access to diesel, within 2 days it will be a catastrophic event in this country, in particular in relation to the aged care industry and the healthcare industry, because guess what happens if you don't pick up the rubbish? Disease spreads. So, Deputy President, I don't know what else could possibly constitute urgency to actually lift the standing orders, suspend the standing orders, so the Senate can properly debate and then vote on putting in place a select inquiry to monitor the government's response to this crisis, which quite frankly to date has been appalling.
Senator Cash, your time has expired. I will have to go to Senator Gallagher.
And I look forward to further discussions on this over the break, and I move that the question be put.
Question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Order. Just because a division's been called doesn't mean that interjections are orderly. Go behind and have a chat. Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan teller for the ayes, Senator Askew teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 27. The question is resolved in the affirmative, so I will now put the suspension motion. Those in favour say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is the suspension motion be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. I will give senators a few moments to resume their places. Senator Gallagher, you're seeking the call.
I am, because I would like to present 19 government responses as listed in the order of business.
Accountability.
Including one from 2002, and seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
There being no objection, leave is granted. There being... Oh, was there an objection? We will, unless there is anything further, we will move on to take note. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Sorry, Senator Colbeck, I'm just have a little bit. I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed to by the whips. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move to take note of questions from opposition, from Senators Cash, Duniam and Hume today. And we saw from the government another pathetic attempt to try and deflect from the complete mayhem that they have been in over recent weeks with respect to the management of the fuel crisis that we have in this country. Now, of course, for two weeks they denied there was even a problem. They told us every day here at Estimates there's plenty of fuel in the country, every ship that was due to arrive has arrived, every ship that's due to come will come. That's what they told us for 2 weeks. And then the day after the Parliament rose, Minister Bowen goes out, holds a press conference when there's no opportunity for the Parliament to continue scrutinising what the government is saying, and suddenly there's a crisis. It took them 2 weeks to work out what our constituents had been telling us for that whole time, that supply chains were running dry, that fuel stations were running dry, that farmers could not get fuel, that the fishing industry only had left in the only diesel they had left was what was in their tanks when they got back from sea. They couldn't go back out again because they couldn't get supply. And they still are struggling to understand the supply chains that supply fuel out into the country, because there are over 800 fuel stations in the country today that are either out of diesel or unleaded petrol. They are still struggling to come to terms with that. But what do? They do what they always do. They deflect, they try and blame someone else. They even handed up today a dodgy set of talking points that they'd concocted. A dodgy set of talking points to try and deflect the attention away from themselves. And then, of course, we hear today that the Prime Minister is going to make a statement to the Australian people tonight at 7 p.m. Well, why doesn't he use the People's House? Why doesn't he walk into the Parliament and fess up and tell the Australian people on the floor of the People's House what the situation is? Answer is simple. He doesn't want the scrutiny of the Parliament. He would rather wait until we'd gone, just like Minister Bowen did 2 weeks ago, wait till the Parliament rises, go out and have a chat to the press and then walk away when it starts to get uncomfortable. All of the usual tactics, deflect, blame somebody else, it was somebody else's fault this happened. This government's been in charge for 4 years now. At some point they have to take responsibility for the issues that they have to manage in front of them. And it is clear they have no understanding of the supply chains that operate in this country. And they try and blame somebody else for trying to create uncertainty. Well, the Australian people need no help from anyone to be uncertain about what's going on in this country, because the government's doing a bloody good job of it on its own, because it can't keep its story straight. It can't tell the Australian people truthfully what's actually going on. And of course they remember things like $275 as a reduction in their fuel bills that was supposed to be coming. They remember lower housing costs and they remember a better standard of living that were promised by this government. So why should anyone believe them on fuel today?
Your time has expired. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I look forward to making my contribution to taking that today as well. And I just want to say that I do understand supply chains as well as anyone in this place, I can tell you. Just got to throw that across to my learned friend over the other side, Senator Colbeck, who's one of the good ones. And like you, Mr Deputy President. But I do want to say this. There is a well-worn track here, and I'll go back and I'm shooting from the hip, but I think it was about 2015 when the Rural Regional Affairs and Transport Committee conducted its first or second inquiry, I'll be held to account on that, on Australia's future oil supplies. And this was, and Mr Deputy President, you were a proud member of that magnificent committee, but I don't know if you were on that inquiry, the first one or the second one. One was done when we on this side were in government, so obviously prior to 2013, but then I did one as the chair of the reference committee in opposition in 2015. And going back then, we had serious concerns about our fuel supplies, and there's a lot of people who get bits and pieces in this building. We understand there is a treaty that with the AN, I always forget the initials, the nuclear, that mob anyway, that we're supposed to have 90 days of fuel supply. And this is going back to when we had, I will be corrected if I'm wrong, I think about 8 refineries on our shores at that stage. And we held the inquiry. We travelled through the states, and the message was simple: nobody knew how many days we had. Now the evidence is all there; it's all written into the report, and I'm talking about the 15 report because that's the one I signed off on, and no one had a clue. We were told it was 40, then we were told it was 30, and I remember suggesting to the department at the time, have another guess, to which we said, don't dig any deeper because no one knew. But what the public needs to know is when we were looking at how many days of fuel we had, I'll throw this at you. The days that they threw at us were including, when we had 8 refineries, fuel that was on land. 30 days, 40 days, whatever, they couldn't work out. They go, okay, that's fair enough. But then we dug a bit deeper, and this will shock a lot of Aussies. Then it included in those 30 or 40 days, whatever the figure was, it's there in the report, that also included oil on its way on ships from Korea or Singapore or Japan, wherever the fuel was coming from. We thought, oh, well, that narrows it down a little bit. But then came the hook, the third part of the evidence. But it also included orders that had been put but hadn't left Korea or Singapore. Senator Scarr, you're shocked. You should have seen the shock on my head. We're at the Parliament House in New South Wales having the inquiry. It also included orders that hadn't been filled. So I just want to go back. And when the report that I wrote, 3 recommendations, that's all they were, I can't remember word for word, but it was seriously saying to the government back then, you need to have a very serious look at what is happening on our shores when we have 8 refineries. Well, nothing happened. That was 2015. And I'm not passing the buck. Nothing happened. And I can talk as someone who does value fuel. I know what fuel is, for those who don't know. I'm from the trucking industry. I get fuel and I get our supply chains. So I will say one thing, as this is a real nerving issue for people out in the regions, and I'm not talking in the truck stops where the truckies are telling me they're still getting their fuel, it's there every day, because their usage is regular all the time. But I do acknowledge those little towns in regional Australia where there's only 1 or 2 outlets and they run out of fuel. So I've asked my trucking mates, how has that happened? When I have no doubt we have a lot more fuel on our shores now than what we had before. We now have a line of sight of the ships coming.
Sterle, your time has expired.
Oh, damn.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers from questions by Senators Cash, Duniam and Hume. Well, we've been speaking for a number of weeks in this place about the shortage of fuel in this country, and in fact the service stations that have run dry either of all fuel or of diesel fuels in particular. And I note in particular that when we first raised this issue a number of weeks ago, we were told that we were scaremongering, that we were causing people to panic buy and that we were acting irresponsibly.
I do believe I may have even been on Take Note that particular day when that occurred. And what has come to pass is the knowledge that within 24 hours of that, and after this Parliament had adjourned on a Thursday, that the Energy Minister did in fact then say that we did have a crisis in relation to fuel in this country. Why am I raising that? I'm raising it because it relates to transparency, and it relates to the same lack of transparency we've seen in the answers to all of those different questions that we've asked today. The other side were at pains to talk about talking points. Ultimately, the answers to our serious questions about fuel supply in our country came from talking points from the other side. And I think the one thing I want to note is Australians deserve to know what is going on with fuel supplies, how much we have, and is it enough to sustain what we need to do? And if in fact we have more supply than we've ever had, why we are not expediting those supplies into the service stations that are empty. Exactly what Senator Cash said. Now, the Prime Minister is holding a address to the nation this evening. When we asked why the Prime Minister wouldn't just tell us today what he had to say, the other side said that we actually didn't want him to talk to Australians. We didn't want Australians to hear from their Prime Minister. Well, in fact, we do. But the Prime Minister is here today in Parliament House, the seat of democracy in our country, and he hasn't told us what he is going to say tonight because he does not want to be held to account by the people in this chamber. Now, I am told, and I would seek to know whether this is accurate, and those opposite might be able to tell us, that tonight's message has been pre-recorded. The Prime Minister has already recorded the national address to the country that will be broadcast at 7 p.m. tonight. If that is actually the case, then we must know why the Prime Minister has sought fit to record a message that he would not make from the dispatch box in the other place. What does he have to hide if that is actually true? And if it is true, then it is shameful. If it is true, the very next time we come back here, he must answer to every single one of us why he refused to stand up in his spot as the Prime Minister of our country and at the dispatch box tell the whole country what has perhaps already been pre-recorded and will be shown to Australians at 7 o'clock tonight. And is that so that the rest of us in this chamber and in the chamber in the other place, is it so that we cannot hold him to account? Because that has become the hallmark of this government, to prevaricate, to hide and to evade until they are ready to tell us what they want us to know rather than the truth.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, this government will do everything that we can to shield Australians from the impacts of the global shocks occurring from the war in Iran. What Australians don't need is political leaders creating more doubt and anxiety when people are already worried. People are already worried right now. Order. And what we've seen from the leaked talking points from those opposite, that one of their tasks, one of their political tasks in their talking points is to sow doubt into your minds about what's happening with fuel right now. And that is an absolute shame on them. People are already worried, and their job, their political task, is to go out and make people more worried. And I think that is absolutely shameful right now. While on this side of the chamber, and on the government side of the chamber over there, we will do everything that we can to shield Australians from the global shocks. We will stand up for Australia's interests, whilst those opposite only stand up for their own political interests. The second thing that I would say is that we have a fuel security plan. So Australians can see what the forward plan looks like.
The plan has 4 levels. The first level is plan and prepare. The second is to keep Australia moving. That's where we are now. The third is taking targeted action. And the fourth is protecting critical services for all Australians. That is the plan that Australians can have a look at. There are a number of things that we've done done right now in the immediate in response to the global shocks. We've convened National Cabinet a couple of times now. We've agreed to a national fuel security plan with premiers and chief ministers that I've just outlined, the 4-point plan. We've halved the fuel excise, saving Australians 26.3 cents per litre, and paused road user charges for truckies for 3 months. And we've just heard from Senator Stirl about the importance of the trucking industry. We've passed new laws to double penalties for petrol companies for false and misleading conduct and cartel behaviour, up to $100 million. Tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issue on-the-spot fines. We've begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves. We've changed petrol and diesel standards to get more fuel flowing, created new trading powers to underwrite shipments of fuel from overseas, gave the Fair Work Commission powers to demand truckies are paid fairly when fuel prices spike, appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator, Anthea Harris, created a $2 billion emergency pool to respond quickly to domestic fuel issues, made it easier for Australia's refineries to access government funding when they run at a loss, unlocked $2 million in financial counselling funding for impacted farmers, deferred the next increase of heavy vehicle road user charge by 6 months, engaged with international partners, including a supply agreement with Singapore, engaged with the states and territories on supply and distribution, holding a special energy ministers meeting, activating the National Coordination Mechanism, which has met twice. We're absolutely moving with the urgency this situation demands, deploying a national plan that prioritises security, shields Australians and industry from global uncertainty and shocks.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. I think one of the best tests for whether or not this Labor government is handling this crisis appropriately is to look at consumer confidence. And the confidence of Australian people, the confidence of Australian consumers is at its lowest rate in 50 years. Since 1972, it's at its lowest rate in 50 years. The Australian people have lost confidence. And that, perhaps more than anything, as President Roosevelt said, we have nothing to fear except fear itself, and that lack of confidence is of great concern in relation to the Australian economy. It's even lower today than it was at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the coalition was in government and had the job during a crisis to manage the messaging to the Australian people, to instil confidence in the Australian people that the Australian government was pulling the levers it needed to pull in order to protect the interests, the national interests and the interests of all Australians. So, from my perspective, that result in terms of consumer confidence being at its lowest level in 50 years is quite damning in terms of the government's response to the crisis we're in. Second point I want to make is in relation to this Prime Minister National Address, which is going to occur tonight. Now, I welcome the fact that the Prime Minister is going to speak to the Australian people. I believe there should have been more of it. It should have occurred earlier and more often. The concern I have is that this parliament has been sitting for 4 of the last 5 weeks. It appears, and my colleague Senator Kovacic raised this, we have heard that this message is potentially pre-recorded. So it raises the obvious question as to why isn't the Prime Minister giving that message now, earlier today, in this Australian Parliament? So all of us here as Australian senators would have an opportunity to raise concerns, to interrogate the messaging that's contained in that address, to raise issues of concern to the people we represent. Why are we being deprived of that opportunity? For 4 out of the last 5 weeks, this parliament's been sitting, and yet the Prime Minister makes a decision to give that national address on the afternoon of the last day of those 4 weeks of sitting. Why? Why? And of greater concern is this parliament is not then sitting for 5 weeks until the national budget. So the Australian people will be deprived of the opportunity of their representatives having the opportunity to interrogate the government, to interrogate the executive with respect to its response to this crisis. And the last point I want to make is the Australian people are being hit from all sides in terms of this cost of living crisis. And my attention was caught by a quote from the Westpac chief economist, Lucy Ellis, who said, and I quote, "Even factoring in the reduction of the fuel excise, she expects headline inflation to peak at 5.4% in the June quarter. She also now expects the official cash rate to peak at 4.85% this year." Ellis previously forecast one additional rate hike in May, but now also sees follow-up hikes in June and August. And that is devastating news for those Australians, including young Australians, who are servicing their home loans. Devastating news. So the Australian people are copping it from all sides under this Labor government.
Senator Scarr, your time has expired. The question is that the Senator take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the question that I asked of the Finance Minister representing the Treasurer. From the moment that Trump and Netanyahu's war began, fuel companies started jacking up their prices, increasing the price of fuel that they already had in their tanks. There was no shortage of petrol or diesel at that point. There was just plain old price gouging. Yet Labor's solution is not to stop price gouging or to implement powers to force petrol stations to actually immediately pass on the price reduction. Instead, we're told to rely on those big fuel companies, out of the goodness of their hearts, to just pass on those savings to the consumer without any obligation that this government has placed on them to do so. On what planet is that good enough or reassuring enough for the community? War has already made billionaires and big corporations richer. It's just another business model for them. And people are already at their limit. Before this war, the cost of living crisis was deep and real, and now it's even worse. So it is critical that the government pulls all the levers that it can before things get even worse. But for some reason, the only cost of living relief measures that the government are pulling the levers on is direct relief for business. Where is the cost of living relief to ordinary people, directly to ordinary people? Things like free public transport. People need real cost of living relief directly, not funneled through big businesses with no obligation to pass it on. And prices are going up everywhere, not just at the Bowser. But Labor are backing big business and not people. Businesses are getting that immediate direct help, but people are told to wait and just hope that the big corporations will be kind enough to pass on the savings to them, like that's ever happened before. A cut to the fuel excise, which those fuel corporations might pass on in a couple of weeks' time, will do nothing to help people who are pulling their hair out and making difficult decisions at the checkout today. People need help now, not petrol companies. Now, we need short and long-term solutions. Cost of living relief now and electrification in the medium and long term for our genuine energy independence. We should not be so dependent on foreign fossil fuels. And whether or not you can fill your car to get to work shouldn't be dependent on whether Trump is dragging us into yet another illegal forever war. But this is business as usual from the three war parties. Labor, the Coalition and One Nation are united in their support for this war, united in spending hundreds of billions on nuclear submarines that we're probably never going to see, and united in support of an increasingly erratic US president. And Labor want to argue that we're defensive and not offensive. I mean, get a grip. The US and Israel do not distinguish. Australian personnel and our resources are embedded in this conflict. We are involved. And in the last 24 hours, Donald Trump has now started attacking his alleged allies, and he's called on them to attack Iran and take Iranian oil alongside the US and the Israeli military. Where is the pushback on that lunacy suggestion from our government? We've heard absolutely crickets. We need a sober reassessment of our relationship with the United States. And Australians are realising more and more clearly every day that maybe it's not such a great idea to be tied at the hip with Donald Trump, and that with agreements like AUKUS that we have contracted far too much of our sovereignty out to the US, particularly a US that is led by Donald Trump. AUKUS was a dud deal from day one. It's bad for the community, it's bad for the environment, it's bad for Australia's place in the world, and it's bad for our budget bottom line. Australia's resources and our people should be withdrawn, and all pressure should be placed on Trump to end this war. And we must get out of that dud deal of AUKUS and start investing in helping our community with genuine cost of living relief, not following Donald Trump into whatever crazy idea he has in a week or two's time. Bring our people home, start delivering some cost of living relief directly to people, and get out of that dud AUKUS deal.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Mackenzie.
I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
I beg your pardon? No, that is for the other crossbenchers, so it's 5 minutes for the Greens. That time is for the other crossbenchers. So Senator Waters, Senator Allman-Payne was on her feet, so I'm happy to take one more submission, but what I've said is correct. Well, firstly, that was not communicated to me at any point. Secondly, my understanding of the arrangements through the whips is communicated to me, and that is not what is being communicated to me. I will refer the matter to the President, who happens to be in the chamber, but that was never communicated to me. Senator Mackenzie, you have the call.
I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
I table the document that includes an additional 3,607 signatures that takes the number of signatures that have signed say no to a hard no, I might say, to the Labor Party's unfair gun law changes to over 70,000 Australians.
Senator Allman-Payne.
I seek leave to make a 2.5-minute statement.
Is leave granted? I will remind the chamber, so that we're all very clear, the arrangement is that the last position goes to the crossbench. It has nothing to do with whether questions are swapped or not. It's a crossbench position. So, Senator Waters, you're not in a debate with me. I'm trying to explain very clearly to the chamber that the additional spot is for the crossbench. This came because Senator Lambie made a very strong position. It doesn't matter who took a question. So I'm moving on. I'm not entertaining any more questions. I will put the question. So is leave granted? I'm not sure. What did you say? She's asked for 2 minutes, Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, President, and thank you to senators for giving me leave. I rise to take note of the answer given by Senator Watt in relation to my questions around suspending mutual obligations and increasing the rate of income support payments while we are in this crisis caused by the illegal war committed by the US and Israel on Iran. In his answer, the Minister first went to the difference in position between the Greens and the government on the implementation of mutual obligations. Today's question was not about whether or not we should have mutual obligations or not. The Greens' position on that is on the record. What it was a question about whether the government is going to recognise that people on income support are struggling in this fuel crisis caused by a war that this government supports. Rents are so high that people on income support live further and further out of our cities and are pushed out into regions and rural areas. They do not have the benefit of public transport in the way that many people in our community do. And yet this government is still requiring them to buy fuel and to get in their cars to attend appointments with job service providers just to keep their payments. Cancelling mutual obligations happens in cyclones, it happens in floods, it happens in heat waves, it happened during COVID. This crisis is apparently so serious that our Prime Minister needs to address the nation this evening. Well, I would submit to the government that in this crisis, a very simple thing that they could do to help hundreds of thousands of Australians who are doing it absolutely tough in this crisis would be to suspend mutual obligations now.
Thank you, Senator Orman-Payne. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Darmanin?
Yes, I present the 5th report of 2026 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the report be adopted.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Darmanin be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion be given for another day? Are you seeking the call, Senator McKim? No. Okay, thank you. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I'll call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. General business notices of motion number 435, 451 and 452, standing in the name of Senator Pocock, postponed until the next sitting day. And general business notice of motion number 421, standing in the name of Senator Cash, postponed to the next sitting day. The committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 14 on today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I'll now go to this formal motion. So we'll start with 466, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young. Senator McKim?
That you just come back to that, if that's possible, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll now go to 476, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Cadell?
Thank you, President. I ask it on behalf of Senator Bragg that general business motion number 476 be taken as formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Bragg.
I move the motion.
Oh, sorry, I called you Senator Bragg.
We knew where we were.
Senator Cadell. You don't look remotely like him. Anyway, so the question is that general business notice of motion 476, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Cadell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I know. lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 476, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Goodell, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to 477, standing in the name of Senators Shoebridge and Pocock. Is that you, Senator Shoebridge?
It is. Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 477 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 477, standing in the name of Senators Shoebridge and David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business 475, also standing in your name, Senator Shoebridge.
475.
Oh, beg your pardon, I've got an error on the sheet. No, I've got...
It's Hanson. You just come to Hanson. No,
it's 477. Pardon, it's being dealt with on another day. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. So we will go back to 466. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 466, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson-Young, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Hanson-Young.
I present the bill and move that the bill may now proceed without formalities and be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson-Young, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time and seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Hanson-Young.
I table an explanatory memorandum and seek leave to have my second reading speech incorporated and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. That concludes formal business. So we'll go to the matters of public importance, standing in the name of Senator Sharma. Thank you. I'll just explain to the chamber what we're doing. I did seek advice on 477. It was a bit mixed up, so we are now doing general business notice of motion 477, but senators stay in the chamber because we'll then go back to the matter of urgency. Sorry, I'm going to seek advice because now I'm really confused. Right, so for those following along, it's in the notice paper. So it's 475. My apologies, Senator Shoebridge.
No, President. I appreciate your clarification of the matter. I move notice of motion number 475, standing my name and that of Senator Pocock.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Shoebridge, standing in the name of Senators Shoebridge and Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Thank you. Now we'll move to the MPI. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sharma has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today and has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I call Senator Sharma.
Well, as Easter approaches, we have Australian households doing it tough, not only because of the fuel crisis prompted by the conflict in the Middle East, but because of what has happened over these past 4 years under the Albanese government. The truth is that Australians have endured the biggest collapse in living standards across the developed world in those past 4 years. This is a tale of woe in the lead-up to Easter. We have Australians working harder than ever, but they are worse off than ever. Australians are not earning anymore because real wages and real incomes are flat. More of what they earn is being taken from them by taxes. More of what they take home after the government has taken its cut in taxes has to go to service their mortgage and higher interest rate payments. And what they are left with after all of this, after they've paid their tax and paid their mortgage, buys less because everything is more expensive. This is a toxic brew. No real wages growth, high taxes, high interest rates, high inflation. And the best measure of this, the best measure that reflects Australia's lived reality right now, is the decline in Australia's real household disposable income per capita. Now, this figure sounds archaic, but what it measures is what households are left with after government has taken its cut through taxes, after the bank has taken its cut through interest rate payments, and after inflation has taken its chunk. And in Australia, real household disposable income per capita has gone down by 7% from mid-2022 to mid-2025, and it hasn't improved since mid-2025. A 7% decline in living standards over 3 years. And over the same period, across other advanced economies, Italy, France, Germany, Japan, Israel, the United States, Canada, the average across other economies has seen real household disposable income increase by 6%. So Australia is not part of a global phenomenon here. Australia is an outlier. Australia is the worst performer in the advanced world. Now let's unpack each of these in turn. Real wages, we have not seen them grow in 4 years. The wage price index has not kept pace with the consumer price index. And why? This is because productivity is going backwards, the result of stifling regulation, the result of heavy-handed industrial relations interventions. And without productivity gains, you cannot have sustainable real wages growth. We've got taxes higher than ever. You will hear those opposite talk about cost of living relief through the stage 3 income tax cuts. But if you look at what the government has been taking from people in income tax cuts, it has grown massively. The personal income tax receipts were $242 billion in 2022. And according to the latest estimates in MyIFO, in 2025-26, there will be $325 billion. So that is the government taking $83 billion more in income tax over the past 4 years, a 34% increase. So you're not earning any more. The government is taking more tax, and now you're having to pay more to the bank, because we have seen 14 interest rate rises here in Australia under this government, which means the decision the week before last by the Reserve Bank is adding to people's mortgage repayments. The decision last month by the Reserve Bank is adding to people's mortgage repayments. And in fact, the cumulative total of all those RBA rate increases under this Labor government means that an average mortgage holder is paying $27,000 more a year in interest rates. Interest rate. And then we've got inflation with prices high across the board, meaning that what you're left with after government has taken its cut, after your real wages have not moved, after you've paid more in interest, buys less. Electricity is up 38%, gas 42%, food 16%, childcare 14%, insurance 39%, rents 22%. Acting Deputy President, if we had a serious government, they would have used these good economic times to restore our fiscal balance sheet and get our economic house in order. But instead, all they've done is tax more and spend more. If we had a competent government, they would have done more to prepare us for this fuel shock coming from the Middle East. And if we had a good government, they would have been upfront with the Australian public from day one about the problems we face, rather than us having to wait with bated breath for a 7 p.m. press conference by the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak against this motion by Senator Sharma, and I think I want to start by saying we know that Australians are doing it tough. We've said it, I've said it in this place over the last couple of weeks, the Prime Minister has said it, colleagues have said it, and that's an important conversation for us to have. But I think what is actually reckless, to use the words of Senator Sharma, is to see those opposite continue to not be upfront with the Australian people about the facts. And so I'm going to share some facts here that might assist them, because I think what we continue to see is the reasons why Australians in recent years and across recent elections have come to no longer trust the coalition on running the economy. We've seen the party who used to be trusted on managing the economy to have lost that trust of the Australian people, and I think today is just yet another example of why that is the case. So here are the facts. Living standards have grown 2% through to the December quarter last year. Latest OECD data shows that our living standards are growing at twice the average of major advanced economies. What is the coalition's record? When they were sitting on the government benches, what did Australians see? A deliberate strategy of keeping wages low. Consecutive quarters after consecutive quarters of wages going down, inflation rising, and $1 trillion of debt. When we came to government in 2022, inflation had a 6 in front of it. And to talk about taxes and higher taxes is incredible to me from a political party who took to the last election a plan to have higher taxes than Australians would have and do have under this Labor government. I mean, it is extraordinary. But on our watch, the story is different. We have had stronger wage growth and rising living standards that Australians did not see under the former government. We brought inflation down from its peak. We've had 8 consecutive quarters of annual wage growth, the longest period in more than a decade. Annual nominal wages have grown above 3% for 14 quarters in a row, the highest streak in more than 15 years. Come July, Australian workers, every single Australian worker will see a tax cut, another tax cut delivered by the Albanese government, and they'll get another one next year too. I say it again, those opposite took a plan to the last election not to deliver those tax cuts. If those opposite had have won the election in May last year, Australians would be paying more tax today than they are under this government. We saw no evidence of good economic management from those opposite when they were in government. We certainly saw no effort on their behalf to raise living standards of ordinary Australians. Our government is committed to helping Australians get ahead. Our government is committed to making sure that Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn. We have seen record investment from this government in helping Australians meet the costs of essentials, whether it's making sure that Australians can access cheaper medicines, whether it's making sure that more Australians can see the GP for free, whether it's cutting student debt. We fought hard for wage rises for some of our hardest working Australians, for aged care workers, for childcare workers. Yet again this week, our government has come out asking for the Fair Work Commission to increase wages of minimum wage workers. This is the work of a Labor government that is absolutely committed to helping Australians when times are tough. We know that people are under pressure, and that's why we are doing something about it while still finding savings in the budget. We are delivering tax cuts for every taxpayer, cheaper medicines, slashing student debt. We are backing higher wages, and we are committed to doing the work that those opposite showed they were simply not up to the job of doing when they were last in government.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, perhaps one of the most damning facts of all is that the level of consumer confidence in this country is at the lowest rate it's been for 50 years. And that is really a damning statistic. It really is a damning statistic, because one of the fundamental obligations of the federal government is to provide confidence to the Australian people so that they employ their fellow Australians, they have the confidence to spend money, to invest money, and the confidence to live their lives as they deserve to live their lives in our beautiful country. And yet the level of confidence in Australia is at its lowest level for 50 years. And we're actually hearing that from everyday Australians, certainly in my home state of Queensland. And it's hard for the Australian people to have confidence in the Labor government because of the mixed messages the Labor government has been giving with respect to the supply of oil during this oil crisis. And as the number of petrol stations that were running out of fuel of different types increased from 600 to 700 to over now 800, we had, and it's hard to believe this, Minister O'Neill last week was saying that there was more fuel supply in Australia than there was before the crisis. I mean, what sort of parallel universe is Minister O'Neill living in? I don't know if she's changed her position. I'm certain she won't be quoted in the Prime Minister's address this evening. I'm sure he won't be quoting his Minister O'Neill in that regard. Absolutely not. And at the same time, we have farmers who are sleeping next to their equipment because they're concerned that people are so desperate for diesel that they'll come onto their property and take their diesel fuel. How do we get into this situation? It's quite extraordinary. And as Senator Sharma correctly observed, the fact of the matter is that probably one of the best indicators of the standing of living of average Australians is real household disposable income. And that's how much income Australian households have in their pockets to spend on the things they need. And the fact of the matter is, in real terms, after considering the impact of inflation, there has been a decline in real household disposable income of 7% since mid-2022 to mid-2025. And it just keeps going down. It just keeps going down under the Labor government. And there's no one they can blame except themselves. No one in the Labor government can blame except themselves. We've seen the amount of tax, and this is quite extraordinary. At the same time, the real household disposable income has been declining by that material amount. We've seen an increase in income tax paid by the Australian people, an increase from $242 billion in 2022, and that's an extraordinary figure in itself, $242 billion. It's increased to $325 billion. That's an increase of $83 billion in 3 years. I think, Senator Sharma, 36%, 34%, thank you. 34% increase in 3 years. That's extraordinary. So this wave of income tax revenue, this tsunami of income tax revenue that the government has been receiving, but at the same time it's been spending like a drunken sailor. And we have this huge inflationary impact, which is hurting the Australian people and has fed into the 14 interest rate increases we've had under the Labor government. And earlier today I quoted from the Chief Economist of Westpac, who's predicting an extra 3 interest rate increases for the balance of the year. $27,000 a year more in interest payments by Australians with an average mortgage. An extra $27,000 in interest payments under Labor, paid by an average Australian family with a mortgage. An extraordinary amount. Inflation keeps going up. Australians are just being hit from all sides in a cost of living crisis, and we're getting these mixed messages from the Labor government, and the Prime Minister has the audacity to give a national address after Parliament rises.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to oppose this MPI brought by Senator Sharma, and it's actually an interesting debate that we're having here today, not by what is being brought forward by Senator Sharma, but by what is missing from the motion that is brought by Senator Sharma. Those opposite want the people to forget what this government inherited when we came into government in 2022. And they want people to not factor in what is happening in the world today. A serious conflict that has disrupted countries all around the world. And they want to pretend that the government has stood still while households have been under pressure. I mean, just in the contribution that I was listening to, it never mentioned, as far as I heard, anything about the Middle East conflict, the war in the Middle East. But it is a good time and it's opportune, and I thank Senator Sharma for the opportunity to talk about the facts. And the facts, when Labor came into office, inflation was rising, wages had been kept low, deliberately kept low as part of the federal coalition government's plan for workers in this country, deliberately kept low. Medicare had been weakened year after year after year while they were in government, and too many Australians had been told they were on their own. And I won't even go into robo-debt and what they thought about people that were on Social Security. But since then we have focused, the Labor government has focused on something simple but important, and that is about helping people now while rebuilding the systems that they rely on. That is why every taxpayer has received a tax cut, with another coming in July. It is why minimum and annual award workers have seen pay rises worth more than $9,000. It is why we have expanded paid parental leave and made sure super is paid on it. It is why we are cutting student debt by 20%, with average savings of around $5,000. And it's why we're backing paid prac for students training for essential jobs. Now, if any of the coalition have been out talking to university students about paid prac, they'd know how popular it is, but also how absolutely needed it was. And those things are extremely important. And that is not doing nothing. That is a government making choices to assist Australians. It's making the choices to rebuild those systems that the former coalition government had weakened. The same is true in health. Cost of living is not just what happens at the checkout, it is whether you can afford to see a doctor or fill a prescription. So we've also, as I've said, strengthened Medicare. We've also expanded bulk billing and opened Medicare urgent care clinics right across the country. And in my home state of Tasmania, those clinics are now up and running, making a difference to people, to their families. They're up and running in Bridgewater, Burnie, Devonport, Kingston, Launceston, Sorrel, and 2 clinics in Hobart, giving people the access to 7-day-a-week urgent care close to their home. So of course, from the 1st of January, we see PBS medicines are now at $25 or less. That matters to people trying to hold the household budget together. This government cares about Australians, and we'll continue to support them.
Your time has now expired. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to support this matter of urgency from my fellow Senator, Senator Sharma. It is extraordinary to sit here and listen to the contributions from those opposite. I think it's fair to say that they are gaslighting the Australian people. After 4 years under this Albanese government, Australians are going backwards, and you only have to go out there and speak to someone at the grocery store, at the school gate, and they will tell you that their life is much worse now than it was 4 years ago. They will tell you around kitchen tables that they are struggling to pay their electricity bills, they are struggling with the cost of insurance, and we've just heard Senator Brown prattle off all of the urgent care clinics and what they're doing with Medicare. Well, today, people have had to put up with increases in their private health insurance premiums on top of what is happening to fuel. So to sit here and listen to those opposite tell us that everything is absolutely fine and Australians have never had it so good absolutely makes me feel sick, because Australians are going backwards. They are, it's material income is down by 7%. So when they say we've had record wage growth in Australia, well, how's that keeping pace with inflation? Because what that means is families have less money in their pockets to be able to spend on things that they want to do. So this Easter, instead of Australians sitting around thinking, what are we going to do with the kids? Are we going to catch up with families are asking themselves, what can we cut this Easter? Because we cannot afford to take the family road trip. We cannot afford to get the kids Easter eggs, because we've got to be able to pay the rising cost of groceries and the rising power prices here. This is a result of very poor policy choices by this government. We have had 14 interest rate rises under this Albanese Labor government, and I think it's fair to say there is more to come. And this is all before we've had the conflict in the Middle East. So things were already challenging for the Australian people. We already had a cost of living crisis. And then on top of that, Australian families are having to put up with what is a fuel crisis now in our country. So we will probably see more interest rate rises over this year in Australia.
We've got sticky inflation, and Senator Scarr was mentioning that this government is spending like a drunken sailor, and it is. We are headed towards $1 trillion in debt here in Australia. $1 trillion. That is about $50,000 per minute in interest repayments that the Australian taxpayer is picking up the bill for. $50,000 a minute in interest payments. And this government, there is no stopping their spending. So inflation will stay higher for longer, and we will have significant issues in our economy as we see our living standards go backwards. The only reason we aren't in recession is not only are they spending like drunken sailors, but they have opened the floodgates to migration here in Australia. So the only reason we are not in a recession is because of the number of people that they are bringing into the country to prop up those numbers. That is having an impact then on housing for Australians. That is having an impact on accessing hospitals and medical services. It's having an impact on everyone's back pocket. So I think it's fair to say that the policy choices that this government is making is driving Australia into the ground. It is breaking the back, quite frankly, of hard-working Australians. That's what it's doing. Because when Labor spends, it is the Australian people who pay the price. That's the bottom line here. And Labor will keep spending. They will keep gaslighting the Australian people, telling them that everything is fine. But when Australians go to get their groceries and pay that grocery bill, when Australians have to pay their rent and their mortgages keep going up and have gone up for the 14th time, I think it's fair to say that the Australian people have had enough. It's time for this government to, as it's asking the Australian people to do, is balance the books and live within its means.
Thank you, Senator. Time has expired for that motion, and I understand that the Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? I see that it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. Everywhere you look in this country, there is evidence of climate ruin, and it is only going to get worse. Last week, Cyclone Narelle wreaked havoc across Queensland, the Northern Territory, and Western Australia, with multiple regions experiencing their worst flooding in decades. Ningaloo Reef was torn up by Cyclone Narelle. Coral, seabirds, fish, sea snakes, eels, turtle hatchings, and dolphins have washed up on shore, all now dead. This follows the worst coral bleaching event in the reef's history from rising sea temperatures last summer. In Exmouth, the cyclone ripped off roofs, obliterated the airport, upheaved trees, toppled boats, and flooded communities. While so many communities are beginning a long journey of recovery, home insurance premiums have risen by more than 50% in the last 5 years. The most expensive areas to insure a property are the ones hit hardest by climate-driven disasters. Older Australians are really feeling the repercussions as the cost of insurance wipes decades of their retirement plans. APRA recently found that 1 in 7 Australian homes are uninsured today, with that number likely to rise to 1 in 4 homes being uninsured by 2050 due to climate change. We have heard, members here, senators here have heard so many times directly from affected communities about the impacts of climate-driven disasters on their lives and livelihoods. Yet, governments refuse to act. Every year, climate disasters grow deadlier and more frequent. And every time, ordinary people suffer. The home insurance crisis deepens while insurance companies get richer, and coal, oil, and gas corporations continue to destroy the environment, rake in massive profits, and escape all accountability. It shouldn't be communities who are bearing the brunt of the cascading and compounding cost of living, housing, insurance, and the climate crisis. It should be the polluters who should be forced to pay to transition to renewable energy, to clean up the damage, and to lower the cost of insurance. Thanks to successive Labour and coalition governments, bought out by fossil fuel corporations, we are now experiencing climate whiplash. Across Australia this summer, we had communities preparing for catastrophic bushfires, heat waves of over 45 degrees, and then days later, watching their cars be washed away in flash floods. There was snow in Tasmania over Christmas, and less than 2 weeks later, Victoria was doused in flames. Over 400,000 hectares burnt and 54 homes burnt down in Ravenswood and Harcourt. With every coal and gas approval, the Albanese government is literally pouring fuel on the fire, engulfing the country in flames. In just the last 3 years, severe and extreme weather events cost $15.5 billion in insured losses. And as with any crisis, we know that it is vulnerable communities and First Nations people who will be hit the hardest. We know that adapting to our changing climate is going to be expensive. And those who have broken the climate, the big polluters, must foot the bill to fix it. The Albanese government should start today by imposing a 25% gas export tax, putting the pain where it belongs, on the big corporations. Instead, the Albanese government sticks to the same old rules. Don't interfere with the big profits of big corporations and the billionaires. Don't upset the ruling class. And above all, don't upset your big coal and gas donors. The Albanese government talks the talk about climate change, but they have sold our oceans, environment, wildlife, and future in service of coal and gas profits. They have also sold out ordinary Australians to a war we never wanted. Ordinary people get crumbs while big corporations make a killing. Families, renters, and retirees should not be paying for a climate crisis that they did not cause. The ones who should pay are the ones who caused the crisis and who are profiting from it every single day. We deserve a government willing to stand up to the climate polluters, the planet wreckers, and the war machine.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to discuss Senator McKim's urgency motion. You don't need to look far to see what people are dealing with right now. It's there in everyday conversations, at the shops, at home, and in every community we represent. You don't need a briefing pack to realise that people are feeling the pressure right now. You see it when your rent goes up, when your insurance renewal comes through and you have to double check it's not a typo, when groceries somehow cost more but your bag feels lighter, and insurance is a big part of that story. Because what we're seeing isn't random, it's the reality of more frequent and more extreme weather events. Floods, fires, storms. That risk is going up and insurance prices are going up with it. This isn't theoretical, it's what people are living through. But I think where we need to be a bit careful is pretending that there isn't a single simple fix that solves all of this overnight. There isn't. What the government is doing, and what I think really matters here, is focusing on the practical things that bring costs down and make communities safer, because the cheapest insurance claim is the one that never has to be made. That's why we've already committed $1 billion over 5 years to the Disaster Ready Fund, actually investing in resilience, in mitigation, in making sure communities aren't left exposed in the first place. That's why we've set up the Hazards Insurance Partnership, which sounds a bit technical, but what it's about is government and insurers finally sharing data properly so we know where risk is and where investment will make the biggest difference. And it's why we're looking at things like standardising definitions in insurance contracts, because people shouldn't need a law degree to work out what they're covered for. These things might not be flashy, but it's what actually shifts prices over time. And at the same time, we're not ignoring the broader cost of living pressures people are dealing with right now, because this isn't happening in isolation. We've delivered tax cuts for every taxpayer, with another one coming this year. We've backed real wage increases, especially for people on minimum and award wages, because your pay should reflect the value of your work. We've expanded paid parental leave, we're investing more into Medicare, we're cutting the cost of medicines down to $25 or less, which is huge for people managing ongoing health costs. We've got 30% off home batteries to bring power bills down permanently. We're helping first home buyers get into the market with lower deposits. We're even freezing the excise on beer, which I know is getting a workout in some parts of the country. And we've also cut student debt by 20%. That is not nothing. All of this matters because when we talk about cost of living, we're not talking about one bill, we're talking about the pile of them sitting on the kitchen counter. Now, on the climate side of this, because this is a part of the conversation, I don't think anyone seriously disputes that climate change isn't making these things worse. We lost a decade of inaction on that thanks to the coalition. That had real consequences and we don't have the luxury of another decade of chopped legislation. So yes, there is a broader transition happening. Yes, there are questions about who pays and how we manage that fairly, but we need to get that balance right. Because if the goal here is to lower costs for households, we have to be focused on policies that actually do that, not just ones that sound good in headlines but don't translate into lower premiums or safer homes. And I think Australians are pretty practical about this. They want action on climate. They also want to be able to afford their insurance, their groceries, their rent, like all of it. So the job of government is to bring those things together in a way that work in a real way in the real world, not pick one and ignore the rest. So while I understand the intent behind this motion and I think the concern is valid, I think the real test is what actually delivers for people. What actually makes their lives more affordable, more secure and a little bit less stressful. That's what we're focused on and that's what people expect of us.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Climate pollution caused by the burning of fossil fuels is rewriting the risk book on our weather. The National Climate Risk Assessment warned of more powerful and destructive storms. And that's what Cyclone Narelle was, a historic cyclone. Cyclone Narelle hit Australia 4 different times, striking 3 states as a Category 3. The second time this has happened in our history, the last time being 2005, and it was a much bigger storm. This cyclone was born in the Coral Sea, Acting Deputy President, on the back of ocean temperatures in the Coral Sea in 2025 being the warmest on record. The warmest summer on record in the Coral Sea, the warmest ocean temperatures ever recorded in February 2026. Then it made its way to Queensland and rivalled Cyclone Yasi as the most intense cyclone to ever make landfall in this nation's history as a Category 5 cyclone. It then crossed the Northern Territory after they've had a horrendous wet season of flooding and then reformed in Western Australia, eventually heading south, cutting its way across Western Australia to end in the Great Australian Bight, to be subsumed by a big storm from the Southern Ocean. This is what climate change looks like. And it's because we refuse to act on climate change in places like this Parliament that this is happening. I feel really sorry especially for the community in Exmouth, who scored a direct hit, 200 km/h winds. And a big shout out to them all from the Australian Senate today. The community's coming together. There's incredible energy there to rebuild. They're under immense pressure, especially going into a tourism season over Easter and then into a tourism season. Of course, it's one of the premier places in Australia to go to now. I'd like to do a special shout out to the community who are not only cleaning up and helping each other out, but to those who are looking after the precious wildlife that suffered so terribly from this storm. And if any senators have some spare money through their electoral allowances or otherwise, please donate to Baloo Blue. You can go online. The work they're doing is absolutely amazing. Heartbreaking scenes of hundreds of turtles and sea snakes, dead dolphins, all sorts of marine life washed up on the beach. And Acting Deputy President, this is coming on the back of a second major climate event off the coast of Exmouth in the last 12 months. Those ocean temperatures off northwest WA down to Exmouth last year were record-breaking. They recorded temperatures around 36 degrees Celsius in the water. To give you an idea, the temperatures in the Coral Sea this year were 30 degrees. Above 26.5 degrees, you can get a tropical cyclone. Off WA at the Montebello's, last year they got to 38 degrees in the ocean. And of course, we had catastrophic bleaching impacts on the Ningaloo World Heritage listed reef. Absolutely one of the treasures of our country, not to mention the Montebello's and a bunch of other incredible reefs off WA. By the way, at the same time, we were having a mass coral bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef, the 7th mass coral bleaching in the last 15 years. Do you think we might be waking up to the fact that something is happening to our climate? Well, don't take my word for it. Take the word for the hundreds of scientists who put together the National Climate Risk Assessment and warned us if we didn't act on climate change that this was going to be the future, a future of danger, a future of destruction and suffering for our community and for our precious biodiversity and wildlife. And it beggars belief that the National Party, for example, Senator Canavan, calling for more oil and gas drilling in our oceans, more fossil fuel. You would think Queensland senators like you, Senator McDonald, would understand what these cyclones, the threat they pose to our communities and the damage they're doing to our economy and to our agricultural businesses. Yet you go out there and ignore the science and call for more fossil fuel development at a time when we know we need to be transitioning to renewable energy. And while we're at it, why don't we tax the big gas corporations and their exports like we should? We've been pushing for 20 years to do that, and spend that bloody money on helping our communities that are suffering from the years that they have profited from polluting our environment and our atmosphere and causing dangerous climate change.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Your time has expired. Senator De Luca.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And we all know and hear how tough things are for people in the community right now. Families and businesses and battlers in Tassie and across the nation are really feeling the pinch of cost of living. But I think they do know that their Labor government is supporting them. We're also seeing throughout the country and throughout the years, we've seen more climate-related natural disasters that are occurring more often and they're hitting harder. But this Labor government is taking action to fix and to address climate change and to provide cost of living support to Australians. We are working hard to reduce climate-related harm and we're delivering that relief to people, everyday Australians. And it's in stark contrast. Our opponents, the Liberals, had to be dragged kicking and screaming just to accept the science of climate change. And to be truthful, Acting Deputy President, I still don't know whether all of them actually still do accept it, and definitely not in the Nationals. For a lost decade, they're sat on their hands. They denied the problem, they delayed action, and they left communities vulnerable. While fires raged and floods hit, they offered nothing. That inaction drove insurance premiums higher for everyone, and families are still paying the price for their denial, delay and neglect. And meanwhile, One Nation, they continue as well to reject the science of climate change. They want to scrap net zero. They want to abolish the Climate Change Department and pull Australia out of the Paris Agreement. That position would make insurance costs and cost of living pressures even harder for families. And people need to have a look at One Nation because what they say and what they actually do matters. While One Nations and the Nationals talk down publicly net zero and climate change, Acting Deputy President, they're lining up and getting solar panels on their houses. They're doing one thing and saying another. Extreme weather and rising insurance costs have been a global challenge, and here in Australia, we've been rolling up our sleeves and getting on with tackling the effects of climate change and mitigating natural disasters. Labor has committed $1 billion over 5 years to the Disaster Recovery Fund. The money is strengthening homes and towns, and it's improving evacuation routes and early warnings. We've established the Hazards Insurance Partnership, a collaboration between government and insurers to share data to better understand where to invest to reduce risk and insurance costs. And at the same time, we're tackling the cost of living crisis and it's still our number one priority. Labor knows people are doing it tough, and we're working every day to deliver for them a cost of living relief. And that's evidenced just this week with what the Prime Minister announced after he convened National Cabinet. Labor is cutting the fuel excise by 50%. That's taking 26.3 cents per litre off the price of fuel. And in my hometown of in Devonport in Tassie, fuel there today has dropped down to $2.19 a litre. It's still too high, but it's a massive decrease from yesterday where it was pipping over $2.50. And we've seen diesel come down under $3. So that is providing relief for every time that you fill up your tank at the petrol station. We are delivering tax cuts for every taxpayer, with the next round coming up in July, up to $268 per year as a tax cut, which was opposed at the last election by those opposite. We're supporting pay rises for minimum and award wage workers. We've recently made a submission to the Fair Work Commission to support that pay rise for those who were paid least. And that means a lot for those people who would not be supported by those opposite. Paid parental leave will now be paid for up to 24 weeks. World-leading legislation. We've got our solar batteries program, providing incentives for people to be able to get batteries, to be able to store their solar energy that they generate, which will save them on their power bills. We've been providing $10,000 bonuses for tradie apprentices, which is making a difference to skill up the workforce for the jobs that we need to build the houses that we need. We've been supporting paid placements for student nurses, teachers, social workers. We've got record funding for hospitals where we've tripled the bulk billing incentive for GPs, which is resulting in more bulk billed GP visits. We've lowered the costs for women's healthcare, which is absolutely fantastic. More first home buyers can buy their first home with just a 5% deposit. Acting Deputy President, this government is taking action to reduce the cost of living pressures on everyday Australians.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And this is what the climate crisis looks like in real time. Not future climate modelling, not theory, real damage happening right now to communities across this country. Over the weekend, Cyclone Narelle ripped through Exmouth and straight across the Ningaloo Reef, leaving devastation in its wake. Volunteers walked the beaches and counted more than 300 dead turtles, baby turtles, in one stretch. Not just a handful, hundreds of dead baby turtles. That is the reality on the ground after one storm hitting an already stressed ecosystem. Yes. This is the second hit in a year. Last summer's marine heatwave cooked huge sections of coral, turned parts of Ningaloo's reef into a graveyard. Whole systems were knocked out, and scientists are still trying to work out the full damage. But anyone who has been in the water can tell you that it's bloody bad. Now it gets smashed again before it has time to recover. That is the pattern: warmer oceans, harder hits, less time to recover. This isn't random. This is exactly what happens and what the climate scientists have been warning about for decades. And while that's happening, the same companies keep expanding under this climate-wrecking Labor government. Woodside Energy is pushing ahead with gas projects right next to these precious, priceless ecosystems. Dig it up, ship it out, book the profits. The public is left to clean up the damage. We are talking about seagrass in Exmouth Gulf being wiped out, dead sea life up and down the coastline, reef systems that took thousands of years to build, devastated beyond recognition. And it's not just in WA. In my state of Victoria, we had bushfire after flood after bushfire, all in the matter of a week. And last week was the one-year anniversary of the devastating algal bloom in South Australia. Fisheries hit, tourism hit, ecosystems decimated. Another signal that our precious environment is under immense pressure from heating waters. At the same time, companies like Santos are making billions and paying next to nothing. Nothing in return for this destruction. I brought 100 dead weedy sea dragons into this place to illustrate just a small part of that destruction. And that's the deal right now. These big corporations profit while everyone else bears the brunt of their damage.
Shame.
And this Labor government is letting it happen. Not only just letting it happen, continuing to subsidise this disgusting destruction of our precious ecosystems. Labor keeps approving new coal and gas projects while talking about climate action, talking out both sides of their mouth. Well, Australians see through it. You cannot run both lines at once, and you need to pick a side, and the side that you need to pick is pretty obvious. Right now, the rules are clearly flipped in favour of Santos and Woodside. Protect the industry, not the environment, not the communities. If we are serious about changing that, then we need to make the polluters pay. A minimum 25% tax on gas exports could start to do this as a floor, definitely not a ceiling. It is a basic step to claw back some of the money being made off the back of this damage. Use it to fund recovery, to lower bills, invest in getting off fossil fuels faster, but be honest about this as well. If you keep approving new fossil fuel projects, you are pouring fuel on the fire. You don't have a plan. The real line in the sand is this: no new fossil fuel projects. Stop perpetuating the problem. Make the existing polluters pay. Because what is happening at Ningaloo isn't some sort of one-off event, it is a preview of our future. More heat, more shocks, less time to bounce back. And once these ecosystems go, they generally don't return. I want my kids to be able to enjoy the beaches and the reefs. I want a safe climate future for them and generations after them. So this comes down to political choices. Keep backing those big donators to the major parties like Santos and Woodside. Accept more of this devastating damage. Or step in, tax them properly, make them pay for their destruction, and start winding this industry down before they can wreck this planet even more. Those dead sea turtles on the beach are the real cost of delay, and it will only get worse if we keep letting Woodside and Santos take advantage of the free ride we are so willingly handing them.
Thank you. The question is that the motion from Senator McKim, moved by Senator Faruqi, is agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. It being post 4:30, the question or the division will be held over to another time. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026 and the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2026 without amendment. The amendments made by the Senate to the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025 and the Defence and Veteran Service Commissioner Bill 2025, and informing the Senate of a change in the membership of a joint committee. The President has received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 8 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that the Senate at its rising adjourn till Tuesday, 12 May 2026 at midday or such other time as may be fixed by the President, or in the event of the President being unavailable by the Deputy President, and that the time of meeting so determined shall be notified to each Senator, and that leave of absence be granted to every member of the Senate from the end of the sitting day today to the day on which the Senate next meets.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion moved by Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. No dissent. It's carried. Colleagues, can I wish you all a safe and happy Easter season for renewal, and look forward to seeing you back here for the budget session in May. The Senate stands adjourned, and we'll meet again on Tuesday the 12th of May at 12 noon. The line.